To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Hello, and good morning good morning from Newlands for day 2 of test number 3, the deciding test between South Africa and India. Both teams are 1-1 in the series, but India, having won the toss yesterday and choosing to bat, were bowled out for 223, which is 60 to 80 runs short than what they were hoping to get in this deciding test. South Africa ended the day yesterday 17 for 1. So today is the day where the series could be decided depending on the outcome of what happens. India will be trying to fight themselves back into the game, whereas South Africa will be trying to bat India out the game today. You're listening to One World Sports Radio. Remember, you can follow us at One World SR on Twitter. You can also like and subscribe on YouTube to be notified whenever we go live. Also, if you're just looking for pure audio, you can go on 1WSR.com. My name is Mpumkani. I've got Tim Del Lace here. It's a full quota podcast starting. So, hi, Tim. How are you doing?
Good morning, Paul. Good morning to all the listeners out there. Should be an absorbing day's test match ahead of us. Both teams desperate to get the win for a range of reasons. India wanting to get one up against us to finally get that final scalp of beating South Africa in South Africa, and South Africa desperate to beat the number 1 test side in the world.
We've got lots to discuss, especially Kagiso Rabada's press conference yesterday when he was like, everybody thinks bowling plans are very wild, but they're just quite simple. Bowl a good line and length. But India yesterday, we were given the pleasure of Virat Kohli scoring another half century. He looked like he was going to get to 71. He ran out of partners, so there was probably a lot of hair dryer treatment in the Indian dressing room, because when they came out, the bowlers were on fire. Jasprit Bumrah bowled a peach of a ball to Dean Elgar to get him out for 3. At the crease right now, I've got Aiden Markram, who's on 8. Not out. He's playing straighter. And also you've got Keshav Maharaj, who had a bit of a hamstring issue. Seemed fine in the warm-ups this morning. But those are the things that we'll be talking about and seeing as the day goes by, Tim.
Yeah, as I said, it's going to be very interesting to see how each team goes about, particularly this first hour, because it's going to be very, very important. You feel from a South African perspective that a lead of 29, like they got at the Wanderers, is not going to be enough on this pitch. You feel as if they need to get 60 plus.
First ball of the day, Jasprit Bumrah from the Calvin Grove and 3 slips, a gully back appointment on mid-off to Aiden Markram, and first ball on the money, on a good length, just outside that off stump, getting the edge of Aiden Markram's bat and rolling all the way to the fielder at gully. Good to see that Aiden's using a little bit of soft hands there.
It is, it's certainly evidence of that. And it bounced well in front of the gully fieldsman.
To complete the field at mid-on, mid-off, you've got mid-wicket as well as backward, as well as fine leg. So this one interesting from Bumrah. Second ball to Aiden Markram, and he's bowled. Aiden Markram leaving a ball that jigs back in to him. He thought he had off-stump covered, but unfortunately for South Africa, the horrible has happened. Aiden Markram is out bowled Jasprit Bumrah for 8.
He's out for 8 of 22 deliveries. Just having another look at that particular delivery. It pitches just outside the off stump, and it does come back quite a bit. There was a lot of talk about Aidan Markram's change in his stance at the wicket, having that middle stump stance, and that maybe is evidence of not knowing where his off stump is. It did come back in, but it wasn't prodigious.
It didn't. It was on the line of off stump, top of off.
Yeah.
And so your question would be, was he comfortable on the second ball of the day to leave a ball that looked like it was going to hit the top of off, or was he duped by the bounce, thinking that it wasn't back of a length, it was a good length, and normally a good length yesterday was bouncing over. So really bemusing.
Yeah. I think it was the latter. I think he saw the way that Kohli left the ball yesterday. He thought, well, 9 times out of 10, that ball's going to go over the stumps. I do think it's probably a bit of both. When the ball pitched, I kind of thought, well, that's going to go through to the keeper. And as you say, it's not a short delivery, but it wasn't a full one. It was sort of that in-between length. But because of the expertise of Bumrah, it did come back in just enough to hit that off stump.
Yes, the new batter in is Keegan Peterson. He comes in with the night watchman still in there, Keshav Maharaj. South Africa are 17 for 2 balls into the day. It's more, that Aidan Markram wicket is more egregious than the Rassie van der Dussen leaving outside the off stump. Rassie's had that problem before, but this one is a lot more disappointing than Rassie's one, because Rassie's one turned drag back, like from fifth stump into off stump. So, okay, Keegan Peterson is in, 3 slips, the galley backward point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket is still there, as well as fine leg. Bumrah to Keegan Peterson. It's a back of a length ball, and Keegan rides the bounce outside the off stump and guides it past the fielder at point for 2 runs. Score goes up to 19 for 2. Keegan Peterson's young international career, he averages 23. Now he has 168 runs. Before the 2 runs, he had 166. I like the look of Keegan Peterson. He averages 30 in the series. He had a really good game at the Wanderers.
Yeah, I was just going to say, his career average is 23, but in this series, he's bumped it up to 30, just about 30. Every innings that he's played in his short career, he's looked as if he belongs.
Bumrah into Keegan Peterson. This one, a good length. Keegan Peterson on off stump, and he just rides the bounce and plays it out on the bounce to the fielder at a point. Interesting field set with the mid on and the mid wicket. It's quite interesting. It kind of feel like they want Bumrah to bowl straight, so they're giving him protection because of the ball that got Aidan Markram essentially.
Yeah, that's a good spot. That's a good spot there.
Bumrah into Keegan Peterson. Another back of a length ball outside off stump, on off stump, and Keegan playing that on the toes, on the back foot, out to point for no run.
Keegan Peterson's first class career at Newlands is 370 runs at 52.85. He's the third batsman in this 11 that's got an average of over 50 at Newlands.
Remember, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'll read it out to you. Keegan Peterson getting a ball fuller this time, on a good length outside the off stump. Keegan Peterson defending that back to the bowler. End of the first over of the day, 19 for 2. Maharaj yet to face the ball on 6. Keegan Peterson on 2. The wicket to fall this morning, Aidan Markram on 8. He left the ball that, looking at the replay, it pitched just outside of stump and jagged back in, but not too much of a jag back. It's a type you should be defending that with your bat. And Aidan Markram is back in with back in the hut. It pitched on fifth stump, and now it jagged back in to off. So you should be defending that line anyway. I kind of feel because he was moving back to off stump, he thought he could leave that. Didn't see the ball jagging back, and unfortunately, The wicket has fallen. Mohammed Shami from the Weinberg end. First ball is on a good length, on off stump, inducing a front foot push from Keshav Maharaj. The edge happened and went through third slip and gully for 4 runs. There's 3 slips and a gully to Keshav Maharaj. Runs now for South Africa, and they're coming off the bat of Keshav Maharaj. Scores now 23 for 2. Maharaj on 10 with a deficit at 200.
It's another delivery that would not have carried if there was a 4th slip. That's the second delivery this morning. It hasn't carried. The difference.
We'll do that. Shami into Maharaj. He's got a short leg in now, 4th short leg into him. This one is a good, slightly short of a good length, and Maharaj playing that off the back foot out to the offside for no run. It was on that off stump line.
Random fanboy on YouTube asks, is this the time to give up on this opening partnership of Ergo and Markram? It's leaning towards that way. I don't think it's ready quite yet, but it is leaning towards last chance saloon for Aidan Markram, we feel.
Shami right arm over from the Weinberg end to Keshav Maharaj. Good ball on off stump. Keshav coming forward, this time getting a healthy piece of the bat. Ball goes out to extra cover for no run.
You have to remember, before the Indian series, Aidan Markram had a very good 2021. A very, very good season. They did have a good partnership, a good understanding between Ergo and Markram. But he certainly hit a rough period at the moment.
Shami into Maharaj. This one just outside the off-stump. Maharaj playing at that one and missing it as it goes through to Rishabh Pant for no run.
That is certainly one to watch. I think it is interesting that the ball is not carrying nearly as much as it was for Janssen and Rabada, particularly. The bounce is not as true as it was on day one. It's a lot more. It's a lot more like Wanderers at the moment.
Shami into Keshav Maharaj, who plays this one off the hips down the leg side for a single. Score goes up to 24 for 2. Maharaj moves up to 11.
Very easy single there. Shami just straight down the leg side a little bit too much. Not what he wants to do. You feel that they now do have 4 slips in play. So you would want him to bowl outside the off stump, that corridor of uncertainty.
4 slips now with a backward point for Keegan Peterson, as this ball's on that 6 stump line. Good length. Keegan Peterson letting that go through to Rishabh Pant to end the second over of the day. India South Africa are 24 for 2. And it's 10 overs into this innings. The deficit is 199. Maharaj on 11. Keegan Peterson on 2. Pranjal Messi fan on Twitter says, what a delivery from Bumrah. Absolutely relentless accuracy and not letting the batters leave. Never doubt the best. Otto Simon on Twitter says, SA 17 for 2 with Markram leaving a delivery that hit his stumps. He goes for 8 of 22. Good start for India. Hang in there, Protea Fire. Batting will get easier as the day goes on. What does South Africa need to do now with the night watchman in as he faces up to Jasprit Bumrah with 4 slips, point, mid-on, short leg, mid-off, as this ball is bowled full outside the off stump, and Keshav Maharaj shoulders arms to that one and goes through to Rishabh Pant for no run.
Keshav needs to do the role that Alankar did at the first innings at Wanderers. He needs to survive as many deliveries as he can. If he makes 6 of 80, that's absolutely fine. We need the rest of the batsmen to come in with the ball is not so new and not so shiny.
4 slips gully. Bumrah into Keshav Maharaj. He leaves one outside the off stump on a similar line to Aiden Markham. This one didn't drag back. It just went on to Rishabh Pant for no run. It's 24 for 2.
Maharaj did cover his stumps a lot better than Aiden Markham did there. He got right across. So if it did come back, it would have hit his pad. If you look at the review to Markham, he gets his right pad across, but after the ball has hit the stumps.
Rahane now going to more of a gully now. Bumrah into Keshav Maharaj. This ball cutting him inside, coming in off a length over the middle stump. Keshav did not get any. Did he get edge to it?
No, the umpire signaled buys.
4 buys, yes. He got nothing to it. He just went over the middle stump and it would go past Rishabh Pant for 4. How that did not hit the stumps, I do not know. What a ball from Bumrah.
Unplayable. That is the kind of delivery that a top end batsman would probably get an inside edge on. It was unplayable. Cut Maharaj in half and just went over their middle stump.
Bumrah bowling bombs this morning, 4 slips. And the next ball is on that, just outside that off stump, good left, fuller length. Maharaj coming forward to it and getting an inside edge down to fine leg for a single. 29 for 2. The score is now, Maharaj moves up to 12. Deficit is now 194.
He's obviously very interested in that delivery that jags back. That's 2 deliveries that have jagged back there from Bumrah. It's obviously his go-to delivery at the moment.
Bumrah, Keegan Peterson, there's a more clearly defined gully now with short leg going to mid-wicket. And this one is straight on the money, good length on off stump. Defending that with a forward defensive is Keegan Peterson, no run. India really have started well. Something that's been different to South Africa in this series. South Africa, from a bowling perspective, haven't started sessions or days well. India today, on the money, Jasprit Bumrah leading from the front, is giving you a spell that could change the entire series. Bumrah into Keegan Peterson. Another ball that jags back in. Keegan Peterson leaving that on length as that went over off stump on a good length. And it goes to Rishabh Pant for the end of that over. It's 29 for 2 after 11. Maharaj on 12. Peterson on 2.
I don't think that Bumrah has been at his ultimate best throughout the series. From his perspective of where you think he should be, but he's been absolutely on the money in this Test match. Shami's been sort of carrying this bowling attack just a little bit. But Bumrah is making it count in this Test match. He's been right on the money throughout.
And he's getting the ball to come with his natural shape of getting the ball back in. The pitch is seemingly helping him. He's managing to land it on the seam and get it to drag back. Really good to see that he's putting India on the front foot. Mohammad Shami on the other end, 3 slips and a gully to Keshav Maharaj from the Weinberg end. Keshav pushes out a full ball outside the off stump to the field at extra cover for no run. Edrich Tehar, I do apologize if I've mispronounced it, says it is almost as if Alga and Markham take turns to get out early. I can't remember when was the last time we saw a big opening partnership.
Away to Pakistan.
How much was that?
Beginning of the year, wasn't it?
Yes.
Beginning of the year. I'm not sure how it was, but I think
when Aiden scored that century. Shami into Maharaj, who pushes at a ball that's full on off stump, on a good length on off stump, and he missed it entirely. I think, Tim, you said earlier if he was a little bit better of a batsman, he would have edged that. I think that's same with that last ball there. Really good ball that just swung away as it went past the bat of Keshav Maharaj.
And it's late swing, not the early swing sets. It's swinging after it pitches, which makes it doubly hard for the batter.
Shami into Maharaj. This one's a lot straighter and fuller on off stump. Maharaj defending that on the front foot back to mid-off for no run. El Mazai says Markham should have played at that ball even though it moved a bit more. It was like a predetermined leave. SA with their batting fragility need a seventh batter, but they keep playing 5 bowlers every match. I think it was just a lapse in concentration. It happens, but that's what separates the great players from the good players. Now you have a silly mid-off staring Keshav in the face right now as Shami comes in. Straight to ball on off stump. Good length, and Keshav Maharaj looking to play that down the leg side because that man at short leg has now moved out to silly mid-off, but he gets a leaning edge out to point for no run.
I think the problem with Markham is he's getting out very early, single figures. He's not even making he's not even making a start like a Richard Pant did in the first innings. He's not getting to 25, 30, 35 outside of that 31 in the last test match. He's getting out very, very early.
Shami into Keshav Maharaj, India applying pressure. This one's a lot shorter and punched through the offside. Really good back foot punch from Keshav Maharaj for the point boundary. 4 runs.
That's a shot a top order batsman would be very happy to be playing. Very happy. Just back of the length, good line, punched away with consummate ease. A little bit airborne, but there was no fielder anywhere near, so there was no danger.
You can see India were trying to play for the mistime that could loop up into silly mid-off's hands there, but the score goes up to 33 for 2. Maharaj up to 16. That deficit 190. Shami in for the final ball of the fourth over of the day, and he gets one to die on Keshav Maharaj off a good length, and he defends that, bringing his bat down in time out to the offside for no run. We're now seeing a warning from umpire Murray Rasmus for Mohammad Shami for running on the pitch.
Interesting. I thought that's something that India want to see, particularly this early on in South African innings.
Yes, that's something that India need to look out, especially Mohammad Shami. He's trying to get very straight, and that's the reason why he's running on the pitch. He's effectively his follow through. The first step of his follow through is in line with the stump. When he comes in right arm over, running into that danger area. 33 for 2 at the end of 12 overs. 4 overs have been bowled today. India have taken 1 wicket, with South Africa scoring 16 runs in that period. Bumrah into Keegan Peterson with 4 slips. This one is good length on off stump. Keegan Peterson coming forward, defending it out to extra cover for no run. Keegan Peterson has the 4 slip. His field, the field to Keegan Peterson is 4 slips. A gully, a man at wideish mid-off, mid-on who's a lot straighter, mid-wicket, as well as fine leg. That's the Mohammad Shami who just bowled the last over. South Africa trying to see through the spell from Shami and Bumrah. You've got Yadav and Shardul Thakur coming back. It's going to be really tough to bat this morning. This one's a lot straighter on off stump. Keegan Peterson defending that with a nice little forward press back to the bowler for no run.
Watched a little bit of the Indian bowlers bowling in the warm-ups, and Shardul Thakur looked the quicker of the bowling bowlers.
But that's the thing, Tim, with India. They don't let you rest. Other teams, they change bowlers, give you a little bit of respite. Here, they do not. Similar to what South Africa did yesterday, as Bumrah comes in to Keegan Peterson. Outside the off stump, going on with the line there. Keegan Peterson shouldering arms to that ball on 6-stump line, letting that go through to Rishabh Pant for no run. On Twitter, Sachin says, just 200 today, then we can set a score tomorrow, or South Africa to win by declaration. I think it would be quite interesting. That last ball that was bowled by Jasprit Bumrah is a no ball. Remember, no balls go up to the third umpire. So we get them retroactively. So Bumrah has to bowl that ball again. Keegan Peterson asking for a little bit of time now as some birds fly across Newlands on this beautiful day. Everything looks great. Pitch looks immaculate. A couple of green grassy spots there that, could come in for the bowlers. Ball from Bumrah is full. It's straight to leg stump half volley that's played out to the fielder at mid-on for a single. Score goes up to 35. Keegan Peterson is up to 3.
You know that to Keegan Peterson, it's a good plan to bowl straight to him, but if you get it a little bit too straight, as Bumrah did there, he will work you off his pads all day long.
Here's a stat. Random Fanboy says, I think Maharaj has scored more runs than Markram this series. It's easy a check with that. Markram scored 52 runs before this game. He's added 8. That's 60 runs. Maharaj, starting this game, had scored 41 runs. He is now on 16. So he is on 57 runs. So he's 3 runs away from surpassing Markram in this series, which is an indictment on its own. Also noting that Maharaj didn't bat at the Wanderers in the second innings. So with one less innings, Keshav could be coming through. Bumrah into Maharaj, 3 slips gully. There's now a fielder at extra cover this time as Bumrah bowls one full on off stump, a nice forward punch by Maharaj straight to that field at extra cover, who was taken out of mid-wicket and sent to the other side of the field, the offside, for no run. 7-2 field. It was very common when we were growing up, the 7-2 field. Now it's not. They like to give protection to the bowlers. What they're trying to say is bowl it outside that off stump, make the batter play, try get that edge, make them think about the ball that's jagging back in. Jasper Bumrah as he comes in to bowl another ball to Maharaj, the short ball that he ducks underneath it. No run there. South Africa 35 for 2.
Yeah, that's the ploy, particularly to Maharaj. They know Maharaj likes to play shots. They know he likes to take the attack to the bowlers when he can. Fortunately for them, this is not the situation to do that. So they're going to try and tease him out, playing away from his body with those slip fielders.
And he tends to do that. That's the cross he dies on. And the next one is outside the off stump, 6 stump line. Good full length. And Maharaj threw his hands at that. He missed it entirely. India thought they were in. He held his hands up to his head, knowing what he had done.
Just as I said it, he knew exactly what he'd done, that there is no room for playing expansive drives in a situation like this, wide of stumps. It wasn't there to be driving. It wasn't the situation to be driving, and he got sucked into it.
35 for 2 at the end of 13 overs. 5 overs bowled today. South Africa have scored 18 runs, have lost the wicket of Aiden Markram. The deficit is 188. India smelling blood, seeing an opening as Shami comes in from the Weinberg end to Keegan Peterson. Straight ball on off stump. Keegan coming forward, tentatively getting an edge that bounces in front of third slip. That's KL Rahul. Another edge induced today, Tim.
That's the third edge, and a genuine edge that has bounced well short of the slip fielder or where the slip fielder could have been. It's not, as I said, I'm starting like a repeat here, but it's not carrying through like it was for the South African bowlers.
Yes, it's something that we're seeing a little bit of inconsistent bounce. Shami into Keegan Peterson. This one now rising off of a good length past the bat. Keegan Peterson defending that tentatively as well, playing at that, but it went higher than the line of than his bat, or way wide of his bat actually, going to Rishabh Pant for no run. Something very worrying right now for the batters.
Keegan was pushing at the delivery there. We know he also likes to play shots. He likes to be an attacking batsman. But you don't want to be pushing outside that to a wide delivery as that.
35 for 2, 6-3 field with the field at mid-wicket on the leg side. Next ball is a lot straighter on middle stump and a lot fuller. Kingston playing back on his back foot out to the leg side, no run. You've got fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on the leg side. 3 slips, gully, backward point, wide-ish mid-off, actually more extra cover now, as well as on the offside. So with Keegan Peterson, Mohammed Shami will be trying to aim for the top of off stump. 35 for 2. Shami into Peterson from the Weinberg end. That's a lot fuller. And he defends that on the front foot out to the bowler for no run.
Much more compact there from Keegan Peterson, the last 2 deliveries. Not playing away from his body, just getting in behind the delivery, letting the delivery come to him.
And that's what you need him to do. So let the bowlers bowl to you. Navigate this period, and then they will fatigue. And then when they come for second spells, it might be a little bit easier. Oh, what a beautiful ball from Shami. It pitched on a good length, slightly moving away from Keegan Peterson as it went past the bat. He did shoulder arms to that, leaving that on length. Going to Rishabh Pant for no run. Still 35 for 2. 1 ball remaining in this over. 7th over of the day.
That was a carbon copy of Virat Kohli to the majority of South African batters yesterday, leaving a very, very good delivery, but able to leave it on the bounce.
And a battle with Kagiso Rabada. Shami into Keegan Peterson makes him play this one as it was coming into the right-handed batter on a good length. He played it out to the offside. End of the 14th over. 35 for 2 was a maiden over from Mohammed Shami. India in control right now at Newlands, trying to make sure that the disappointment of yesterday with the bat is nullified with the ball today. Speaking about the Virat Kohli yesterday, his batter with Kagiso Rabada was one of the best we have seen in a while. 55 balls, 24 runs, resulting in a wicket. Beautiful to watch, Tim.
It was a privilege to have watched 2 great cricketers, 2 world-class cricketers battle it out against each other. And there was no clear winner until the dismissal of Virat Kohli.
Bumrah into Keshav Maharaj. 4 slips that feel that extra cover, as well as mid-on. The first ball is good length outside the off stump. Keshav Maharaj letting that go through. 6-stump line, no worries there. We just don't want that rush of blood to the head. Interestingly enough, there's a point, a fielder on the point boundary, backward point on the boundary. You've got extra cover. You've got cover now. He's not extra. You've also got mid off and mid on, looking for that uppercut. It's more of a wicket taking option than a boundary saving option. That backward point field on the boundary. Shami into Maharaj down the leg side, and Maharaj just managing to get bat onto that to the vacant mid-wicket region for a single. 36 for 2.
Virat will be very disappointed with that delivery. That was down the leg side, easy pickings for Maharaj to take the single. They wanted to work away at Maharaj and work on his patience. But that was easy pickings, and I'm sure Virat will not be best pleased.
Maharaj on 17, Peterson on 3. Keegan Peterson doesn't have that fielder on the boundary. He's actually a conventional backward point. He gets a ball from Bumrah full outside the off stump, and Keegan Peterson walks into that one with a lovely push to that field at backward point on the bounce for no run. He's got a mid-wicket when Bumrah is bowling to him, as well as a fine leg. 6-3 field to Peterson compared to the 7-2 field to Keshav Maharaj. 36 for 2. 30 minutes into the day, India will be very happy with what they've done right now. Bumrah into Keegan Peterson. That's starting on a 6-stump line outside off, tailing into the batter, but it's not jagging enough to worry Keegan Peterson as he shoulders arms to that ball and goes to Rishabh Pant for no run. Leah on Twitter says India taking a page out of England's playbook, it seems, by playing a good bowling attack, one outstanding batter, and some absolute duds. Woy Pom Pom says we're doomed, as always, on time. 30 minutes into the day 2. Bumrah into Keegan Peterson. Good ball, good length outside off stump, and Peterson just riding the bounce, playing that with soft hands out to the offside for a single. Score goes up to 37. Peterson to 4. On YouTube, Edrich Ter Har says Elamazai agreed Janssen isn't a number 7 batsman, and then Elamazai says Markham has not contributed one innings of huge substance in this entire series. Danger signs for South Africa. India has a potential to run through SA. Bumrah into Keegan Peterson. He's now got an extra cover. It's actually not Keegan Peterson. It's Keshav Maharaj who gets a ball full on off stump. He defends that out to the fielder at extra cover to end the 15th over. 37 for 2. Maharaj 17. Peterson on 4. The deficit is 186. Edrich replying to Random Fanboy says, almost. Markram is on 59, Keshav on 58 with that last single that we saw in the last over. Tawfiq Samuddin on YouTube coming through saying, your thoughts on Maharaj becoming a genuine all-rounder with a bit of work? Tim?
I think Marco Janssen is more the possible all-round candidate than Maharaj.
Why can't they all learn to bat?
Maharaj for me is a premier spin bowler who has ability with that. I don't want him to focus too much on the batting to help to make a...
Shami from the Weinberg end to Keegan Peterson was full and wide. Keegan Peterson played and missed at that one. Hearts and mouths as Tim went back in his chair as that one went out to Rishabh Pant for no run.
Wild and woolly shot, playing well away from his body. Yes, I don't want Maharaj to have less focus on his bowling. I want his bowling to be his primary focus, and he can practice on his batting and have his very useful innings that he's had in his career so far. But the Mulders and the Janssens are, for me, the all-rounder candidate.
Shami into Peterson. He gets one that comes off the shoulder, off the bat. It was dropped at third slip by KL Rahul. Another chance for India Ghana begging. Keegan Peterson was in trouble.
All sorts of trouble. This inconsistent bounce is causing havoc to the South African batters. And it just carried.
Came in and out.
Huh?
That's a drop.
Yeah. One of those ones that you feel would have gone to the third umpire if it would have been caught.
The series all about catches, whether they're grounded or not. Drop chance for India. Shami coming into Keegan Peterson. This one's full and on off stump, or just outside off stump. Keegan Peterson driving that on the front foot back to the bowler. No run. 37 for 2. Peterson on 4. Maharaj on 17.
And they're just showing the various dismissals of Aiden Markham on the big screen. Not a pleasant sighting in the South African dressing room, I'm sure.
You've got Bumrah bringing it into the South Africans, Shami taking it away from the South Africans. It's very tough to bat out there. Shami into Keegan Peterson. There gets another healthy edge coming forward to a full ball on off stump, and it bounced just in front of the fielder at Gali. Great stop from Mahana to stop the 4 runs. He came at that with hard hands. No run ensuing. They're still 37 for 2.
Yeah, South African batters need to say, all right, we're being dominated. That's fine. We just mustn't get out. We must just see off these guys, see if the 2 premier bowlers, and then see if they can rotate the strike better when the change-ups happen.
That is true. Shami from the Weinberg end, 3 slips Gully, backward point to Keegan Peterson. This ball on a good length coming past the bat as Keegan came forward to that one. No edge there, but another player and a miss to write onto the board for the South Africans?
Unplayable delivery to Keegan Peterson. Just such good bowling here from Shami. Getting the ball just to move away from him throughout his spell.
Making that seam talk. Bumrah's making it come in. Shami's making it go away. Cyrus Rogers on Twitter asking who are the potential opening replacements for Markram, or who could or should open with Alga and Aiden should drop down or drop out. Shami coming into Keegan Peterson. So it's a lot fuller than the previous one. Keegan defending that out to point for no run. End of that over 37 for 2. Do you think Aiden should be replaced at the top, Tim?
I think the Bangladesh series, when we play Bangladesh at home, should be his last chance. I think if he doesn't make runs then on our home surfaces, then it's only fair that you give Sal Irvia, who's been waiting a long time to make his test debut. He is the next in line. He is the guy that scored an awful lot of runs in our 4-day cricket.
And we have a podcast with him on the Full Quarter podcast with SJ, telling us about his experience in the Proteas camp. Jasprit Bumrah from the Calvin Grove end to Keshav Maharaj. It's full outside the off-stump, inside edge, as Keshav looking to drive that through the offside, getting a healthy inside edge to fine leg for a single. Score goes up to 38. And Maharaj, I think, is equal in runs with Aiden Markram in the series right now. So that
quite an astonishing stat, that one.
59 and he's one away. 59 and 60. That's going to be quite interesting to see how the seventh batter, being Keshav, actually coming in with runs more than our openers. Outside the off stump from Bumrah and Keegan Peterson shouldering arms to that. Score 38 for 2. Maharaj is on 18. Peterson on 4. _ball_sport _freedom via. I don't know how to finish that introduction from you on Twitter. Says he has every chance. He has had every chance. His mind ain't there. Siya forsta, which is we are forcing it from a South African, from a vernacular perspective. Bumrah, 3 slips, gully. He's got 3 fielders on the leg side to Keegan Peterson. Ball rising off of a good length outside the off stump. Keegan Peterson letting that go through to the keeper Rishabh Pant.
Well left. Easy lead for Keegan's. Maybe getting his eye in just a little bit better now.
We are 3 balls away from a commentary change. You'll be hearing Ken Borland and Colin Bryden at the end of this over. Bumrah into Keegan Peterson from the Calvin Grove end. This one's a lot closer to off stump than the previous one and a lot fuller. And Keegan Peterson letting that go through past that 5th stump. Very wary doing that with the ball jagging back this morning, especially with that wicket of Aiden Markram.
You feel that one of the remaining 2 balls of the over is going to be the one that comes back. It's just a matter
setting him up for it.
Of which one it will be.
Bumrah is very dangerous with that elbow extension. Bumrah coming in to Keegan Peterson. That's the one that slightly came in, but it was not on a good. It was on a good length, so it rose above the stumps, and Keegan Peterson playing that or on his toes out to the side for no run. 1 ball left in the 17th over. India, oh wow, lots of noise out in the field from Captain Virat at second slip. Bumrah into Keegan Peterson. That was the one that was coming back in a lot fuller, and Keegan coming forward defending that out. And that's the end of the over. We're going to have a commentary change now. Thank you very much, Tim, for starting off the day, taking the wicket of Aiden Markram. South Africa 38 for 2 after 17 overs, Maharaj on 18, and Peterson on 4. The next voice you'll hear is Colin Bryden. The only question I'm going to ask him is, Colin, how have you seen this morning from the South Africans?
Well, it couldn't have got off to a worse start for South Africa, with Aiden Markham just padding up to a ball from Jasprit Bumrah, which just swung in. And as Ken and Paul and I were discussing earlier, it's his stop delivery, bowled from a bit wide of the crease, and Markham left it alone and saw his off stump knocked back. Morning, Ken.
Morning, Colin. Great pleasure to be on air with you for the first time, as Mohammad Shami is in to Keshav Maharaj from the Wynberg end, driven off the back foot, but straight to cover, no run. Yeah, Colin, it seems like Aiden Markham had a bit of problem locating his off stump this morning.
Well, before the game, Dean Elgar was talking about the need for the top 6 to take responsibility. And of course, that is so true, because you've got an inexperienced, not quite yet an all-rounder coming in at number 7, and Marco Janssen.
Shami in again, right arm over from the Wynberg end with 4 slips, and Maharaj drives this fuller delivery nicely, but straight to middle, no run. Yeah, I must say I'm not entirely comfortable with Marco Janssen at number 7. I think it's one spot probably too high, so it does put a lot of pressure on a batting lineup that has already been under pressure for the last couple of years.
Well, I think the key thing is if you look at the career records, there's only 3 South Africans who've made Test centuries, and 2 of them are out, and there's only 1, and he's only got 1 left to come.
Shami in again, and Maharaj shapes to drive expansively, but it comes off the inside half of the bat and goes back to the bowler, no run. So still 38 for 2. A bit of a torrid morning for South Africa. The ball is certainly still doing quite a lot, Colin, off this surface.
Yes, and of course, India have got really good fast bowlers. I mean, Bumrah and Shami just haven't given the batsmen any freebies. They really can barely afford to relax.
Shami in again to Maharaj. Full again. Maharaj drives beautifully. He's got it square of cover, and that's a lovely stroke for 4 runs.
Very nice. I do like Maharaj's spirit. He stands up to the quick bowlers, and they're a little bit overpitched, quickly onto it, and as good a shot as any top order batsman could play through the covers.
Fantastic stroke. Of course, he strained his hamstring a bit yesterday evening, but coming out as night watchman again. And one can understand why Captain Dean Elgar is reluctant to leave him out of the team, even at a place like the Wanderers, as Shami in again to Maharaj, pulls the length back a bit, and it's just outside off stump and left alone by Maharaj, who has gone to 22 not out. The only South African batsman in double figures so far in this batting effort. You mentioned how tight Bumrah and Shami have been to world-class bowlers. Jasprit Bumrah, of course, started with 4 successive maidens yesterday evening. He's so far bowled 9 overs and taken 2 for 8. Exceptional figures, as Mohammad Shami is at the top of his mark from the Wynberg end, right arm over the wicket to Maharaj, who defends stoutly into the covers, thoughts of a single, but cover comes across quickly to cut off the ball. No run. It's the end of the over. South Africa 42 for 2.
Murray Rasmus, umpire Murray Rasmus, is just having a look again at what they call the sort of danger area, where bowlers follow through can disturb the surface. And it appears that he gave Shami a warning a little while ago, early in the morning, and it seemed to me, anyway, to be an official warning, and that he signalled to Virat Kohli and his colleague Adrian Holstock that it was an official warning for running on the pitch where he shouldn't have. And yet, a little while later, the replay came up on the big screen where they put down the coloured mat, and it appears that Shami was very close to it, but actually not quite on it. And Virat Kohli, who's never been one to hide his feelings, was clearly not very happy and had quite an animated discussion with the umpire.
It was always going to be animated, I'm sure, with Virat Kohli. For the umpires these days, the added consideration of the big screen at the ground, which shows replays very quickly. So if you have made a mistake, the on-field captain will be in your ear. I believe Umesh Yadav also was spoken to yesterday evening about running in the danger area. It's him who's come on to bowl now from the Kelvin Grove end to Keegan Peterson, back of a length outside off stump, and Peterson just leaves that alone. Yadav's got 3 slips and a gully. He's a man at point, mid-off and mid-on, fine leg. So Yadav, who's just bowled 2 overs for 10 runs yesterday evening.
And of course, Yadav playing because of an injury to Mohammad Suraj. And the one thing about India now is that they do have this depth of fast bowlers.
Yadav is in again, right arm over to Peterson, shortish. Peterson punches off the back foot, but mid-off is quickly across. He's quite close in at mid-off to cut that run off. No run. Yeah, it was quite a toss-up between Umesh Yadav and Ishant Sharma, another quality bowler, very experienced in India's squad.
Yeah, I was actually a bit surprised that Ishant Sharma didn't get the nod because he's performed well out here. He's got quite a mean streak to him, Sharma.
Yeah, Umesh Yadav in again to Peterson. This one strikes Peterson on the pad as he pushes forward. I fancy it was a little bit high, Colin.
Well, I think Adrian Holstock agrees with you there because he was taking a leaf from Maria Erasmus's book, was completely unmoved and immobile as Kapil went up. But let's have a look at. Yeah, definitely a little bit on the high side. But watching the replay now, it's just hit him. It's hit him above the pad and above the roll.
Yeah, and Keegan Peterson made quite a show of rubbing his thigh vigorously, just in case the umpire was in any doubt. As Yadav comes in again to Peterson, good line and length, and Peterson defends solidly on the onside. No run. Yeah, Adrian Holdstock and. I think Maria Erasmus has very much been kind of a mentor to Holdstock. Both of them former players down here in the Western Cape. Very nice for them to be able to stand in home tests, one of the positive side effects of COVID.
Absolutely.
As Yadav is in again to Peterson. Peterson pushes forward inside half of the bat to mid-wicket, no run.
Yes, and I would like to think that post-COVID, and when life does get back to normal, assuming it does one of these days, that at least one home umpire will stand in every test match because, well, there's several reasons. First of all, if you're good enough to be on the international panel, you're good enough to stand anywhere. Certainly, it's a privilege for any umpire to stand at home.
Yadav in again, right arm over to Peterson, shorter this time, and Peterson defends it into the covers, no run, and that's the end of Umesh Yadav's first over for today. It was a maiden over, and South Africa on 42 for 2.
And I do think that what has been shown, and somebody produced some statistics, I think it might have been on the Cricinfo website, that when it comes to referrals, the home sides have not been getting a majority of decisions which have been overturned. So in other words, the umpires, they just do their job, which is, of course, what umpires should do. You take each ball on its merits, you make a decision, and you stand by that decision. And most of the time, the umpires are right, and there have been absolutely no suggestions of bias anywhere in the world where the home umpires have been standing in test matches.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Every single decision is so widely scrutinized now that it's very difficult for poor umpires to prosper. We have a change of bowling at the Wynberg end. Shardul Takir is in to Keshav Maharaj. On leg stump, Maharaj has turned this nicely away through mid-wicket. They threw for one and they will come back for a comfortable second as well. Maharaj goes to 24 and the total 44 for 2. Shardul Thakur, of course, the destroyer of the Wanderers in the South African first innings, took 7 for 61, the best ever figures for India against South Africa.
Now, Ken, obviously you were at the Wanderers. I wasn't. I was watching it on television. But I wonder if Tucker can be as effective here at Newlands as he was on a pretty helpful pitch at the Wanderers.
He comes in again, right arm over with 3 slips to Maharaj. 4 Maharaj just pushes forward to mid-off, no run. I think in a strange way, what helped Tucker at the Wanderers was that he was doing a bit less with the ball than Bumrah and Shami, who consistently beat the outside edge simply because the ball was moving so much. Whereas he was doing a little bit less, doing just enough to get those edges. He bowled nicely wicket to wicket. But yes, it will be interesting. There's still a little bit in this pitch for him to work with as he comes in again to Maharaj. Off the back foot, punched, pass cover, mid-off comes across the field and they scamper through for a quick single. Takes Maharaj to 25 and the total to 45 for 2.
What makes Tucker different from the other Indian fast bowlers or seam bowlers is that he's not got quite the pace of the others. But then I suppose when you look back and I suppose so often we compare people to Vernon Fernando, who was also a sort of 130-ish bowler that's so accurate and just doing, as you say, just enough.
As Tucker comes in now to Keegan Peterson on 4, and he goes onto the back foot and steers this to point, no run. Yeah, I think there might have been an element of South Africa relaxing a bit, the batsman as well, when he first came on, because they'd weathered a tremendous storm from Bumrah and Shami.
Well, funny enough, when as I say, watching it, I also sort of mentally thought, well, at least the storm is blown out. But it didn't work out that way, did it?
It must be so difficult for the batsman as Tucker comes in again. Fuller and Peterson pushes forward into the covers, no run. Yeah, I mean, you've had such a torrid time, playing and missing, ducking and diving. And with all due respect to Tucker, he's not quite in the same league as a Bumrah or a Shami. So I guess it's only natural just to sort of think, whew, thank goodness, things should get a bit easier now.
Well, I do say bowlers hunt in packs. The bowlers always talk, as Kagiso Rabada did last night, about the bowling unit.
As Tucker in again, this is on leg stump and Peterson aiming to push it away on the onside, gets a bit of a leading edge, but it goes harmlessly into the offside. No run. That's the end of the over, and South Africa are 45 for 2 after 20 overs. The deficit's still 178. Yeah, well, I was very impressed with the South African bowling effort yesterday, Colin. What did you make of it?
I thought it was easily the best bowling effort I've seen from them this season. I think the first test, they certainly weren't up to the mark. That they've got a lot better. And I thought yesterday, especially the in the morning, they didn't always get the reward. It took 12 overs to make the breakthrough, but they put the pressure on right from the start.
Umesh Yadav now from the Kelvin Grove end to Keshav Maharaj, who just lets this go outside off stump. No run. Yeah.
Yesterday, it was really high quality cricket, and I suppose those of us who enjoyed Test cricket, when you look at the numbers, when you see Virat Kohli took 201 balls to score 79 runs, you think, oh dear, that was a bit slow and dreary. But what to be here to see Kagiso Rabada bowling to Kohli in that battle.
Yadav in again to Maharaj. Flies, bowled him. Maharaj yorked by that one, pushing down the ground. And Umesh Yadav has removed the night watchman in his second over of the day. Maharaj gone for 25 as South Africa slipped to 45 for 3. He did his job for 72 minutes, faced 45 balls, 4 fours. It wasn't quite a Yorker, in fact. It was full. And Maharaj was bowled through the gate. just pushing straight down the ground.
Yeah, Maharaj certainly he did his job, and 25 runs from the night watchman. And he's certainly seen out almost the first hour of the morning, where you like to think that the ball he's seen some of the shine off the ball, some of the sting out of the pitch, but that one, it was actually a fairly ordinary delivery. I think Ken and Keshav didn't use his feet, didn't get forward to the ball, and it came through the gate. So good delivery, not an exceptional delivery, and Keshav Maharaj, job done.
Yeah, it didn't seem to do too much. Maybe just shaped back into him a tiny bit. But as you say, he was a bit flat-footed and ended up playing down the wrong line. There's a drinks break now at Newlands, so a good time for us just to run through the match situation where we are in this game. India, of course, winning the toss yesterday in this decisive test match. The series locked at 1-1. They made 223 all out. Chiteshwar Pujara scored 43. Colin, you mentioned that tremendous tussle between Kagiso Rabada, who bowled superbly, and Virat Kohli, who scored 79, top scoring for India. Rabada took 4 for 73, and Marco Jansen, 18 overs, 3 for 55. He's made a very impressive introduction to Test cricket, hasn't he?
He certainly has. And Rabada talking last night, I think you also tuned into the press conference, talked about him having that X factor and that determination. And I think it does help that he is very tall, 2.03 meters, but what more old-fashioned people would think of 6'8". That's bowling from quite a height, and he seems to have a fairly economical action, and yet he gets plenty of pace. Certainly, he gets plenty of bounce, and he keeps doing it. A fairly nervous start in his first innings of the first test, but since then he's been superb.
Yeah, so South Africa in reply went to 17 for 1 at stumps last night, losing the wicket of Dean Elgar, caught by Pujara at first slip off Jasprit Bumrah for 3. And then this morning, South Africa lost Aiden Markram to the second ball of the day, shouldering arms to Bumrah and losing his off stump. He was out for 8. And just a couple of moments ago, Keshav Maharaj bowled by Umesh Yadav for 25. Keegan Peterson is on 4 not out. And joining him at 45 for 3, Rassie van der Dussen, who made some welcome runs in the second innings at the Wanderers. That's a big job for him to do here. 45 for 3. South Africa really need a good partnership to take them through to lunch. Umesh Yadav has got 3 slips and a shortish extra cover, really, for Rassie van der Dussen. There's a man at point. A man at a deepish square leg, not quite on the boundary, mid-on, fine leg. And lots of chatter from the Indian team out on the field, and why not? They've had a very good morning, picking up 2 wickets. As Yadav right arm over to van der Dussen. Foolish again, van der Dussen pushes forward. It's off the outside half of the bat into the covers, and they scamper through for a single. Van der Dussen off the mark, first ball.
Rassie van der Dussen has certainly got a big job to do. He didn't look in particularly good touch, I thought, at Centurion, but he played a very valuable innings, largely defensive innings in Johannesburg, but it was very necessary, and just he and Elgar did set that foundation.
Yadav, Peterson is just asking Yadav to wait as he retakes his guard after the jinx break. Yeah, van der Dussen, I think what was impressive was the way he managed his innings. I felt he came in on that third evening when batting was really tough and basically just dropped anchor with Dean Elgar, but then accelerated the next day as Yadav is now into Peterson, who steers this to third slip, who makes a half stop. And as the ball runs behind him, the batsmen are able to sneak another single. Peterson will go to 5 and the total 47 for 3. When Van der Dussen came in for that final session, the only session on the fourth day, very dark, difficult conditions, it seemed like South Africa wouldn't have much to gain. But he actually came out and batted quite positively, I thought. And I don't think anyone expected South Africa to knock off the 122 runs in that session, but they did. As Yadav is in again now to Rassie van der Dussen. Back of a length, Van der Dussen turns this. It's gone wide of mid-on, and that'll be another comfortable single this time.
Well, Ken, we were talking a bit earlier about the need for the South African top 6 to step up. And now you're looking at the number 3 and number 4 in South Africa's batting order. And Rassie van der Dussen came very close to 100 against England. I think he got 98 at the Wanderers. But neither of them's got 100. Neither of them's really established themselves in Test cricket, and yet they're in at a vital stage of the game.
Yadav in again, Fuller. And Peterson pushes forward into the covers, and another quick single taken by these two batsmen. So positive stuff from them, rotating the strike. And that's the end of a successful over for Umesh Yadav with the wicket of Keshav Maharaj for 25. South Africa 49 for 3. It's quite staggering, Colin, really, when you think about that stat you mentioned about how few centuries this batting order has made.
Yeah, and well, there's nothing particularly that you can do about it. It's the best that's available. People talk about bringing in other younger players, but already you've got an inexperienced side, and the fact that Quinton de Kock's decided to retire from Test cricket is a fairly big blow. I mean, there is somebody with a proven record that can get Test hundreds and do them quite quickly.
Absolutely, as Tucker is in from the one again, full on the pads. Peterson has clipped this, but can't beat mid-on, no run. Yeah, just running through those centuries scored by the current team. Temba Bavuma, of course, has got that one Test century made on that memorable day here at Newlands against England in 2016. Quinton de Kock, as you say, just retired. He had 6 centuries. Dean Elgar, 13, and Aidan Markram 5, but at the moment one wonders how much longer Markram's going to be in the side, as Tucker is in again to Peterson, who cuts nicely. He's got this between cover and point, and that'll race away for 4 runs. Bringing up the 50 for South Africa.
Well, that was a really good positive stroke from Keegan Peterson. Very quickly onto it. A little bit short in length from Tucker, and not the quickest bowler, as we've discussed. And Keegan Peterson got up on his toes and punched it away, just forward of square.
I'll say what I like about Keegan Peterson. This is his 8th Test innings, as we just watch Tucker coming in again to him from the Weinberg end, right from over, squared him up. He was aiming on the leg side and he struck on the pad, and Tucker has immediately signalled to Captain Virat Kohli that he wants a review. There is some discussion, Tucker pointing to the knee, and India have reviewed.
They have reviewed. Well, I mean, from here, I don't think the height was an issue, so it's going to be interesting to see. But Keegan Peterson seemed to be pretty much stuck on the crease, and Tucker was very, very keen to get the decision.
Yeah, Peterson playing a bit around that one. It looked fairly straight, I must say. I think Peterson could be in a spot of bother here.
No, I'm totally wrong, Ken. I'm afraid it is height. Keegan Peterson's not the tallest fellow, but it did seem to be lifting, and I suspect, it doesn't look as though there's any edge on the ball, but it's actually hit him, in fact, even above the pad. It hit him on the back foot, admittedly, but I suspect we're going to see it going over the top.
In your defense, Tucker was definitely rubbing the knee, and it's well above the knee on the back leg. And as you said, Colin.
Well, with only a few centimeters to spare, but that's all you need.
Yeah, it was missing the stumps. Another good decision by Maria Erasmus, and India lose their review, so they've got 2 left. South Africa have all three in hand still. Keegan Peterson, and I think only once out of his 7 previous innings has he come to the crease with the opening stand having reached double figures.
Well, again, I mean, that comes down when you're talking about the top 6 and so few hundreds amongst them. The 2 most prolific 100 makers aren't it?
As this is whipped off the pads by Keegan Peterson down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, it really is a problem that, especially Aidan Markram, Dean Elgar's played a couple of good, typical Dean Elgar innings, but collectively, or the pair of them, they just haven't got South Africa off to a good start. And when you've got an inexperienced batting lineup, it's a major problem.
Despite that, Peterson has mixed an adventurous approach, I think, with some solid defence. He's always looked positive when he's been at the crease. Looks at home, but there are some who believe a more experienced player like a Temba Bavuma or a Rassie van der Dussen perhaps should come up to number 3, as Rassie van der Dussen is just taking guard at the Kelvin Grove end for the first time in his innings, so there's a bit of a delay as he gets settled. We'll see what Colin Biden has to say about a potential change in the batting lineup after this ball from Kakea to Van der Dussen. Back of a leg, he's squared up, it squirts away wide of gully, and they're going to come back quickly for 2 runs. They're thinking of a third, but the ball is in the fielder's hand already, so no, just 2 runs for Van der Dussen. He will go to 4 and the total to 56 for 3. Colin, what would you think about a change at number 3, just shuffling the batting order a bit?
Well, initially I was thinking that maybe a change among the openers, because to me, Aidan Markram is one of the finest stroke players we've got in this country. His record generally is very good.
Okay, in again. Van der Dussen, he's edged it, but it's bounced, I think, just before second slip. Yes, that
one seemed to have a bit of extra bounce, and Van der Dussen again, a little bit stuck on the crease, and that edged falling just short of Virat Kohli at second slip.
Who, to his credit, signalled very quickly that he had not, that the ball had not reached him cleanly, bounced first. Only just not getting to him as he scooped that up.
But just getting back to that discussion, Ken, I'm sure there's a place for Aidan Markram. He seems to have a little bit of a technical problem. I saw a reference that maybe he's changed his guard from being more off stump, which leaves him invulnerable, I think, possibly to the LBW, to moving across a little bit towards the leg side, but he's still he's just not seeing off the new ball. And yet you do feel that he's the sort of guy that once he does get in, as he showed briefly in Johannesburg, he is such a good stroke player. And South Africa are a bit short of that sort of dominating batsman.
Agreed. As Umesh Yadav continues now from the Kelvin Grove into Keegan Peterson, full on his legs. He's flicked this away. It's not going to beat fine leg, though, who was fairly fine. So just a single to Peterson. He goes to 12 and the total 57 for 3. Markram, all the talent in the world, no doubt. And he scored 1,000 runs in a year opening the batting against strong attacks like Australia. So it's all rather baffling what has happened to him, but really not in a good space. He was getting out a lot to the ball, coming back into him, so then he changes his guard and now seems to have lost his off stump. As Yadav in again to Van der Dussen, outside off stump and just left alone the batsman.
Well, again, you've watched probably more domestic cricket. In fact, I know you've watched a lot more domestic cricket than me, but Cyril Ervier seems to have a pretty solid record, and I was just wondering whether perhaps Ervier and Algar's openers, and maybe Markram coming in a little bit lower down. And when I started thinking that, I was wondering whether Van der Dussen or Peterson might be expendable, but I think they both deserve to be in the side. So, but then maybe we're talking an extra batsman.
as Yadav in again to Van der Dussen again, back of a length outside off stump and just left alone. Yeah, and a lot of people are calling for an extra batsman anyway, given the problems this batting lineup has had. Cyril Avier, have seen a fair amount of him. Saw him earlier this season make a big 100 at Supersport Park. Certainly seems to have the right sort of technique and game plan and temperament for Test cricket. I suppose you then question, is it fair for Markram to get another chance down the order then, as Yadav is in again to Van der Dussen, who defends the straighter ball to Milan. They've got to scamper through quickly as they take the single, but it's well judged, and Van der Dussen will go to 5 and the total to 58 for 3.
Well, again, I don't mind being called old-fashioned, but there used to be a time when, as you've got now, a squad of players, they'd go on a tour and they would play 4, 5, well, in the really old days, more than that, a lot of games before the first test, which gave you the opportunity in that squad system to perhaps just fiddle around and work out what your best combinations are before you pick your side for the first test.
So true. As Umesh Yadav comes in to Keegan Peterson, 3 steps waiting again. It's fallen on his pads, and I fancy this one's going to be a leg by down to fine leg. Yes, umpire holds stock signals, and total will go to 59 for 3. We were actually chatting earlier, Colin, about how sad it is that South Africa's tour to England later this year will probably be the first one ever where there are no games against the counties, none of those lead-up games to the Test series. It's just straight into the internationals, and that's that. As Yadav is in again now to the tall Van der Dussen 4. Van der Dussen works us through the vacant mid-wicket area. There's a man at deep square leg, though, who will run across and do the fielding. It's a very comfortable 2 runs, though, to Van der Dussen. Takes him to 7 and the total to 61 for 3.
Yeah, comfortable is the word there. He looked very comfortable in playing that shot. But yeah, just getting back to that, when you have a series like the one we've got now, in fact, for both teams, you pick the side for the first test. And then if things aren't working out, you haven't really got room for experiments. A classic example now is you've got an Ashes series where there are no games between the first test and the 5th test. So they're about to play a 5th test without having played any other cricket, which it just makes it very, very difficult, especially if you're one of the fringe players who's not in the starting lineup at the beginning of a tour.
Absolutely not ideal, as Takir is in again. From the one wing edged by Peterson. Second slip Kohli diving across again, just dropping short.
Well, I wonder how short it did drop. We're going to have a look now, just watching the replay. Yeah, off the edge, yeah, about a metre short.
Peterson did well just to play with soft hands there, but James King just indicating next to us here, Indian slips must go forward a bit. It does seem like the ball has not been carrying to them. Tucker in again to Peterson 4. Peterson drives, but straight to mid-off, no run. So 61 for 3. We're into the 24th over. Tucker into his 3rd over from the Wynberg end. And what a glorious day it is in Cape Town today. The southeasterly blowing, Colin, am I correct?
Yes,
good weather.
Perfect weather for cricket, perfect weather, you would think, for batting.
As Tucker, and again, that leaps off the surface. And Peterson does well to drop the bat on the gloves as it flies through the wicketkeeper, Rishabh Pant. My word, that was a bit unexpected.
That was a really good ball. And maybe I've just contradicted myself there, because I think I was just thinking that although there's still plenty in it for the bowlers, it's not a bad batting pitch. But that one certainly did take off.
just looks and feels like a batting day, though, doesn't it? That's the thing. As Tucker in again to Peterson, shortish. Peterson defends off the back foot, back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, it's. I think when we got to the ground this morning, we all thought, good day for batting.
Yeah, the sort of day where you feel what you need to do is just see through, the first few overs, get the shine off the ball, play a few shots, and just settle in for a long day at the crease. But, of course, that went straight out the window with the very second ball of the day when Aiden Markram padded up and Bumrah took his off stump.
Tucker in again to Peterson. Fuller. Peterson pushes this to mid-on, no run. Yeah, it's exactly the sort of dismissal that sends a few shockwaves through the change room. Markram's being bowled second ball, leaving the ball alone. But Keegan Peterson, his confidence will be high after his maiden test half century in Johannesburg and a useful innings in the second knock as well, as Takia comes in again to him, right arm over with 3 slips, back of a length, and Peterson just chops this into the covers, no run, and that is the end of the 24th over. South Africa on 61 for 3. Peterson has 12. Van der Dussen on 7. The men out. Elgar yesterday evening for 3. Aiden Markram out for 8. And Keshav Maharaj for 25.
Okay, I think our stint is about to come to an end. What have we got? One more over here?
I think we'll do one more over. Yeah. And it's going to be Umesh Yadav who will continue from the Calvin Grove end. 3 slips, a point, a man at extra cover. There's a man at a shortish mid-wicket now in a catching position, mid-on, fine leg, deep square leg. Here's Yadav to Van der Dussen, full. Van der Dussen pushes this back down the pitch to the bowler, no run. I think, do you think the pitch has quickened up a bit today, Colin, from yesterday?
It seems to have. I think that's probably a fair comment. I think yesterday it was, the conditions were overcast. It was probably still a little bit of moisture in the pitch, a little bit damp, and therefore probably not carrying through as quickly.
As Yadav in again to Van der Dussen, full outside off stump. A good leave by Rassie Van der Dussen. The Indian slips getting a little bit excited. It was fairly close to off stump. Yeah, the pitch yesterday was, at the start, was almost sort of olive green, brownish color, whereas today it's more sort of sandy, lighter brown, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, because I was thinking yesterday, I was actually quite surprised how green the pitch looked.
As Yadav in again to Van der Dussen, nips back into the right-hander, but he plays it well, pushing it to that short mid-wicket, no run.
Especially because in his pre-match press conference, Dean Elgar was saying that it looks like a good Newlands pitch. Expected the game to go for 5 days. Well, it might yet, but at the moment it's...
I've decided that Dean Elgar is definitely an optimist, because he also expected the Wanderers to be a bit better for batting, as Yadav. And again, full to Van der Dussen, who has glanced this off the pad down to fine leg. India getting a little bit excited because I fancy that was on or about leg stump, and he played it to fine leg for a single.
But just to finish on the pitch, I think what we're seeing today, with the sun beating down, that green tinge certainly it seems to have burnt off to quite a large extent. And from here, it now looks like a good test match pitch.
As Yadav comes in again to Keegan Peterson on 12. Another good delivery, that good length by Yadav. It strikes Peterson on the body as he pushes forward. Good little spell this by Umesh Yadav. So we are going to leave James King with a 25-over-old ball after this delivery, which hopefully it will start doing a bit less. for the Proteas batsman. India will be hoping the opposite, of course, as Umesh Yadav into Pearson, who unfurls. It's a handsome looking drive, but it does squirt a bit off the outside edge and goes behind square and all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. So that's 25 overs gone now, and South Africa 66 for 3.
Thank you very much, Ken and Colin, as we, rather scrapily take over from them. Theatre of the mind and all of those things. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous day here in Cape Town. My name is Simon Gear. With me on the mic is James King James to his friends.
Thank you very much, Simon.
You and I haven't been on air together
We have
for
not.
well over a year, I think.
It has been a while, so I'm looking forward to this stint with you, Simon.
Indeed, I'll let you take it away.
And it is going to be Taco to continue from the Wynberg end to Rassie van der Dussen. Van der Dussen on 8, Peterson on 16. South Africa at the moment 66 for 3 in the 26th over. And Simon, it's been an interesting old morning so far.
It's been good, tough cricket, eh? The second ball of the day is certainly setting the tone with Aiden Markram. I want to uncharitably say leaving a straight one, but it definitely jagged back at him, hit the top of off, and South Africa have had their backs to the wall ever since.
Taco again to Van der Dussen outside the off stump, just on a length. He comes forward and defends into the offside. So the field for Taco to Van der Dussen, we have 2 slips. In fact, there's 3 slips. There is no gully. They've dispensed with the gully. He's more at a backward, deepish backward point. A man at extra cover, a wideish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. And that is the Yadav, I think it is, down at long leg. And it is 66 for the loss of 3. These two on a partnership of 21. Taco into Van der Dussen. He leaves that on length as he does an exaggerated leave outside the off stump, going over a 4th stump line.
Tucker is bowling from the Wynberg end. That's the end that is officiated by Maria Erasmus. And so he's running towards us with the main members stand as his background. Here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands.
Yes, the unmovable Maria Erasmus. It looked like a couple of good decisions from the South African umpires this morning. It's Tucker again, this one on the legs of Van der Dussen full, and he tickles that around the corner to the man at long leg. That is Umesh Yadav, and he fires that in to wicketkeeper punt. There is one more to the score. South Africa now 67 for the loss of 3 in the 26th over. Van der Dussen moves on to 9. Peterson has 16. Peterson surviving a very confident shout off Takur, the same bowler here, in the 22nd over. Given not out, the ball just was going to be missing the stumps on height. Good decision from Maria Erasmus, as it is Takur again into Peterson, just rides the bounce of a ball about on a 5th stump, off stump line, and plays it out into the covers, footed by Agarwal, who is at extra cover. There is no run.
Yeah, it's a really, really tricky moment in this game for South Africa, in that they've lost 3 wickets in fairly short order, so still trailing by over 150 with those 3 wickets down. But also personally for a lot of these players. So Van der Dussen has been under quite a lot of pressure for his place. Keegan Peterson still very, very much at the beginning of his career.
Yadav right on over to Peterson. That is a beautiful delivery, and it is played at by Peterson. Massive appeal. In fact, it's almost as if the Indian players are celebrating already that they have the wicket. Peterson unmoved, as is umpire Maria Erasmus. And will they take it down? No, DRS timer already showing that it is 0. They don't take the review. And Peterson survives. I think that is the word, survives. Just a beautiful delivery.
Absolutely. So I thought he was gone. In fact, I thought he was walking.
Yeah.
But he drifted off to sort of in the direction of the changing rooms, which could have been a tactical blunder, because as an umpire, if I had seen those 3 steps, I would have stuck him quite happily.
Yes, and one can see from the replay there was daylight between bat and ball. May well have just brushed something as it went through, and hence the excitement from the Indian fielders, particularly behind the wicket. But no damage done to South Africa. At the end of the over, 26 gone, 67 for the loss of 3. The 3 wickets to fall. Elgar last night with a score on 10. Got a beauty from Bumrah, set him up very well. And as Simon has already said this morning, Aiden Markram padding up to the second delivery of the morning and getting bowled on his off stump, as it is Yadav again from the Kelvin Grove end into Fanadis and strays down the leg side, which has been a bit of a feature of the Indian bowling this morning on a length, and he plays it down to long leg, and that is Thakur down there. And he takes another single to take him into double figures. 10 for Van der Dussen, 16 for Peterson, 68 for 3. And neither of these two, Simon, as you're saying, have got a Test 100 yet.
No, well, Colin Bryden making the point that there are only 3 men in this 11 who have scored Test 100s.
Wow.
2 of them are already out.
Yes.
And the one still to come has only scored 1 Test 100.
Yes. This, again, down the leg side, fuller this time from Yadav. And Peterson does try to flick that away on the leg side. The shot that he practiced playing, there was nowhere near the shot that he was actually playing. He had a bit of a flick at it, taken behind by punt, and no addition to the score. 68 for 3 in the 27th. Though, yes, as you say, Temba Bavuma, the only 100 he did score was on this ground. So that is perhaps a good omen for South Africa, should he be coming into bat soon. But hopefully for their cause, that is not the case. It is Yadav again to Peterson. Peterson looking solid in defence. He plays that one so straight back down the ground, it ricochets off the stumps at the bowler's end, and a bit of work there for Adrian Holdstock to do at the Kelvin Grove end of this beautiful ground.
Adrian Holdstock also at the beginning of his international test career, I don't think has he stood one of the tests.
He stood one of the tests.
Supersport, didn't he?
I think he did stand Supersport part, yes.
Which I think was his debut, yeah.
Palaka stood in the second test at the Wanderers. And that is short and wide, and Peterson takes full toll as he pummels it away and into the Oaks. And it is 4 runs.
Absolutely gorgeous shot there. He stood up as tall as his diminutive stature can enable him to hit it at the top of the bounce, and just flashed it away out in front of square on the offside. Really, really classy shot. I've enjoyed watching Peterson bat this series. He's a player that I hadn't seen an enormous amount of. You know, obviously. He's made big runs at domestic level, but he's brand new in the international scene, and he's looked confident, and he's looked steady, and is beginning to put together some decent innings as well.
This one on his legs, and he manages to just tuck it round off the pad, that is, into the man at who's fielding down at a deep backward square. That's R. Ashwin, and that's another run. To South Africa, a leg by 73 for 3 as we're coming to the end of the 27th over. South Africa having pushed on from 17 for 1 overnight, so already having scored 66 runs in this session, with about half an hour to go before the luncheon interval.
The run rate beginning to look a little bit fresher. They are now at 2.7. There was a stage where they were scoring at barely over 2.
It's a short on the pads and into the body more of Van der Dussen, in fact, and he just tickles it around the corner. Very controlled, sort of half pull, stop pull, and it goes down to R. Ashwin at that backward square leg position on the boundary. They take a single, 74 for 3 after 27. Van der Dussen on 11, Peterson on 20. The men out. As we said, Elgar Markram we were talking about, and then the night watchman Maharaj. Clean bowled beautifully through the gate by Yadav from the Kelvin Grove end for 25. Did his job, Keshav.
Yeah, lost his middle stump though, out the ground, which I remember as a kid, that was the holy grail.
It was,
to see someone get bowled with a middle stump out the ground.
Absolutely. Cartwheeling and doing a cartwheel that Simone Biles would be happy about.
Exactly.
Yes. It's going to be Thakur to continue from the Weinberg end. He's into Van der Dussen on his pads again, but it's kicked out into the mid-wicket region, and it's fielded by Shami, who's patrolling on the edge of the square.
That shot of Van der Dussen's at the end of the previous over, where he just worked it into the onside, was a very, very good cricket.
It was.
Because there was a man out there for the hook.
Yeah.
And he was clearly aware of him, but knew that there was plenty of space for the single. And I like to see that.
Yeah. So there has been absolutely no price here for bowlers bowling short. So the three-card trick there, trying to pull, is unlikely to be a surprise. There is. He's forward to this one, Van der Dussen, on the line, probably of a fourth stump line outside the off stump. He comes forward to ball just on a length and plays it out on the half drive into the covers. Takes a single. South Africa are 75 for 3.
Just a reminder that you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. That's one, the number one, World SR for Sports Radio. And follow us on our YouTube channel as well. Just Google One World Sports Radio YouTube. You'll be able to find us there. And we push our radio commentary out through YouTube, through Facebook, and then obviously on our website, onewsr.com.
And Tucker right arm over from the Weinberg end, just short of a length into Peterson. He goes forward to defend, comes off the pad, bobbles out into the offside, and there is no further addition to 75 for 3.
If Bavuma replaces Van der Dussen, we probably might have the shortest batting pair in world cricket. I think maybe if you chose some of the Bangladeshis together carefully, you might have something similar. But very, very short guys, these two.
It's Tucker again. This is short and wide and is cut over gully area down to the third man boundary by Peterson for 4 runs. South Africa 79 for 3 in the 28th over. That what deserved that most certainly.
Certainly, we're beginning to see Peterson begin to bristle with confidence. I think both of those shots were this one and the one in the previous over were very much confidence shots. Where you're willing to have a bit of a go outside the off stump. He has survived a few edges earlier on in the morning, dropping just short of the slip cordon, and hopefully now we'll be able to see him ride his luck somewhat.
Tucker to Peterson, just forward defensively to ball on a length, and plays it out into the offside, fielded by, I think that is Rahani, who's at the backward point position. So just to run through the field for you, there are 3 slips, almost like 2 slips and a fourth slip, first, second, and a fourth slip. A man at backward point on the edge of the square, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at almost a long leg position, not quite a fine leg, long leg position. And so a 6-3 offside field for Tucker, who's in once again from the Weinberg end, past umpire Erasmus to Peterson. That is a beauty once again. Outside the off stump, Peterson coming forward to a ball perhaps that he could have left, playing at it with not as much conviction as we have seen from him, but he does not get a tickle on it. And at the end of the 28th over, 79 for the loss of 3. South Africa, Van der Dussen on 12, Peterson on 24, and it is South Africa, these two putting on 34 so far for the 4th wicket.
Time for the introduction of some spin into proceedings with R. Ashwin, ready to start his innings of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, which is the end that we're sitting. So he's going to be running away from us, right, and past the figure of umpire Adrian Holstock. He bowled quite a lot this morning on the practice pitch. Spent a lot of time with the bowling coach, just turning his arm over. And I would imagine that we might see quite an extended spell from him today now.
We may well see that. The pitch, as Colin and Ken were describing a bit earlier, looking like it is a lot browner this morning than it was yesterday. And so the first delivery from R. Ashwin in this test match. And Van der Dussen goes back and across and plays it into the leg side, and we'll go through the field for you shortly for the off spinner. And so he just has to wait for a while. So it is a short leg, a man deep back of square on the boundary The man at a shortish wide mid-on position, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, long on, mid-off, extra cover, backward point, and a man at slip 4-5, offside leg side field in again, full, and Van der Dussen comes forward and just defends out into the offside ball, turning maybe slightly into him, as we would expect from Ashwin.
A man at forward short leg, very, very close to the batsman as well, literally only 4 or 5 meters from the bat.
Much flatter, much quicker from Ashwin, and forward comes Van der Dussen defending into the offside. Once again, the man there in the covers, I think that looks like KL Rahul, is it? No, it's not actually Rahul. We'll tell you who that is shortly.
It's Pujara, I think.
Yes, Pujara in the covers, that extra cover just on the edge of the square. Ashwin from the Kelvin Grove end in shortish of a length. Fast delivery again, defended into the offside. Same fielder, same result, no run. It is 79 for 3 in the 29th over. We'll run through the bowling figures at the end of this over.
We've got a couple of tweets in. We'll hopefully do those at the end of the over as well. It's Ashwin going through his overs too quickly to get any tweets in.
It's fuller this time. Van der Dussen comes forward a bit slower, trying to get some dip. I would think there is a strong southeaster blowing here. And it's going to be one more delivery in this over from Ashwin to Van der Dussen. He's in again. This one is much flatter, just short of a length. Defends into the offside. Pujara does the fielding once again. End of the over, 79 for 3 after 29. Van der Dussen on 12. Peterson on 24. Quickly through the bowling figures. Bumrah in the pick of the bowlers. 9 overs, 2 for 8. Yadav, 7 overs, 1 for 29. Shami, 7 overs, 0 for 20. Tarker, 5 overs, 0 for 16. And the one maiden now from Ashwin. Over to you, Simon, for the tweets.
Yes, so Pranjal Messi fan saying, Keegan looking like he could get a big one. I hope that's not a jinx. He has had his fair share of luck as well. 4 times beaten and 2 times edged, but didn't carry. Leah, who is, I think, probably our only fan in Germany.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning, Leah. She says, no one should use a kookaburra ball, especially not a red one. Reverse swing makes cricket better. Look, I think Bumrah's enough of a handful this morning without having it to hooping it in reverse as well.
Tucker into Peterson, and he comes forward and plays that defensively, textbook defensive shot off a length into the offside, fielded by the man at wideish and mid-off. There is no run.
Leah also disagreeing with me that middle stump out the ground is the ultimate dismissal. She says the holy grail is out-hit wicket after felling the batsman with a liver hit. She's a tough chick, is Leah. Hey,
well, there we go. That is tough. That is tough. But each to his own, as they say. It is Tucker into Peterson. This one, he had another go at spar at that one outside the off stump. He didn't actually have to play at that. He comes forward and goes hard at it with his hands. Bat well away from the body, it looked like, through to the keeper. And not a great shot there from Peterson at all. Not leaving on width South Africa. And wanting to get bat on ball all the time. This is a dangerous spell for him.
It is indeed, and he's done the hard work here. He really mustn't get out probing outside the off stump.
Tarko again into him, and this one is he really doesn't do well there. Tarko on the pads of Peterson, and that's meat and drink to the South African number 3 as he plays it through mid wicket for 4 glorious runs.
And finally, we have an upper order batsman who's managed to go past Keshav Maharaj's night watchman score. Maharaj was out for 25. Peterson has now reached 28. Van der Dussen at the other end on 12. That was a poor shot, a poor ball by Tiko. Yeah. He was putting a lot of pressure on Peterson. He was creating doubt in his mind outside the off stump, and then gave him that release shot through the onside by just bowling too straight.
So score now 83 for 3 halfway through the 30th over. Tucker to Peterson. This one is into the body, short of a length, and he just defends into the offside, fielded by Agarwal, is it? No, it's not Agarwal, sorry. Fielded in the covers there by Rahani, who is at extra cover. Then we have 2 slips, a man at 3rd slip, 1st, 2nd, and 4th slip. Sorry, should I say that is Pujara, Kohli, and Rahul. Man at deepish backward point, presumably for that fly cut that we've seen from Peterson, as it's Tako again. And this is left on length, fourth stump line outside the off stump, very short of a length left, taken behind by Rishabh Pant. That's an interesting position down there, Simon.
It is, yeah. It's sort of very, very square third man. It's between, almost perfectly between where a third man would be and where a sweeper would be. So I think he's probably a little bit too deep. I would actually like to have him, if they, because I agree with you, I think it's an attacking position.
Yes.
I would maybe like to have him 10 to 15 meters off the road.
Yeah, 3/4 of the way. Yeah, definitely would be an option. This is short and into the body of Peterson yet again. He gets over the top of it, rolls his wrist. It's too much leg side from Tucker and plays it down to the man at long leg. And they take a single that is now 30 overs gone, 84 for 3 South Africa. These two, Van der Dussen on 12, Peterson 29. The partnership is 39 by far. At this stage, the largest partnership of the innings for South Africa. And it's been an interesting morning here at Newlands, prefaced by the second ball of the day when Aiden Markram had it up to a ball coming into him outside the off stump and lost the top of off stump to Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah, it was a superb spell by Bumrah. He was almost unplayable this morning and went past the outside edge over and over and over again. And shown in his figures, 9 overs, 2 for 8 is astonishing.
Incredible, as it is Ashwin in to Peterson for the first time. Ashwin bowling from the Kelvin Grove end at 6-gun Grill Newlands in the third Betway test of this Freedom Trophy series. Second ball of his over to Peterson. Peterson's back and cross plays it down into the ground and goes through to the man who is at that shortish mid-on position. That's the captain, Virat Kohli. It's Ashwin again into Peterson. Shorty plays a reverse sweep beautifully down past the short man at backward point, and it goes racing to the third man boundary for 4.
Absolutely superb shot by Peterson. Reverse sweep. Very well controlled on the, he played it down into the ground straight away, so there was no risk of holding out to that man at a short third man, and he gets 4 and moves into the 30s.
Ashwin again, shorter this time into the body, turning into him, plays it down on the bounce to the man at under the helmet at forward short leg. Score 88 for 3 in the 31st over. Ashwin from the Kelvin Grove end. This is Fuller this time. Peterson dangerously going back to that one, watching it all the way onto the bat. Same result, 1 bounce that goes to the man at forward short leg. Ashwin getting through his overs incredibly quickly. Right arm over the wicket. This one is played a lot fuller, trying to get a bit of drift into the pads. He does indeed do that, and it is played to the man at mid-wicket on the edge of the square. That's Mohammed Shami. There is no run. End of the over.
End of the over, 88 for 3, 88, 2 fat ladies.
88, 2 fat ladies.
88.
Yes, bingo term.
That last shot from Peterson really sounded awful off the bat. I actually was fully expecting him to immediately turn to the dressing room and ask for a new bat.
Yeah.
It sounded like it cracked. But he seems to be happy enough with this. Let's go through a couple more tweets. Chris TB in response to talking about the liver hits and hit wicket, remembering old Sean Tate bowling to AB de Villiers and hitting him into the stumps, as it were. Ravi Nair says, I've listened to nearly every minute of your broadcast, but the only times I wasn't listening, South Africa lost a wicket. So now I'm glued to the computer. All the best. Yeah, thanks, Ravi. I think it's dressing room rules that when the partnership is going well, you don't move a muscle.
So, a big bowling change here from India. Jasprit Bumrah for the first time from the Weinberg end. He's going to be bowling towards us to Rassie van der Dussen. 3 slips and a gully waiting as this delivery. The first one of his second spell, or probably his third spell, to be honest, because he bowled 2 spells from the Kelvin Grove end, 4 overs last night, 4 overs this morning. Was it 5 overs this morning? It was indeed 5 overs this morning. 9 overs, 2 for 8 has Jasprit Bumrah. His first delivery from the Weinberg end, defended into the offside to the man at a wideish mid-off by Van der Dussen.
This is going to be a crucial 15 minutes. Bumrah from one end, Ashwin from the other, and 15 minutes to lunch.
The delivery outside the off stump on a length, left alone by Van der Dussen. No appreciable movement, it seemed, on that delivery as he covers his off stump, hands high, and it goes through to punt. So the field for Bumrah to Van der Dussen, 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg, 6-3 offside field. On a beautiful sun-drenched day here at 6-gun Grill Newlands. Over the wicket to Van der Dussen, he comes forward and plays that ball short of a length on the line of off stump into the covers, and he takes a single. Comes now to speak to Peterson, no doubt having some discussion about Bumrah. Who would be the senior partner? Van der Dussen, definitely the senior partner in this.
Definitely, yes. Van der Dussen has played 20-odd tests, I think, somewhere around there.
Yeah, tell me now.
And Peterson, I think, still in single figures as far as his test career. Made his debut around about this time last year, I seem to remember.
And he has, Keegan Peterson, not had the fortune of having to come in with too many runs on the board in any of his matches so far. Plays this one straight. The delivery from Bumrah on the line of off stump, comes forward, does the diminutive Peterson, and plays it straight back past the bowler, but mid-on can come around and do the fielding, and there is no addition to the score, which at the moment is 89 for 3 in the 32nd over.
The longest Keegan Peterson has ever had to wait in the dressing room in the Proteas jersey was the second innings at Wanderers, where I think the opening partnership was about 47, yes, if memory serves. The rest of the time, I think every single innings he's been out in the middle with the score still in single digits.
There was only one other partnership, but you're very, very, very close there, Simon. There was one where the score was 14. The others were all single digits. Yeah, absolutely. So yes, he has had a torrid old time in being called into action as soon as single digits in normally a second, third over. Bumrah into him again. He angles this ball, just coming on a line of off stump down through the vacant gap between gully and backward point, and he turns for 2 as that is chased by Rahane to 3/4 of the way to the third man boundary. It is 91 for 3 South Africa after 32.
A couple of comments coming in on our YouTube channel. Elo Mazai saying Takur is completely out-bowling Ngidi, who looked benign yesterday. Maybe on this pitch, Glenton Stearman should have been playing ahead of Lungi. Interesting one. We watched Glenton Stearman bowl very well against the India A side in Bloemfontein on a pitch that was an absolute road.
Yeah.
But a similar type of bowler to Tucker.
Yes.
And it would have been an interesting selection. Not a particularly popular one, I don't think, with the public. Lungi Ngidi certainly is someone that everyone likes to see in the 11.
Ashwin in to Van der Dussen. Ashwin bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. First ball of his third over, just defended off a length into the leg side by Van der Dussen. It is Kohli at a wideish mid-on position, almost between mid-on and mid-wicket on the square, who does the fielding. This one shorter and outside the off stump, just played off the back foot, slightly wide as well, giving Van der Dussen the opportunity to play that with a slightly oblique bat into the gap at point. And he takes a single. South Africa go to 92 for loss of 3 in the 33rd over. Van der Dussen goes to 14. Peterson is on strike now to Ashwin on 35. A lot more air with that one. He comes forward and just defends into the offside. Kohli once again does the fielding on the square at mid-on.
Sabir Khan reminding us that Keegan Peterson can also keep, which would be an interesting addition to his career. But I don't think they would ever select him behind the stumps of the Proteas.
I don't think so, no. But interesting, very interesting point. As Ashwin is defended into the leg side, fielded again by Kohli's short mid-wicket position on the square. Ashwin once again, a lot of air. This is played past Kohli at the short mid-wicket, and coming around is the man from forward square leg. That is Mohammed Shami, and he fields that in front of the railway stand and throws it in back to the bowler. Take a single as Van der Dussen and Peterson take their partnership to 48, 93 for 3 in the 33rd over. A lot more air to Van der Dussen. He comes forward with an angled bat, plays that out into the offside. The man at backward point, Taco, coming in, firing it into the wicketkeeper punt. A wayward throw, but there is no chance for overthrows. And the end of the over, 33 gone, 94 for the loss of 3. South Africa, Van der Dussen 15, Peterson 36. The partnership between these two, who came together at the loss of Keshav Maharaj's wicket, is now 49.
Jordan Makubu on YouTube suggesting that Irvir's time has come. Hashtag elbow cough. A man with enormous elbows. No, well, enormous biceps.
Yes.
Every single lunch break, he and George Linder go for a run around the outfield of every stadium that we've been at, and completely struck by just how big a build Sadal Irvir has.
It is Bumrah to continue from the Weinberg end to Van der Dussen. That one delivery is angled into the off stump, and just on a length. Van der Dussen is not really forward or back, but he rides the bounce and plays it to the fielder at backward point, who is Mayank Agarwal, who is vigorously shining the ball for his bowler.
Yeah, ball care has become even more important with with COVID these days. Although because they're in a bio bubble, these guys are, I think, allowed to use body fluids. I have seen them certainly using sweat on the ball, which we would not allow at club level.
No. Bumrah in once again. This is much straighter and a bit shorter. Van der Dussen just on the crease rides that and just plays it back into the pitch, fielded by the bowler on his follow through, who once again then tosses the ball to the designated shiner, who is Agarwal. Agarwal coming across from his position at point, a more conventional point now. They do away with for Bumrah and for Van der Dussen. There is nobody deep on the boundary on the offside. Bumrah once again from the Weinberg end. Bumrah looks very interested in that. A beauty of a delivery, short of a length, just like a cobra spitting up at him. Van der Dussen stands R. Ashwin from mid-off, having a consultation with his captain, Virat Kohli. Should you take the review? Let's have a look at it, Simon.
Yeah, there was no real chance that he had touched it. The ball was too good, to be honest. It squared him up. It actually flicked his pocket, I think, as it went through.
The pocket, yes.
And it was one of those where I think it was such a good ball that it deserved an appeal, rather than any real sense that Bumrah thought he was out. I wouldn't say luck by Van der Dussen necessarily. Just absolute superb bowling.
Bumrah in once again. This is a lot fuller and on the line of our stump, played out into the offside by Van der Dussen, and that will bring up the 50 partnership between Peterson and Van der Dussen. 50 in 58 minutes of 80 balls at 6 boundaries in that. The score 95-3 in the 34th over.
Van der Dussen has scored just 16 of those, Peterson 32. So Peterson has doubled Van der Dussen's scoring rate. But such an important partnership in the context of the match and in the context of both of these men's careers.
The next 5 minutes completely crucial for South Africa's run chase. They have to be here at the luncheon interval, these two. Bumrah does not want that to happen. And this looks like it may go all the way. A half stop by Agarwal in the point region. He's going to chase it down as well. Great fielding by Mayank Agarwal as it was short and wide outside the off stump. The bounce ridden very well by Keegan Peterson, played out into the offside. He takes 3 from that cut shot, which he's played to very good effect today, it must be said. And the score goes to 98 as they're just checking this. Oh, in fact, there's going to be 4. It's clear on the big screen as Agarwal picked that up and went to the boundary. He actually had his foot on the triangular foams. What else can you call them? And I'm not quite sure. And that is then the 100 for South Africa, 100 up in the 34th over. Good shot from Peterson. and he moves on to 41, waiting for the scoreboard to catch up. As he leaves this ball alone outside to the off stump from Bumrah, too wide to bother the batsman, on a length through to wicketkeeper punt, and there is no run.
99 for 3 now after 34 overs, with the addition of that 4. In retrospect, it actually wasn't great fielding. That what he needed to do was run over the ball and flick it up, and then allow his body, to carry himself over the boundary, because there was a man behind him who was coming in to support. By sliding in, that's where he then put his foot on the boundary. You're quite right. I mean, 5 minutes now at 99 for 3. South Africa's still behind in the game. There's no doubt, but not disastrously so. But if they go to lunch at 100 odd for 4, that really is a significant problem.
Very different situation, 100 for 4 compared to 100 for 3, with two batters who have got themselves in. Peterson now into the 40s, his second highest score in Test cricket so far, as we have a change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. It is Mohammad Shami bowling his right arm over fast mediums from this end, and the first delivery of the over outside the off stump on a fifth stump line, shortish of a length, just left alone by Van der Dussen, and there is no run. Still 99 for 3.
I think this is very much an indication of the ease with which the South Africans have played Ashwin in those 3 or 4 overs that he bowled, 3 overs. Although he only went for 7 runs, one of which was a 4, he never really seemed to trouble the batsman too much.
Shami once again from the Kelvin Grove end, similar delivery, short of a length outside the off stump, and as Virat Kohli showed us yesterday, those type of deliveries on this wicket can be left all day long.
Yeah, and vital that you do leave them. Kohli yesterday leaving, I think, at double the rate of his career.
Something, yes, I mean, we can check the stats on that, Simon, but as you say, a lot of talk about that, how much he did leave, how patient his innings was, and that is really what is required on this wicket, application, as once again, Van der Dussen is leaving a ball much wider this time outside the off stump and fuller from Shami. It is through to the wicketkeeper punt. But just on that previous over was when you looked at what Marais Erasmus did there with that decision against that, would you say that's the umpire's version of a pocket call?
With
the caught behind.
Over the caught behind, yes. Pocket dial,
pocket dial, yeah. It's Shami once again to Van der Dussen. This one is on a length on the line of off stump. He comes forward and defends resolutely into the offside. Rassie Van der Dussen is looking forward to having his lunch and coming back out onto the field after lunch. That will be the aim for the last 2 deliveries here. With the scoreboard clock showing 12:28, they may get another over.
I think they probably will,
but
there's still 2 deliveries. No, I think
still 2 deliveries.
Marais Erasmus not one to rush to his end at the end of the over.
Shami once again, and this Van der Dussen comes forward resolutely once again, defending that line outside the off stump on a 4th stump line, and plays it out into the offside. So for the last ball of the over and potentially of the session, as the clock ticks over to 12:29, Agarwal has gone to deep backward square on the boundary. Van der Dussen just making sure that he's aware of the fielder, taking his time a little bit.
If Van der Dussen holds out to that man, the ball before lunch, that would be a shocker. Of course, now there's absolutely no ways he's going to bounce him. It's going to be full and straight. It's going to be the double bluff.
Shami to Van der Dussen. Right on over, down the leg side, but it's a wayward delivery, just slightly short of the length. He's able to tickle that down to long leg, and takes the single, which will bring up South Africa's 100 on the stroke of lunch. It's 100 of 211 balls, 12 fours, 156 minutes. Lunch, gentlemen, is the call. 100 for 3 South Africa of 35 overs. Van der Dussen and Peterson. Van der Dussen on 17, Peterson on 40, the partnership of 55. And Simon, just to run through the bowling figures before I hand over to you, Bumrah, 11 overs, 2 for 16, the pick of the bowlers this morning. Yadav 1 for 29 of 7. Shami 0 for 21 of 8. Taka 0 for 21 of 6. And Ashwin 0 for 7 of 3. It's been an intriguing morning's Test cricket.
It's been phenomenal. I can't recall enjoying a session of cricket as much as I enjoyed this one. Very, very even balance between bat and ball. South Africa at 100 for 3. At a stage, they were teetering at 45 for 3. And for them to have steadied the ship on the back of the young Keegan Peterson and the more experienced Rassie van der Dussen is absolutely phenomenal. It's exactly the type of performance South Africans were hoping for from their batting lineup, from someone in the batting lineup.
Yeah.
There was lots of talk this morning of 100 for Aiden Markram. You know, we get it, and I think we landed up jinxing him quite badly with his ultimately getting bowled off a ball that he left, second ball of the innings. So it has been intriguing. It's been an absolute pleasure to spend the last 40 minutes with you, James.
Yeah.
We're going to sign off now. It'll be a quiet period on Twitter, on YouTube. If you're listening on our commentary platform, our 1WSR.com, you'll be able to hear some of the archives of, I think, the first test that we'll be playing, and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes or so. Enjoy your lunch.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Got to be a test match, Andre, for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Second session of day 2 of the third and final test between South Africa and India. South Africa find themselves 103 at the lunch break. Russell van der Tussen's on 17. Keegan Peterson is playing very, very well. He's on 40. So the deficit is 123. Still all to play for. What are your thoughts, Ken?
Yeah, afternoon, Tim. Lovely to be with you on air, I think, for the first time. So that's fantastic. Lovely day at Newlands. And yeah, as you say, Keegan Peterson, he scored just 76 runs in his first 5 test innings, but he kind of looked up to the task. He looked comfortable at the crease before getting out. And then, of course, his breakthrough came at the Wanderers. We had a very good test match that 62 in the first innings, top scoring for the Proteas, 28 really helping in the second innings with the run chase. And you could just see he's taken that confidence into today. 40 not out, Keegan Peterson, and it's a very promising innings. Let's hope it goes from strength to strength from here on in.
Indeed. That's a good point you made. Since he's arrived at the Proteas, he's looked as if he belonged. He struggled at the West Indies, but he looked as if he could play Test cricket right from the very ball that he's faced. So, and he's now finally making it click, backing it up with the runs the last test, and here again today.
Yeah, before the Wanderers test, there was some talk of maybe giving him a bit more protection, dropping him down the order from number 3, given that he was basically opening the batting due to our opening partnership woes. But the way he's going, I don't think he wants to move away from number 3. He's enjoying it, I think.
Indeed, yeah, I think that's spot on. For India, we can have Umesh Yadav opening the bowling from the Weinberg end. No, but you're absolutely right. I think that he wants to make that position his own. Does Keegan Peterson? He looks like a very determined cricketer.
Well, he's certainly making himself undroppable wherever he bats in the order at the moment.
This one from Yadav is out of the off stump, well left by Rassi. Just didn't have to go through to the keeper.
Yeah, Yadav has 3 slips waiting behind the wicket for any edges. There was quite a lot of movement off the pitch in the first session, but we've now had quite a few hours of sunshine on this pitch and a stiff southeasterly breeze. So South Africa will certainly be hoping that it flattens out this afternoon.
Yadav and again, this one, Rassi is backing behind it solidly, plays it back towards the bowler. No run.
The rest of the field for Yadav is a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, a fine leg. There's a mid-on as well. So really a very standard field for the Indian paceman.
This one is a lovely delivery from Yadav, getting Rassi to come forward, but he wasn't quite forward enough. He was sort of caught in between. Goes out of the the off stump, leaves his bat playing away from his pad. Nothing shot really at the end, but luckily for him, he doesn't get an edge.
Yeah, missed the bat by quite a margin, and a fair amount of movement there away from the bat off the pitch by Yadav.
This one is a loud appeal. It wraps Yossi on the pads. Probably difficult for us to tell from our angle, but it looks like height would be the issue. There is a coming together between the Indian bowlers. They do decide to take the review.
The way Rassie van der Dussen was hopping around in pain, I fancy it hit somewhere where there wasn't a pad. So perhaps above the roll on his side.
Yes, it could have been the groin region even. It was a very good delivery. They're just showing it here. It hit the back leg above the roll, as Ken was saying. Again, I think height is going to be the issue here. If height's not an issue, it is going to probably hit the off stump, but I do fancy that height will be the issue.
Back leg is the only thing, but it's very similar to the Keegan Peterson LBW appeal before lunch, which was just clearing the stumps. Rassie van der Dussen is quite a lot taller than Keegan Peterson, so he'll be hoping for the best.
There was no edge on the review. There's no edge, so it's just about whether it went over the stumps, and it did. It went over the stumps. Just a fraction more than the LBW appeal against Keegan Peterson before lunch. So India lose a second review.
So they just have one left. South Africa have all three in hand still.
Yeah. Newlands' pitch is getting that extra bounce. We're not perhaps getting in a traditional Wanderers pitch the last test. This one again left behind easily by Rassie, goes through to the keeper. The score is still 100 for 3 with one delivery left of the over.
I believe it was Hashim Amla before the toss on the first day who said we might find that this Newlands pitch will provide a bit of lateral movement at the one end and quite steep bounce at the other end. And it looks like bowling from the Weinberg end is where the bowlers are getting the ball to get up a bit.
This one, Rassie comes forward to it solidly, blocks it and plays it towards the bowler. There's no runs. That's a maiden over. South Africa are 100 for 3 after 36 overs. And the partnership, very, very useful, 55.
Yeah, it's been a vital partnership because South Africa had slipped to 45 for 3 after the first hour when these two came together. The shock of losing Aiden Markram, shouldering arm, second ball. Keshav Maharaj did well, hung around for 45 balls as night watchman. But 45 for 3 was rather a precarious position. And these two just stabilizing in very determined fashion.
Yes, particularly with the recent history of the South African batters. We're in a precarious position. We've got Jasprit Bumrah to open up at the other end, Calvin Grove end. This one, Keegan gets in behind solidly, works it to the leg side. There's no run.
Bumrah switching back to the end which he started the day from, the Calvin Grove end, and he also bowled his 4 overs on the first evening, all of them maidens from this Calvin Grove end, so he's certainly very comfortable here.
I think this is the best he's bowled out of all the 3 test matches. This is the test matches he's really making a name for himself. This one, out of the off stump, Keegan Peterson gets in behind it. No run.
He was pretty good at Centurion. It's a flatter pitch here, so he's going to have to work a bit harder. He is bowling very well, though. no question about it. He was a bit off colour at the Wanderers.
Yes, he was indeed. This one is back of a length, looking forward, looking to get the ball to come back into Keegan Peterson. It does go back in slightly, but Keegan Peterson is right on the money, blocks it on the offside. Joshua Brummer has been very, very effective with the ball coming back into the right-handers. They can. Particularly to Markham. This one's left in behind and there's no run. Goes through the keeper.
Yeah, he's bowled a couple of South African batsmen, shouldering arms in this series. Rassie van der Dussen previously and Aiden Markham today. A bit disappointing because it is very much his trademark delivery, that big booming inducker delivered from fairly wide on the crease. Everything is just shaping back into the right-hander, and it's always going to be very dangerous shouldering arms to him.
Certainly is. This one is, again, just short of a good length. Keegan Peterson gets in behind it. There's a good piece of fielding at the offside. No run.
So Bumrah also has a pretty standard field with 3 slips, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on. Mid-wicket Ravi Ashram is pretty straight. And there's a fine leg as well.
This one's a bit fuller, and a little bit more width out of the off stump. Keegan Peterson is not interested in having a dash. He lets it go through to the keeper. That's the end of that over. That's another maiden. South Africa 100 for 3.
So a good start by India after the lunch break. 2 very tidy overs. I've asked a few questions as well. An LBW appeal, which was reviewed and turned down by the DRS system.
India know they've got to get wickets, and they've got to get them fairly quickly. This one, Yadav has worked down the leg side. It's a scamper for a single. Rassie is diving full length. Wasn't necessary for it to take that single. Good piece of fielding by the mid-on fieldsman. Throws at the stumps, but Rassie does make his ground. And if it had hit the stumps, it would have been awfully tight.
Yeah,
awfully tight. I suspect they would have gone up to the third umpire.
very much so. Van der Dussen has been very keen to take quick singles in this innings, but that's the second time he's pushed it quite firmly to mid-on and really chanced his arm.
This one is cut on the offside by Keegan Peterson. Too much width from Yadav, and Keegan Peterson obliges and goes through to the boundary for 4.
Well, it's a beautifully compact stroke by Keegan Peterson, beautifully timed. Just really a back foot push in front of square on the offside. Wonderful stroke by Keegan Peterson. Takes him to 44 not out. And that man at backward point is now dropping back. He's probably going to go all the way back to the boundary.
Yadav again, this one again, too much width. It's wider, and Keegan Peterson cuts it, but the man on boundary is able to stop the 2. So they only go through for 2 runs.
It nearly beat the man who's just been put out there on the boundary. So not great bowling by Umesh Yadav, and Peterson is enjoying this. He goes to 46 now.
Yadav is the bowler in this 11 that does tend to go for runs. He makes it up by getting wickets, but he does tend to go for runs. South Africa are 107 for 3. quick single there on the offside by Keegan Peterson. There was a thought of a second for the overthrow that decided against it. South Africa move on to 108 for 3. Keegan Peterson 47 and Rassie van der Dussen 18. Yet again, this one a bit shorter, a little bit straighter, and goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, there's definitely some decent bounce when they're batting at the Kelvin Grove end, bowling from the Wynberg end. Kagiso Rabada bowled mostly from that Wynberg end in the Indian innings, and certainly enjoyed himself with 4 wickets.
And again, this one has worked to the leg side. South Africa think about a second, they go through for the second. Well placed there by Rassie van der Dussen. Fine leg fieldsman had to cover a fair bit of ground and goes through for a fairly easy 2. At the end of that over, South Africa are 110 for 3 after 38 overs.
Just the way Van der Dussen played that stroke suggested that the ball might have moved into him fairly late. It looked like a fairly hurried stroke down towards fine leg. So still movement in this pitch on the second afternoon. And the ball is 38 overs old now.
It's not flat by any means. There's enough assistance for the bowlers. This one, Pumwa, is played cut shot and goes through to the keeper. Got a bottom edge, misfielded by Pant. They go through for a single.
Oh, that's a catch. If
just
if it was edged,
it's bottom edge
dropped short.
and it bounced just short of Pant. They've got a lot of balls that have bounced short of slip and keeper in this innings. What do you make of that, considering the fact that majority of the deliveries to the Indian batters carried to the slips when India were batting? Do you think that South African bowlers got a bit more bounce out of the pitch? In this one driven by Rassie van der Dussen, once again going for the quick single. Certainly taking a risk there was Rassie, and I think that would have been another third umpire call if it had managed to hit the stumps.
I think he would have been miles out. Great bit of fielding by Ajinkya Rahane, who ran in from mid-on, and
not even in the picture.
Yeah,
not even in the picture.
Rahane ran from cover, in fact, to quickly cut that off. And really, Van der Dussen needs to settle down with the running between the wickets at the moment.
Bumrah, and this one has worked to the leg side to the man on the square. There's no run. It was nicely timed by Keegan Peterson. South Africa are 112 for 3.
Just on your question, Tim, about the South African bowlers maybe getting more bounce, it could be, again, the height factor that was apparent at the Wanderers, that they are a bit taller. Or maybe the Indian slip fielders need to come up a bit.
And again, this was a bit shorter by Bumrah and blocked square on the offside by Peterson. No run. Yes, it was just something I've noticed. I noticed that there's a marked difference we were not getting those balls at the half volley to second and third slip. Ours were carrying comfortably. Bumrah in again. This one is too much leg side. It's driven nicely by Keegan Peterson, but cut off by the fielder on the leg side. There's no run. They're showing on the screen the 2 run-out chances that India had to run out Russell van der Tussen. Both we feel would have been guard, or certainly the second one would have been in the fielder's favour. A bouncer there by Bumrah and easily ducked under by Keegan Peterson. That's the end of that over. South Africa still sitting on 112 for 3.
Jasprit Bumrah, of course, has a nasty bouncer. Or the one thing you do know when he bowls a bouncer as a batsman is that it is going to be following you. But well handled by Keegan Peterson. He was quickly underneath it. He doesn't have quite as far to go as some batsmen.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's a very, very effective bouncer when he gets it in the right place. Yadav in towards Gussie. Gussie works to the leg side and fielded by the mid-on fieldsman. There's no run.
So still those 3 slips, the ring of 3 fielders on the offside, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a fine leg for Umesh Yadav.
This one is driven and it's urged by Russell van der Tussen. Nice ball. Russell van der Tussen pushing at the delivery, doing that quite a bit. Nicely caught by the second slip. So Russell van der Tussen is dismissed for 21 or 54. It showed that again, it was a full ball, really, really full, late swing. Russell pushing at it hard. And nicely caught by Kyle Rahul at second slip. That's as easy as it comes as far as slip fielders catches are concerned.
Yeah, it was an excellent length from Yadav van der Tussen, lunging forward to drive. It wasn't quite there to drive, and it just nipped away beautifully for Umesh Yadav, and a very comfortable catch at second slip, straight into his midriff. Russell van der Tussen just never really settled after lunch, one felt. He just looked a bit rushed there, a bit frenetic, trying to take some dodgy singles, just trying to be a bit too forceful, and really he needed to get himself in properly after the break.
Yes, the new batsman is the captain, Temba Bafuma. He's got an average of 33.7, 2,258 runs. And it's in a real purple patch at the moment, a real rich range of form. I think he's averaging 80 on this tour, on the series. I think I'm right in that. I think he's been in really, really good form on this tour. South Africa desperately need a captain's knock by Temba Bafuma.
Or even a vice captain's knock.
Vice captain's knock, sorry.
Will do.
Sorry, you're quite right. Vice captain's knock.
The guys are in whites. Tim Delace has obviously been watching a lot of the Proteas and white ball cricket.
That is
vice captain, of course.
Temba Bafuma is averaging 18.5 in this tour. So 250s. So far.
If ever South Africa needed him to convert those 50s into something bigger, it's today. The deficit 111, Nelson.
Nice driven by Timber to the cover fieldsman. Nicely timed. There's no run.
You have a good lunch, Tim?
All
How was
good.
it for you?
Yeah. All good.
We enjoyed some snook, of course, a famous fish here in the Western Cape, very popular.
Down off in towards performer. Performer works his over his hips, nicely timed. They go through for at least 2. And that's going all the way, in fact, all the way to the boundary. It's a valiant piece of fielding trying to stop it, but it's always going for 4. So South Africa now 116 for 4. Kept the performer off the mark with a lovely 4. Hooked away and slow full toss on his leg stump with ease.
Well, that was an absolute gift by Umesh Yadav. He'll be furious. Second ball to the new batsman, and you gift him with that boundary ball.
This one, a much better line and length by Yadav, held it back a little bit and left behind by performer. I've got a question for you, Ken, after this ball. And solidly behind it is Temple Performer. That's 116 for 4 at the end of that over. Right, Malcolm, CB asks, that's the reason why Timber has to bat higher up the order, the dismissal of Rassie. Do you agree that Timber should bat higher up the order?
Well, or his conversion rate. I think one of the reasons Kemba hasn't scored more hundreds is that often he's been left with the tail. He's got a number of unbeaten half centuries, or he's gone out trying to force the issue because he's batting with the tail. So that's one reason for Kemba to go up. The other reason is that technically he looks very accomplished, that he could actually bat number 3 quite easily.
From into Keegan Peterson. Peterson pulls it beautifully, goes through the 2 at the 5 leg fieldsman, races around to stop it, and he moves on to his 50. That's 50 runs for Keegan Peterson. Very, very well played innings. Really making a name for himself at this protest batting lineup. That's 50 of 101 deliveries with 8 4s, and he's found a very, very well played innings. And Ken?
Yeah, I don't think anyone needs to wonder anymore whether Keegan Peterson could make it at this level. Back-to-back half centuries for him.
This run solidly in behind it is Keegan Peterson.
He certainly he looks like he's got a solid enough defensive game to do well at this level. And, of course, we've seen some of the stroke play that he's capable of as well. A very attractive batsman to watch is the 28-year-old, I beg your pardon.
This one, it's a foolish delivery. Keegan Peterson comes right forward, bat against pad, and making sure that there's no gap in between, and good solid defence. South Africa 118 for 4 at the halfway mark of the 41st over. Peterson's on 50 and Performer's on 4. Foolish ball again from Bumrah, driven hard by Keegan Peterson. There's a partial stop in the field, but it doesn't stop. Keegan Peterson coming through for 2. and he moves on to 52 at the score 120-4.
I like how controlled Peterson was with that stroke. It was full and wide and there to be driven, but he didn't overhit it. He just played a very nicely controlled punch and steered it wide of the man at extra cover.
And again, solid in behind it is Keegan Peterson. Good defense. Yes, at the last test, although he played well, you could argue that there was a lot of concentration once he got to 50. He was pushing it a wide one, and it was caught behind. So he'll want to correct that. He'll want to go on and make a sizable score. You feel? This one again, full again by Bumrah, straight on the stumps. But Keegan Peterson is meeting it solidly. 120-4 at the end of that over.
Yeah, Keegan Peterson does strike you as being an extremely determined man. He spoke very nicely after his half century at the Wanderers about how he's pretty much playing for his dad, a guy, Dirkie Peterson, from the Paarl area, who a very keen cricketer, but obviously denied many opportunities during the apartheid days.
This one again, solidly in behind it is Performer.
So, very proud time for the Peterson family to see Keegan making his mark on the world stage.
Brandon Fanboy says it would be nice to see a 100-run partnership between these two. Wouldn't it indeed? This one worked the leg side. It's a man on the leg side. It's well fielded by the widest wicket.
Yeah, that would, if these two put on 100, it would bring South Africa pretty much level with India's first inning score of 223. Of course, the Proteas have to bat last on this pitch, which the bounce could get a bit up and down on. There have been a few balls keep low already, so they'll want a healthy first innings lead, at least 70 to 100 runs or so.
This one out of the off stump once more by Yadav, left behind easily by Performer. There was no run. Yes, you feel that the 29 that we got at the Wanderers will not be enough in this situation. We feel as if we need to get quite a few more than that.
Yeah, it's a better batting pitch, and I think it is only going to flatten out as the weather is meant to be getting, predicted to be getting hotter and hotter as the days progress.
This one pushing in front is Performer, fielded by the point fielder. There's no run.
Yeah, baby steps first, of course, for these two. They've got to, first of all, make sure Bavuma gets in and that they build a partnership here. The deficit is still 103. And so the first goal will be parity with India, losing as few wickets as possible along the way.
This one back of a leg out of the off stump. Same result as Performer lifts his hands up and lets the ball go through to the keeper. South Africa 120-4. One delivery in the 42nd over to come. I
see fourth umpire Bongani Jele is enjoying it in the outdoors. He's under an umbrella on the edge of the field.
Then left behind to the keeper from a wide delivery from Yadav, trying to entice Performer not interested in playing ball, playing away from his body. end of that over 120 for 4 of South Africa.
Looking up into the grandstand opposite us at the Wynberg end. Nice to see a few people in the suites up there, providing a bit of atmosphere. And even on our edge of the ground, we've heard a few loud cries of yes when the review went South Africa's way a few overs ago. So a bit of atmosphere, a bit of support for the Proteas here at Newlands.
Change of bowling for India as Mohammad Shami comes into the attack, and foolish ball to Keegan Peterson, drives it, and it's well fielded by the mid-off fieldsman. There was no run. How long do you think it will be before we see Ashwin again? Will they wait until close to tea before we bring him on, or do you think they might bring him on a bit sooner? This run, forward defence by Keegan Peterson, no run.
Well, Ashwin did get 1 or 2 deliveries to turn quite sharply before lunch, but I think India will want to make the most of whatever seam movement still remains in this pitch. So we've got Shami coming back now. Shardul Thakur asked a lot of questions in his spell before the lunch break, so no doubt he'll get a go as well.
Shami in again once more, and this one a bit must straight, and worked to the leg side by Keegan Peterson. There is no run. Score is still 120 for 4 at the halfway mark of the over. Keegan Peterson sitting on 52, looking solid as ever, and Bavum's on 4.
Jasprit Bumrah just bowled 3 overs in that little spell after the lunch break, so he'll be good to go for a few more in this session.
This one turned fuller. Shami is trying to bowl that fuller length throughout this over, driven nicely to the mid-on fieldsman by Keegan Peterson, and there's no run.
Yeah, Mohammad Shami is a wonderful bowler. He's not the tallest man, so he tends to bowl a fuller length, but he's constantly probing the batsman's pads and edges, and he's a very skillful bowler. A bit like a Vernon Philander, but with a bit more pace.
He's in once more, and solidly behind it is Peterson, and good, solid batting. Yes, I would argue that he's probably been India's best bowler throughout the series, the most consistent. And he likes playing in South Africa as well. He's got a good record here.
He has a spectacular record against South Africa. We'll go into that after this delivery.
This one is a little bit shorter, held back slightly by Shami, forward defence, and 120 for 4 at the end of that over.
In 10 matches against South Africa, Shami has taken 45 wickets and an average of just 20.55. So his average out of Umesh Yadav has actually done remarkably well on the average front. 16 wickets in 4 tests at an average of 12. But Shami's record really is really good against South Africa. 3 5-wicket hauls in 10 tests. As Temba Bavuma whips this delivery from Umesh Yadav off his pads through mid-wicket, where there's a tumbling save, and that'll be 2 more runs to Bavuma. He goes to 6, and South Africa are 122 for 4.
And the screen on our right is showing that the over rate is level, which will be music to the ears of the Indian bowlers. And won't want to get any more fines.
Or be docked any more World Test Championship points.
This one, it's driven beautifully by Temper Performer. Beautiful drive, just a slight push to the delivery. He moves on to 10. South Africa move on to 126 for 4.
Wow, that was a real statement drive by Temba Bavuma. He climbed all over that half volley, thumped it between the bowler and mid-off, and really emphatic demonstration of the form he's in at the moment.
Yeah, it's a real purple patch. This one is driven again, didn't quite time it, and it's fielded by the mid-off. And the score is still 126 for 4.
That Timber Bavuma drive was so exciting that our table nearly fell off the little edge of the room we're in here at Newlands. So forgive us if there are any weird noises coming through.
This one left through to the keeper by Temper Bavuma. Nice rising delivery from Yadav, but Bavuma is right there and gets to go through to the keeper.
A deep backward point going into place for Temba Bavuma. Like most short batsmen, he is very strong on the cut.
This one, nice straight by Yadav, whipped to the leg side, the mid-on field spin by Bavuma. There was no run. That boundary also brought a deficit to under 100 now for South Africa. It's now sitting at 97. 97 behind India's score. Yadav once more. This one too short, too wide, but there's a fielder on the point boundary, so they go through for only a single.
One of the consequences of COVID restrictions is that the famous Western Province Cricket Club pavilion at the Wynberg end of Newlands is closed to spectators totally. It's the building that houses the 2 change rooms at either end. And it's allowed a few of the Proteas management to take some plastic chairs out into the stands and sit outside the change room and enjoy the cricket from there. Coach Mark Boucher, analyst Ruvesh Gobint, and batting consultant Justin Salmons enjoying the view, with security details Junaid Wadi just a few meters away, keeping a watchful eye on his charges.
Shami getting ready at his mark. Comes in and this solidly in behind it is Performer once more. Nice compact in his shot making. His Performer at the moment sitting on 11, but he looks as if he's really seeing the ball well at the moment. This one is driven on the offside by Temper Performer. They go through for a single, just piercing the cover fieldsman. They go through for a single. They move on to 128 for 4.
Mohammad Shami also operating with those 3 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
back of the legs by Shami, and solidly behind it once more is Keegan Peterson. Score is still 128 for 4. No left field placings by Virat Kohli. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. I think they might change that as the afternoon goes if these two are still there. This one's driven nicely, but there is no run.
Well, if they don't separate these two in the next hour or two, then they will have to start thinking out the box a bit. Of course, there's still a trial by spin to come in the form of Ashwin. So India certainly won't be panicking. They're keeping a good lid on things with the seam bowlers at the moment.
Shami in once more. This one worked to the leg side, and there's no run. One delivery to come in the 45th over.
Lots of enthusiastic chatter from India out on the field today. They know it's going to be a warm day. They need to encourage each other, and they've done that very well.
This one solidly behind it. Once more is Peterson. That's the end of that over. South Africa 128 for 4. Keegan Peterson on 52. And Bavuma is on 12. Partnership is looking good, but it's sitting only on 16.
Hi Tim, how's it going?
Hello, Paul. Good to have Paul back into the commentary box with me after our morning stint.
Yes, after our morning stint, we're back again.
Talking about bowlers, what plans India have brought in a new bowler, have got Shardul Thakur to bowl.
Okay, Shardul Thakur from the Weinberg end, coming in to Temba Bavuma, who is on 12. Score, bowls one ball outside the off stump. Temba shoulders arms to that, and he lets that go through to the wicketkeeper. 128 for 4 in the 45th over. South Africa looking to slowly grind away at this deficit. Keegan Peterson looking very good, like the number 3 we've been missing for a very long time, Tim.
Yeah, honestly, it's been like 3 years. We've been looking for one for three plus years, and it's early doors still.
Thakur into Temba Bavuma. It gets an outside edge of the bat on a fuller ball on off stump that rolls out to point. A single has been taken by Bavuma. Remember, you can tweet into us at One World Sports Radio, at One World SR. We've got some comments coming through YouTube that were giving Temba's last 10 innings to show that Mr. Bavuma himself is in a bit of a purple patch. Please do tweet in. Thakur into Keegan Peterson now. And this one is played out to the offside for no run. 129 for 4. Bavuma on 13. Peterson on 52. 3 slips. You got a fielder at cover, kind of a sign that India is now starting to be a little bit more defensive. We've got a deep point on the boundary, extra cover, mid-wicket, fine leg to Keegan Peterson, who immediately utilizes the services of that fielder at deep point. It was right outside the off stump, a little bit shorter, and he played that with a horizontal bat shot out to A deep point for a single, 130 for 4, deficit now 93, with South Africa having started lunch at a bit of a stronger footing, losing the wicket of Rassie van der Dussen in this first hour after lunch. You would say that it's still in the balance, South Africa just chipping away slowly, India chipping away.
Yeah, still 50-50 at the moment. Long way to go.
Oh, full and straight. Temba Bavuma looking to play that ball down to the leg side, gets a leaning edge that goes out to point. And it is 2 runs to the South African cause, 132 for 4, with Bavuma going to 15. Some good bowling from Thakur. I love how he's wicket to wicket. Really gives India a semblance of control in this middle overs. He is deadly, as we saw at the Wanderers, him take with his figures of 7 for 61 in that first innings. So he also is a wicket-taking option, but really good to give you control if you're Virat Kohli. Next ball is outside the off-stump on a good length. Timber lets that go through. For the end of that over, South Africa 132 for 4, overs 46.
The plan to Peterson is quite interesting to see at the moment. They are trying to work at his attacking play. They want him to play outside that off stump, and he at the moment is obliging. He's not finding himself too much trouble, but he is playing quite a bit away from his pad on the odd delivery, even in that last over. That is the way that they're looking to get him out in that sort of those slips and gully fielders. The tricky part is to get Bavuma up.
Or just break this partnership up. Well, currently 20. Shami into Keegan Peterson with 3 slips and that fielder and a field at extra cover. They've taken out the gully and put him at extra cover. That's Rohane. This one is a good length, played off the back foot outside the off stump to that field at extra cover on the bounce, no run. Rohit Singh on Twitter says 1 down, 6 more to go. That was after the wicket of Rassie. Leah 35 minutes ago saying, this is going downhill fast. Someone take a hat-trick already. A sequence of 15 maidens, wicket maidens, and double wicket maidens would also be acceptable. You kind of want this game to move on a little bit more. Yes, they advanced very quickly as Shami comes into Peterson, and he's strong outside the off stump. He presents a front foot defense to a full ball on outside the off stump for no run.
Good bowling here by Shami. He's really working his magic.
Yes, Shami has been one of the better bowlers for India in this series. Top wicket taker for this Indian side coming into this match with 11 wickets. Hasn't taken one today or in this innings. As the next ball to Keegan Peterson is on a good length, bounces outside the off stump. Keegan just plays that down into the offside fielder point, Rebecca point, brings it up. Now you've got a situation where point now goes out, backward point goes out to deep point onto the boundary. So does the fielder at square leg. Now they're on the boundary. So you've got 6-3 field, fine leg, square leg on the boundary, mid on, mid off, extra cover. You also have a deep point with the 3 slips. Could be the double bluff or could be the short ball. It's full and straight, half volley on the leg stump, and Keegan Peterson plays that out to the mid-wicket region. It will be hauled in by Ravi Ashwin at the boundary. 3 runs to the South Africans, and the score goes up to 135 with Peterson on 56. Really good play there.
It was the double bluff by Shami, but double bluff. If you bowl on his legs, then Keegan Peterson is more than happy to oblige. And it was a very, very good shot.
They tried this before lunch, and it was similar. Went down leg side. You want that on off stump. You want him coming forward to play at that, not necessarily playing that down the leg side. Shami into Keegan Peterson, into Temba Bavuma, I beg your pardon. Temba takes a full stride forward to a full ball outside the off stump and lets it go through for no run.
that's when you want to be bowling to Keegan Peterson, not necessarily to Temple Bavuma, that fourth stump, that corridor of uncertainty. You want him to come forward, you want him to drive, you want him pushing at the deliveries.
56, Keegan Peterson of 122 balls. Temba, 15 of 22. Shami into Bavuma. This one's on the hips, down the leg side. They're going to take a single. Temba playing it out to the fielder at the square leg boundary. Looks like it might be Priyank Panchal on the field. And score now goes up to 136 for 4.
Too much leg side in general from Shami in that particular over.
But you have moments like that with Mohammed Shami where he does tend to fall down the leg side. The next, obviously, the change bowlers for India, Shami and Shardul Thakur here, I don't think Shami is actually has it's his first spell after lunch, right? Yeah, so they're always straight. These two are very straight on the wicket, whereas the others are a little bit outside or some maybe getting the ball in. Oh, what a ball that rises off a good length. Temba coming forward to play at that one and beating the bat to Rishabh Pant. There's that little bit of a hint of that inconsistent bounce.
Sometimes you have to say, the bowler beat me. That was one of those deliveries.
Looks like it hit a bit of a grassy patch, There are some lines running down the wicket on a good length that have grass on it. So if the ball pitches on there, it can do something, get a little bit of extra bounce or move away. That was one example of that. Thakur into Bavuma. And this one, Bavuma is full on the pads, and Bavuma playing that out to leg side, not leg stump, I beg your pardon, for no run. Still 136 for 4.
Stifled appeal by the bowler because he knows if it wasn't an inside edge, it was pretty much in front.
Virat still keeping those 3 slips, taking that gully out, put him at backward point, extra cover is there. He's trying to stop runs and boundaries, but also still trying to be attacking here, trying to get a wicket. There is a fielder at mid-wicket as well. Straighter from Thakur on off stump, driven out a little bit leg side-ish in the V though, down to the fielder at mid-on for no run. Beautiful day here at Newlands. It should get a little bit easier to bat now, and we're seeing that even with Rassi. Seemed like somebody put Red Bull in Rassi's tea at lunch, because he felt like he was a cat on a hot tin roof, just not knowing what to do, just trying to get through things quickly as Thakur comes into Temba and he presents a forward defensive Temba to a full ball on that off stump from Thakur. Thakur is attacking the stumps. He's effectively saying to Temba, if you miss, I hit. And he's testing Temba's defenses, which is also a plan in international cricket.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's got his plan, and he's sticking to it. And it's battle to see who comes out on top.
Well, we'll talk about what KG said in the press conference a little bit after this. Beautiful ball from Thakur. It was a full-on off stump, and it nibbled away from Temba's bat as he came down that line of off stump, but no edge. Really beautiful ball. Let's see if it hit that green patch again, Tim.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful delivery. Just going away from the batsman ever so slightly. And that away movement meant that it didn't get an edge. So rather fortunate there for Bavuma, but he will take it.
So it was 3 balls in, 1 away. Let's see what's going to happen now. Thakur into Bavuma. This one's a lot fuller this time than the 3-4 previous balls. And Bavuma drives this one out to mid-off to end that over. It was a maiden over from Shardul Thakur. 136 for 4. Good plan. It was a really good plan. Good set of 6 balls there, Tim. Making the batter play. Then one going away. Then one slightly fuller, inducing the drive. India looking to get those wickets behind square a little bit as well, and then also testing with Temba's defenses for the ball that comes inside. are good.
Well, we said that it would be a very interesting to see Shardul Taco in this test match, whether he would continue the form that he did the last test, that he's been not at the wickets column yet, but bowling exceptionally well.
Here's an interesting story now. Ravi Ashwin bowling to Keegan Peterson. Ashwin took the only wicket with spin at Wanderers, and it was the one of Keegan Peterson, short leg and a slip there. And Ashwin comes in with one that's a little bit straighter into Keegan Peterson and Fuller. He defends it out to the leg side where there's a mid-wicket catching. We've also got mid-on slightly deeper and another fielder in mid-wicket, but also very deep. It's an in-out field for Keegan Peterson. He plays it to that field. There's a lot squarer at mid-wicket for no run. On the offside, you've got Gully, extra cover, as well as mid-off. Keegan Pearson coming down the wicket, trying to beat the in-out field. Obviously, he beats the catcher. That's Virat Kohli, who's a little bit silly as a catching mid-wicket. He finds the deeper mid-wicket with that one no run there. Ashwin into Keegan Peterson, who plays this one. It was outside the off stump, and he dots it down just on his toes there. Had to cover off stump in case it was going to go on to the stumps. It looks like Ashwin might have Keegan Peterson flustered there. Ashwin into Keegan. So down the leg side, he pushes it, but that fielder on the proverbial ODI ring on the edge of the square at mid-wicket are coming around to stop that. Keegan's looking to get off strike. He just can't as Ashwin comes in for another ball. Peterson does come down the wicket, but he can't get it through that field on the leg side as the fielder mid-on prevents that single. Another maiden over, end of that over. It is going to be the drinks break because it's an hour after lunch. That was a beautiful over from Ashwin. Very intriguing.
I was surprised at the pace of it. I was surprised at the pace of it. He didn't give any air to the deliveries at all. He went through that over very, very quickly. But it was an interesting battle between him and Keegan Peterson. You can hopefully, from a neutral perspective, you'll want to see more of that after the drinks break.
Yes. Remember, we're live on 1WSR.com for the audio, so you can listen to us there. We're also live on Facebook as well as on YouTube. If you are on YouTube and on Facebook, do give us a follow. Subscribe on YouTube. Click the notification bell so you'll be notified when next we go live on One World Sports Radio. We've got a lot of podcasts that we have. Tim and I do the Full Quota podcast, which is a South African cricketing podcast, the domestic, talking all things cricketing. Speaking about domestic, our domestic season starts tomorrow again. And the Proteas have released a few players. I think Bjorn Hendricks, Vian Mulder have been released to go play for their provincial sides. My question is, why is Ryan Rickleton not going? But I'm assuming they need a backup wicketkeeper. So that's going to be quite interesting there, Tim.
Yeah. It's good to see that those guys are returning back into the fold of the domestic setup. I was wondering who was going to be returned.
Yeah, so the full list is Bjorn Hendricks, Prenelin Subrian, Vian Mulder, and Glenton Steedman will be returning. That makes sense to just add a little bit more strength to the domestic season, which has seen a lot of batters struggle under some very good fast bowling, good bowling. I love about the season. Each part of the country, the conditions were so different. You know, in Bloem it was flat like a pancake. You could score as many runs as you want. In Cape Town, it looked like a spinner's paradise, apart from this test match. And in Johannesburg, it was just bouncy and at pace, and batters really struggled to bat. Centurion was a little bit different to the Centurion we faced at in the first test, where that pitch that in the first test had a lot more bounce and pace and something in for the fast bowlers, whereas in the domestic season it was a little bit flatter.
Well, all the three test match wickets are played differently than the 4-day domestic setup, and not a little bit, quite a considerable difference between the two. it was quite interesting to see when we were making the predictions of how we should play this Test series. I kind of went along the lines of how the domestic season has gone. So there certainly has been a difference there.
There certainly has been. We are ready for play with Shardul Thakur resuming. He's bowled 8 overs for 25 runs. South Africa 136 for 4. Bavuma on 16 not out. He'll be facing the next ball. Peterson on 56. 49 overs in the South African innings. The deficit is 87. Thakur into Temba Bavuma. Lot straighter and fuller on off stump, driven back. Thakur did stop it, but the South Africans scamper through for a single. Good calling between these two, as there was a fielder at mid-wicket who was running in, but a little bit lazy fielding from that fielder who
I think
is Umesh Yadav.
I think the partial stop by the bowler put the fielder off kilter. I think otherwise, obviously, the fielder would have got across to try to stop it. But he kind of thought maybe the bowler would stop it again.
So South Africa move up to 137. Temba Bavuma on 17. Thakur into Keegan Peterson. 3 slips. There's a deep point, and there's a short ball that comes out that Keegan Peterson ducks underneath it. 3 slips, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, who's very straight, mid-wicket on the square, as well as a fine leg. So there is a plan to try and bowl short to Keegan Peterson to see what he can do, looking to see if he can't ramp it up. But I've never been a fan of the deep point. I'd rather have him square if you want to save runs and call him a sweeper. Shardul Thakur coming into Keegan Peterson. And this one's outside the off stump a lot fuller. He defends with a 4 defensive, out to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's an attacking field place at that deep point. It might be if we still had Quinton de Kock batting, because he likes to play out there. But yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. Not sure I would stick with it.
But obviously with Quinton de Kock, that fielder would be more third man than DT or the deep point this time. As Thakur comes in to Keegan Peterson down the leg side, another, you could call it a poor ball from Thakur, and easily helping Keegan to get off strike with a push down the leg side. He'll go up to 57. South Africa's total 138. They trail by 85.
I would prefer to have a short cover. If you're looking for a catcher for Peterson, I'd prefer to have a short cover. So I would move that deep point into a short.
And you'd be inviting Keegan to drive through. The other comment on Twitter from Leah, we'll chat about it after this ball. Shardul Thakur into Temba Bavuma, who lashes at a wide one, gets the edge, is dropped at second slip. It dropped at first slip and then come through for a single. It was a bad ball from the bowler and an equally bad shot from Temba.
Yeah, bad cricket all round. I think we can say.
From everything, bad bowling, bad fielding, bad batting.
And nothing shot from Temba, an absolute nothing shot. And it did carry the first slip and comfortably carried. That is definitely a drop catch and rather fortunate for Temba Bavuma.
So Leah says, well, India doing their best to keep Bangladesh's hopes alive that they can win a series in South Africa before India do. Now, that would be something. Because Sri Lanka did it. I'm sure the Indians weren't happy about it. Play has stopped as I see Temba returning. Was it a short run? It's interesting.
Didn't see.
Well, we'll get back to you on that as Thakur facing Temba, who's now had to return back to his original position. He defends that back on the pitch for no run. We'll just wait to see what information on that is. We're trying to looked ferociously at the scoreboard, trying to find out why Timber wasn't allowed to be on the non-strikers end, and was told to turn back. But we've got a play here, 143 for 4 South Africa are. Bavuma into playing that one on the volley, on the half volley, out on the bounce to Rahane for no run. End of that over. We've now figured out why. So score's now gone up to 143 for 4 because 5 runs were added, because in that drop the ball hit the helmet. So it will be 5 runs. It's the first time I've ever seen that, so tick. And it's 5 runs to South Africa. Sadly, Timber doesn't get those 5 runs, so he's still on 17. And Peterson is on 56. That's actually something I'd never seen before. It's always teased.
I'll take it the helmet off. They're taking it off. Then I'm not giving him a few more runs.
Deficit now 80. Ashwin into Keegan Peterson. He's got a slip and also a silly mid-on as he plays the first ball from Ashwin, who gives a little bit more flight this time down the leg side for a single. Ken Boland confirming on Twitter that it was 5 runs, the ball hit the helmet. So that's one for the moments. Now Ashwin's doing a field change. The silly mid on is moving. They're just changing the personnel. Agarwal used to be silly mid on, now it's Pujara. He now moves down to the leg side. There are 5 fielders on the leg side, or 6 fielders on the leg side, 3 on the offside. As Temba Bavuma comes in to the field, he finds one of the fielders on the leg side as Ashwin bowls a full one. Temba plays it out to leg side. Kohli picks it up at mid-wicket. Got silly mid on mid-wicket.
Ashwin's bowling a lot more flight in this particular over.
Mid on his way. So you've got mid on his way to the boundary. You've got a square leg and a fine leg creeping in as the next ball to Temba is a lot straighter and Fuller defended back to the bowler, no run. Also have a slip, a gully, and a mid off. We've also got a sweeper on the leg side. Next ball in, Ashwin giving a little bit, not a lot of flight. He darted that one in, Timber coming forward, defending that out to the leg side for no run. 144 for 4. Ashwin into a Bavuma who plays a lot down the leg side, so it's easy to play it through the gaps down to the sweeper for a single. Score goes up to 145 with Timber on 18. To Keegan Peterson, no field change. Still the silly mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg catching, as well as that man on the fine leg. And Ashwin bowls it outside the off stump, and Peterson drives that to the vacant cover region as they take 2 runs off of that. Score goes up to 147 that's the end of the over. 147 for 4. And for 4, yes, with Peterson on 59 and Pavuma on 18.
If I was Ashwin, I'd be asking for an extra fielder on the inner ring.
On the side of the leg side.
They brought him on to get wickets. They haven't brought him on to keep things tight, I would have thought.
They brought him on for the ball that's turning in. They want the South Africans to play down the leg side. But then that last ball, you sat there going, what was the point of that?
What was the point of that? Exactly.
You know.
But even if it's a leg slip, something like that, the last test match, Russell Ferguson was nearly caught on the leg side.
Tucker from the Weinberg end 6-3 field, and he gives Timber a long hop outside the off stump. Then Timber punches to square leg. It was short, it was wide, and it was dispatched for 4.
That, my friends, is a cut shot. That there is a much better shot than the back foot drive shot, than the one that he dropped off where he didn't move his feet, didn't get across. South Africa now are 151 of 308 deliveries. 16 fours.
151 for 4. They've reached 150. 22 Bavuma, 55 Peterson. Deficit's now 72. Talker into Bavuma. Another one that is wide. It's a lot fuller this time. Timber cuts it in front of square. There is a fielder now on the boundary, a sweeper who picks it up, and 2 runs added to the South African score, 153 for 4. Deficit is now under 70. As Armchair Cricket Podcast says, after a hard-fought first hour post-lunch, South Africa still hold the cards. They have lost 1 wicket but accrued 36 runs. Once the South African total crosses 175, they would feel comfortable playing more attacking cricket if they have wickets in hand. Tim, do you agree with that?
I do agree. But it's still a long way to go.
Taco into Bavuma. This one's full outside off stump, driven to that fielder at mid-off for no run. We are going to have a commentary change in about 5 minutes or so. James King will be joining me to close out this post-lunch session. We've now got a catching cover for Timber Bavuma. And it's wide outside off stump. Timber was looking to cut at that ball, but he lets that go through to Rishabh Pant for no run. You've got a catching cover. You've also got a conventional field at about cover point. 2 slips now, so that slip has gone out to catching cover. You've also got that field at backward point on the boundary. Mid-wicket is still there, mid-on. You've got that mid-off, as well as the field at fine leg, slightly squarer for Taco, kind of letting you know the pace that Shardul's trying to bowl, asking him to bowl on that off stump. Timber into Taco into Timber Bavuma, who lets this ball go out on a goodish length to Rishabh Pant outside that off stump for no run. 153 for 4, 24 to Bavuma, 55 to Peterson.
The backward point, as you say, it's stopped maybe 8 or 9 runs, maybe 10 runs at the most since the lunch break. But outside of that, the poor guy's done very little. Certainly not there for any sort of catch, you would have thought. Not to Timber anyway.
Tucker into Bavuma, that's full in the block hold. Bavuma defends that out to that field at catching cover for no run. Helmet gate continues as the only helmet that's on the field is Rishabh Pant's helmet. And even though the 5 runs came from Rishabh Pant's helmet, they took off the second helmet because they don't want any more runs to be conceded. End of that over, 153 for 4.
Oh, they know that runs are very important in this game, especially after their rather poor showing in the first innings. And,
okay.
They know that they need to get as many wickets as they can before South Africa get that total.
Ashwin from the Calvin Grove end, Keegan Peterson, the batter. You've got 3 fielders on the offside, slip, gully, and mid-off. You've got mid-on, who's slightly deep, silly mid-on, mid-wicket. You also have square leg, who's a little bit forward of square leg, field on the boundary as the sweeper, and there's a fielder who's more backward of square leg as well, in some sort of like a half moon shape down the leg side. If you would consider it, you would see it. First ball played back out to the leg side, no run. Second ball outside the off stump, but Keegan Peterson coming through with a lovely defense back to the bowler. He's darting them in very quickly. It's going to be one that he's going to flight and see if he can't get the turn in as Ashwin bowls the next one. A little bit shorter than the previous one. Keegan Peterson takes a nice stride to defend that back to the bowler, no run.
There's one thing Ashwin's got, it's variety.
153 for 4. Ashwin into Peterson. Down the leg side, great take from Rishabh Pant. There's a bit of a stifled appeal, thinking that they may have strangled Peterson, but no run there. That fielder at square leg has now moved straight to the boundary, more backward square leg on the boundary now. As the next ball is a lot shorter, Keegan uses his feet to get to the pitch of it. He plays that back out to on the bounce to Virat Kohli, who's at mid-wicket for no run. Lost ball of Ashwin's over. Down the leg side, he can't find the gap between the leg side as he finds the fielder, who is Umesh Yadav, at square leg to end that over. I made an over from Ashwin. It's 153 for 4. And I think this is the best time to do a commentary change. Thank you very, very much, Tim, as we do a commentary change and bring James into the commentary box. South Africa right now having faced 53 overs in this innings. The deficit is 70, and Temba Bavuma's on 24, not out. Peterson on 59. Rassie van der Dussen was out for 21.
Thank you very much, and Paul. Thank you, Tim, and great to be listening to you both as it is Mohammad Shami continuing from the Wynberg end to Temba Bavuma, who defends that ball that is on the line of off stump out into the covers, where it is fielded by, who's that in the covers? Pujara, is it? No, he's at first slip. Fielded, I think it's by Rahane in the covers. And the score remains 153 for the loss of 4. It's been an interesting post-lunch session so far, Paul.
Yes, it has. First couple of moments or minutes were India's way, but South Africa, again, like the first session, coming back, fighting back as the batting seemingly becomes easier.
Right on. Over the wicket is Mohammad Shami, and defended into the offside once again to the man at a shortish extra covers. The field for Bavuma is at 2 slips, man at a 4th slip, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, wide-ish, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. Pretty much the same field we've had for long portions of the game to the quicker bowlers and Paul.
Yes, but we've been seeing India play around with the deep point, either sending him out, bringing him in.
Once again, Mohammad Shami left alone outside the off-stump ball, that's short of a length on about a 5th stump offside line. Temba Bavuma will have nothing to do with that and raises the arms above the head, which is probably on the shoulders of most people.
Yes, very interesting, because South Africans have struggled with leaves today, and that one was a very tight one outside the off stump. This partnership is with 41, James. These two have been South Africa's best batsmen in this series.
Yeah.
I know Dean Alger scored 96 at the Wanderers, but these two have looked very good.
They have been consistent, and consistency is what is called for in this innings. Consistently leaving is Temba Bavuma at the moment outside the off stump. Another one going wide of that off stump, and we're going to just see if that's been moving away a little bit. Is he just playing the keeping the ball moving away? One's going to be ducking in soon at Temba as they're 153 for 4 in the 54th over, South Africa.
Yes, that ball just looked. Mohammad Shami's been able to get the ball to seam away from the right-handers, so it is something they need to be wary of.
Oh, this is the ball that comes in. One feels at the right-hander, and he plays that one. Not sure whether he got an edge. I think he did, onto the pad, and it bobbles out into the offside as he's forward, playing a forceful shot. Perhaps expecting that one to move away yet again, but it does come in off the seam. So exactly what you were describing, Paul.
Inside edge on a ball that now came in, which is contrary to the natural swing that Mohammad Shami gets. Luckily for Temba, he got that inside edge.
On the Wynberg end, past umpire Maria Erasmus, Mohammad Shami much straighter this time, and Temba Bavuma gets his body behind it, literally, that one right into the body. And there is no run as it falls in front of him. On the wicket, score 153 for 4 after 54. Bavuma 24, Peterson 59, and not out. The partnership is 41.
2 maidens in a row. This is the one way to try and get control back, put pressure back onto the batsman. These two are naturally accumulators, run scorers, so they'd be wanting to try and rotate the strike, but India have not allowed them, especially with Ashwin bowling. We're seeing Ashwin's field similar to the one before, except this time the fielder at mid-wicket is a little bit deeper, and with the one at square leg a lot closer.
Over the wicket to the right-hander, it's on his legs, and the man who is at that mid-wicket position comes around to field. That's the captain, Kohli, and there is no run, 153 for 4. That one's given a lot of flight. Peterson comes forward, meets it on the half volley, but he can't get the ball past
this field
Kohli at
is
mid-wicket.
set for an aggressive shot from the batter.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 men deep on the boundary on the leg side. We'll have a look at that as it's played down to one of those men right now. And Peterson will go through for 2. Takes him into the 60s as that ball is straight down the leg side from Ashwin. And the man at a deep backward square coming around to field 61 to Peterson, 155 for 4, South Africa, 24 to Bavuma.
First runs and 14 balls for South Africa. Keegan Peterson just pushing that down the leg side. Kohli will be disappointed in that. But the man they're planning for is still on strike.
Take strike yet again, probably strike on leg stump, and it's this one on the pads again, wide down the leg side. In fact, it's well down the leg side, missing probably a 6 stump down the leg side, and taken well by punts. There is no more addition to the score. 155.
He's getting some turn
4.
now into
He's
the
getting a
right
bit of
hander,
turn, isn't he? And this once again on the line of leg stump and tickled into the leg side to the man at a forward square leg. That is KL Rahul in that position there.
James, if you remember in Wonders, Ashwin trapped Peterson and the ball was hitting leg.
Yeah, this one is a lot more flight to this delivery. The last one of the over. Keegan Peterson comes forward, plays it into the leg side field once again, picked up by Kohli. And there is no run. 155 for 4 after 55 overs. Partnership 43. Peterson 1 short of his highest score in Test match cricket so far. With him, Temba Bavuma, 24 not out.
That's true. KP's highest score was at the Wonders, was 62.
Yeah. In his 5th Test match at the moment, made his debut against the West Indies. Yeah, the Gross Islet in West Indies. Keegan Peterson with Temba Bavuma, and Bavuma is on strike, and strike it he does beautifully through the offside. Temba Bavuma coming forward onto the front foot to a ball that was shorter, just on a length, and he played it on up through the offside. Classic shot.
Stand and deliver, Temba Bavuma, half volley, and he met that really well, just using all the timing that he has accumulated in this purple patch to produce a textbook cover drive. Really good shot.
Nothing better than seeing a batter play it through the covers on the up. Shami into him again. This time, though, he actually edges it. Unfortunately for South Africa, it goes to the safe hands of Kohli at second slip. And that one outside the off stump, probably didn't need to play at it. And unfortunately, been leaving those so well, maybe buoyed by the confidence of the previous delivery. Plays it, and he's gone.
Yeah, a classy 28 from Bavuma. You needed more from him. He is out for 28, 159 for 5. Edging a... Yeah, he was tentative whether to go forward or back, just hung his bat outside that off stump and got an edge to a second slip. This time, this catch actually carries. We've seen a lot of edges not land before the slips, and India are back in this again with the deficit on 64.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, unfortunate for South Africa with that partnership blossoming, sitting at, I think it was 47, the partnership when that wicket fell. And an astounding similarity between the scorecards of the South African and Indian teams, as India did actually lose their 5th wicket at 167. The only good thing for South Africa potentially here is that the man coming out to bat is in fact the number 6, who's coming out at number 7. Kyle Verreynne averages over 50 at this ground in first-class cricket.
Yes, that's very true. He averages over 50 on this ground. It is his home ground, so I've got hoping for some home comforts. Both the batters at the crease average over 50 at Newlands in domestic cricket. Hello to our Facebook viewers: Maxwell Muna Kumar, Chandan Kumar, Kuliso Rambuda, Maxwell Mfana saying hi. Sandeep Kumar, hello as well. If you want us to read out your name or any messages, please do send them through on YouTube or on Twitter at OneWorldSR or at Gorilla SA. That's GUERILLASA. Kyle Verreynne coming in for his 5th batting innings in his 4th match. He scored 60 runs in international cricket, averages 15 with a high score of 27. In this series, he scored 21 runs in that one innings at the Wanderers.
Yeah, just the one home test match for Verreynne so far. This only his 4th test, as his first ball from Shami is a good delivery on the line of off stump, and Verreynne is forward and plays into the offside, fielded by Rahane in the covers. An identical field to Verreynne as we look at that catch again from Kohli, diving to the left-hand side to his left, taking a good catch, it must be said. The Indian diving catching in the slips have been 1 or 2 that have gone down today. Quite a few that have fallen short. They seem to be standing a little bit further up at the moment. Shami in again from the Weinberg end. And Verreynne, is he out? Yes, he is indeed. He's caught by Rishabh Pant diving to his right. Kyle Verreynne gone without scoring of only the 2nd delivery that he's faced. And South Africa, calamity for them.
Yes, Shami is now on a...
He's not a hat trick. No,
no, it's not. But he's taken 2 wickets in this over. Yeah. And Kyle Verreynne struggling outside that off stump with the ball that's swinging away from him. He's coming down at that one with hard hands, playing across the line and getting that edge to the keeper. That bat is coming into facing the leg side when it should be coming a lot straighter. Had it been coming a lot straighter, he wouldn't have edged it. It would have hit the middle of his bat, and he has to go back to the pavilion on a duck.
South Africa now losing their 6th wicket at 159. Kyle Verreynne out for 0. And that is not what South Africa would have wanted, with Marco Jansen coming onto the field now. The number 7, normally number 7 for South Africa, now coming in at number 8 with the loss of that wicket. The double breakthrough for India by Mohammad Shami. His first 2 wickets of the innings have put the dampers on what seemed to be a really good period of play for South Africa.
Session now falls into India. 3 wickets have fallen. They have a lead of 64 now. Now it's time to attack, Virat. It's time to attack. You're in the tail. Marco Jansen is a good batter.
He is.
He's got ability, and I know the team don't expect much from him, but today they're going to ask a lot from him to try and at least get some sort of a lead on this pitch. You don't want to have a deficit going into the 3rd innings of the match. It's a very crucial period right now as India now it's starting to wrestle control away from South Africa. It's been ebbing and flowing. It's been moving up, it's moving down. That's what this test match has done over the past 2 days, James. And it's advanced at a very quick pace, with each team being in the ascendancy at a point. And now India are now in the ascendancy. Marco Jansen's got a trap on the leg side, square leg on the boundary, fine leg, 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off. Let's go.
Shami into him from the Weinberg end. This one is on his pads and he's able to get off the mark immediately with a push into the leg side. And the man coming around from mid-on to field, and they take the single. South Africa now 160 for 6 in the 56th over. That double strike.
Here's an interesting stat. Most catches from Ritanka Bandyopadhyay. He says most catches taken by non-wicket keepers for Indian tests. as I try to find it
Yeah, interesting.
again. Raul Draver 209, VVS Laxman 135.
It is Shami in to Peterson, the set batsman, and he plays this into the offside defensively, short of a length that was on the line of middle and off, and the fielding down by Rahane.
Yes.
The end of an incredibly successful over for India, 160 for 6.
Yes, so to complete that, Sachin Tendulkar 115 catches. Sunil Gavaskar, who has been hanging around with us for a couple of weeks, 108. 105 is Muhammad Azharuddin, and Virat Kohli now reaching 100 catches in Test cricket. Interestingly enough, Ajinkya Rahane is on 99 in this Test match, so he needs a catch. He's the third slip. Could have been him. Virat Kohli not wanting to stay there, and Virender Sehwag has 90. India with their tails up.
And who are you going to call?
Jasprit Bumrah. 3 slips.
Yeah.
Backward point, extra cover, mid off, slightly wider, mid on straighter, mid wicket. That's R. Ashwin. And out in the deep, you have
Muhammad
Shami at fine leg. The wives have been cheering the Indian bowlers on as Bumrah comes on.
Yeah,
right arm over.
From the Kelvin Grove end, away from us now to the new batter, Marco Jansen. Just stops in his run through. Perhaps just feeling something is not quite 100% right. Now taking a slow walk back to his mark. It's a beautiful day here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. And if you're a South African fan, at the beginning of that Shami over, you were feeling it was a very good day. Now you're feeling not so good. But it's a good day. Bumrah in for his first delivery of this over. And it's welcome to the crease, Mr. Jansen. And he bowls him a short one, which for Marco Jansen needs to be quite short.
But remember the battle between Marco Jansen and Jasprit Bumrah throughout this Test series. Now it's time for Bumrah to provide another salvo in this battle. Bumrah had Jansen on the chest at the Wanderers. Then Jansen returned the favor that created a little bit of a scuffle there. Now Bumrah is in round 3.
Round 3 it is, and that is an absolute jaffa from Jasprit Bumrah. Pitches a shorter length to the tall Jansen. He comes forward, in fact, sort of half forward, half back, plays at it, but it misses the outside edge and goes through to wicket-keeper Pant.
Ball going in to the right-hander, tailing into him, forcing him to play at that. Oh, beautiful ball from Jasprit Bumrah. It is his natural shape, the one that comes in, and he bowled that to perfection.
Right on, over the wicket, past umpire Holtstock now. Another one, this one outside the off stump, not directed into the body. Marco Jansen just ducks underneath it, and that tall frame of his able to get underneath that delivery. It was indeed Bumrah in the first innings who got some chin music from Kagiso Rabada to be caught behind at the wicket by Elgar at first slip off the glove, but it ballooned over Aiden Markram, and he will be wanting to give some of that medicine back, it feels. This another short delivery. In fact, it's over the head of Pant, diving, leaping high up, and he manages to get a glove in it. Well done, Rishabh Pant. It was some outstanding keeping there to stop that one. That had 4 byes written all over it, and
it's really nice that Pant got a glove on that. Johannesburg, those ones were going over his head for those byes. On YouTube, we've got M. Sabir Khan, who said no. I'm assuming it was for the wickets. Azatole Taka Alutemio says hi, Protea Fire. M. Sabir Khan says ups and downs.
And this one is down to the third man region from Marco Jansen as he is gets 2 into the vacant area between the man at backward point and the third slip, and takes his total to 3. South Africa 162 for 6 in the 57th over.
We have an appreciative crowd around us, and they're appreciating every run now because every run is important in the balance of this game. James, you spoke about, obviously at the beginning of that over from Shami, everything was fine.
Yeah.
Now South Africa are behind.
Yeah, and as commentators often say to you, 2 wickets. You get 1, you can get another one. And India are looking for yet another wicket as the last ball of the over from Bumrah. Janssen is forward to that and just defending into the offside. And there is no run. 162 for 6 off 57.
The other thing, Keegan Peterson on the other end watching these wickets for not being able to bat, not being able to be engaged can also be a problem for South Africa because he's been for the past 2 overs sat on the other end watching the carnage happen. India now clapping, the wives and the fans and their contingent, their entourage are clapping.
Yeah,
they feel like they're up here, they're up on this, and
they are indeed. As Shami, the successful bowler from the previous over, continues the attack from the Weinberg end into Keegan Peterson, who's forward, plays that one very, very well out into the offside off about a 5th stump line, and there is no run. 162 for 6 in the 58th over. Peterson, one shy of his best ever Test score of 62. He's on 61. With him, Marco Janssen on 3 in the previous over. If you have just joined us, Mohammad Shami taking the wickets of both Temba Bavuma and Kyle Verreynne in over the course of 3 deliveries. He's in once again to Peterson, and that one beats him all ends up. I think that was the one, as you say, Paul, it indicated to me that's the one that moved away off the seam.
Finding that patch of green and it just slightly moving away.
Yeah, I think he's got Keegan Peterson guessing, as he did with Temba Bavuma. Playing the ball away from his body.
And you don't need the ball to move much.
You don't.
You know,
no, you don't.
Balls are fusses. Come on and say, show these guys what you can do.
Yeah.
On YouTube.
South Africa needing something big from Peterson and from Marco Janssen. Janssen, the last recognized batsman for South Africa. Kagiso Rabada, we know, can contribute with the bat, but with Keshav Maharaj playing as night watchman in this particular innings, South Africa 6 down, but we're down into the tail significantly once one of these batters is potentially out. 20 minutes to tea.
Really important period for both teams.
It's Shami in to Peterson, and he squares him up again. He squares. That is another delightful delivery. Umpire Maria Erasmus unmoved with the half appeal from the Indian team.
This one went straight on. It didn't turn away. It kind of halved Keegan Peterson. It cut Keegan Peterson in half. Came off the glove of his pants.
Yeah,
and the Indians thought there was an edge there. You can tweet us, Clinton Hiralal on Twitter, asking where can I listen to the broadcast at work currently. And Naima Benjamin replying saying not sure, but you can check out One World SR. That is at 1WSR.com.
Shami to Peterson. He plays it defensively off the line of the off stump into the offside. Rahani at extra cover doing the fielding. Remains 162 for 6. Peterson 61 not out.
This is so important for India. They were disappointed yesterday, feeling like they've let go of the series decider, and just in an over, Mohammad Shami has brought them back. They've been chipping away slowly, bowling really well. Good lines, good lengths. Yesterday at the press conference, Kagiso was like, you guys think our strategies are wild. We just want to bowl good lines and lengths.
That's it. Good line, good length is what has been bowled as this is played by Peterson through the vacant gully area down to the 3rd man boundary. And the young man has moved to his highest ever Test score, 65 not out. He is here at 6-gun Grill Newlands as South Africa 166 for 6 now after 58 overs. And South Africa will be wanting a lot more of that from Peterson as the day progresses. He lost 2 partners 2 overs ago in the space of 3 balls. He needs to go on.
In his 4th match, 5th match for the Proteas, hasn't scored over 500 runs, but he's here carrying this side in this innings, a really important innings from Keegan Pearson. Loved watching it.
India's number one bowler, Jasprit Bumrah, is into Marco Jansen. For his first ball of his 16th over. He's got 2 for 24. The rest of the bowling figures, Yadav, 2 for 50. Shami, 2 for 35. Taka, 0 for 32. Ashwin, 0 for 13. But Bumrah, sensational last night and early this morning. Yadav, line and length, has been incredible. Shami in that over, taking the 2 wickets. 6 wickets shared between the 3 Indian quicks. So Bumrah again to Jansen. That is another peach of a delivery. Goes past the outside edge, short of a length. And Jansen knows nothing about that one.
Jasprit Bumrah throughout the series hasn't been at his best, but today has been his best day of bowling in South Africa.
Yeah.
He has been on point, bowling really, really good balls, jaffers. As you say, James, he's just been on the money.
Incredible bowling from one of the world's premier fast bowlers. This squares Jansen up a little bit as it's into the body on the line of middle and leg, but hitting the pad. But that was probably going over a second set of stumps.
Oh yes, Marco Jansen's very tall. You have to hit him underneath the roll.
You do
for you to get him LBW. This one was hitting him on the thigh pad.
So fun fact: Jasprit Bumrah made his debut at Newlands against South Africa in the last test here, 2018. I can't believe he's only been in Test cricket for like 4 or 5 years. This delivery from him outside of the off stump and moving away slightly can easily this time be left alone by Jansen.
Speaking of going back to Keegan Pearson, if you think about it, he played 2 matches at the West Indies, didn't score that many runs, coming in every innings with less than 10.
Yes, every innings.
As first drop. Really did struggle there. And think about the mentality after leaving the West Indies and having not played Test cricket for the next 4 months to understand whether you think you're good enough or you're not. And in this series, he's just been top class.
Bumrah into Jansen, that one in the block hole. Foolish on the middle and leg, defended out into the leg sides, fielded at a conventional mid-on by our Ashwin. There is no run, 166 for 6. The field to Jansen, 3 slips, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Very conventional 6-3 offside leg side field. Over the wicket to Jansen again. Oh, that hits him on the arm. He doesn't play a shot, and the South African batters here are struggling to make their ground. Called through for a quick single by Keegan Pearson. Jansen was not expecting that. It was a shortish delivery into the body of Jansen. It took evasive action, hit him on the arm guard, it looked like, and it went through. They went through for a leg by 167 for 6 after 59. You have to get that really short to get it up there to hit Jansen on the arm. Yeah, on the arm guard there, on the front arm.
Jansen was falling asleep there.
He was.
Keegan Pearson calling him home. A stat about the Virat Kohli reaching the 100 catches club. He becomes the 39th player to do it in international cricket. Dravid is on top of that list with 210. Graham Smith also has taken the most catches in a calendar year, which is 30. That was in 2008. That stat is brought to you by Purav, who's a member of our team out in Australia. Cho S.A. Khan says hi. So hi, Cho. Hello to all our listeners on our different platforms.
Delivery from Shami, the first of the 60th over, is played out into the covers by Marco Jansen. Still feeling that blow a little bit on his left forearm on the previous delivery by Jasprit Bumrah, and he was left a bit ball watching, wasn't he, when he was called through by his partner Keegan Pearson, scrambling to make his ground. Was Jansen, but he did manage to do that off that previous delivery. This one he was just defensive. I think Shami once again from the Weinberg end outside the off stump, left alone by Marco Jansen.
A little bit of a short ball, or more closer to back of a good length, and that one just moving away. So Marco leaving that on length. rather than online. Ella Mazai says, within a span of 3 balls, the match is turned on its head. Now I think India will pull it off. And that's the beauty of Test cricket.
Yeah.
1 wicket brings 2. It changes your fortunes as you go.
Does indeed, changing the fortunes. What Mohammad Shami has done, and on this occasion, he is straying down the leg side, and Janssen is able to tickle it down to the man at the long leg boundary. It looks like Shardul Thakur is down here, so that Jasper Bumrah on the boundary. First is Bumrah on the boundary here in front of us, to the left of our commentary position at the Kelvin Grove end. And there is a slight change in the field now, with a man going to a deep fly, sort of backward point. That's Mayank Agarwal on the boundary to Keegan Peterson. They've taken the man out of third slip, put him in at a backward or a gully. Interesting. Extra cover, mid-off. Shami in now to Peterson. Straight delivery on the line in the middle and off stump. Peterson forward, defensively back to the bowler. He's left well, he's defended well, Peterson.
Yes, and he's waited for the bad ball, and he's put that away. It's a lesson in patience and mentality. Young man, inexperienced in Test cricket. He's 28 years old, 27 years old, and he's learning on the job, and he's succeeding so well. Back-to-back 50s. It's really good to see.
Shami once again into Peterson. This one off the inside half of the bat, playing straight. It goes down, it goes into the leg side. Bit of a couple of comical misfields on the in the mid-wicket area, and you can hear, I think, everybody having a good laugh at the end at the expense of Shardul Thakur there, and they are through for 2. Tried to field it, did manage to get it. Ball went away from him, didn't know where it was, and as he got up, he just sort of fell over again. That's the type of fielding I normally did at Last Man Stands cricket. Well, I didn't even get anywhere near the ball. 170 for 6 it is. Peterson.
Don't sell yourself short, James. That wasn't what we normally experience at Last Man Stands.
It's Shami once again outside the off stump, left alone by Peterson. That ball was on a length, but wide enough to leave alone. End of the over. 60 gone, 170 for 6. South Africa, 10 minutes to team.
PMB saying that Bumrah has bowled the fastest ball of the match, which was 145 kilometers per hour. The last 3 overs, his average speed was 141.8, which is the fastest in the series. And that is a testament to A, Marco Jansen and the battle. And B, to what Bumrah has done today. In terms of, and even yesterday, the wicket to Dean Alger was just unbelievable. He's been flat throughout the series, but now he's ramping up. He didn't play in that New Zealand series, and as the South Africans were saying, even Katuso said that yesterday, you need time in the middle to get your rhythm. Bumrah, I think, has found his rhythm.
Away from us now, the very same Bumrah to Marco Jansen, who is forward in defence, but he can't hit that ball. It goes away from the bat, and he misses it completely. And plenty of applause from behind the wicket for Jasprit Bumrah, who's bowling, like the player that he is. One of the top bowlers on top of his game. What a privilege to be here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, describing this for you.
Marco Jansen looks at sea.
Away from us now, he is, and this one wider outside the off stump. He'll be upset with himself about that. Ball going further away from Jansen, and Bumrah will be walking a little bit thoughtfully back to his mark.
One of those balls where you, as a fast bowler, you kind of feel like you've eased the pressure. The batter doesn't have to make a decision. The easy decision is let the ball go. You make him play. India were good at throughout the series making the South Africans play just outside that off stump line. Let him come forward with that full face of the bat, and you could get that edge.
Seen that edge a number of times today, and again it's outside the off stump again. Marco Jansen comes forward, copy paste almost.
Closer than we thought. It actually, the interesting thing about that one is that the bounce died it got past the bird. It was on a good length, and it just died as it got past the bat. It kind of went past just like, not necessarily halfway up middle, but it was stuck within stump height. So
not what Janssen was expecting at all, and no bounce in it, as you say. So we're halfway through the 61st over, 170 for 6. Bumrah away from us to Janssen, who plays that one, guides it very nicely backward at point, and coming around from backward point, Agarwal does the fielding, and they are through for a single 171 for 6.
And the interesting thing, the good thing about that is that Mark Janssen played that very late. He played it under his eyes, played it behind square. Now, same tactic as Shami to Keegan Peterson. Backward point on the boundary, gully, 2 slips. And you have the extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket, as well as that fine leg on the boundary.
Bumrah past umpire Holdstock, right arm over the wicket to Peterson, short length, and Peterson swivels beautifully, lays it down to the man at long leg, Mohammed Shami, and they are through for a single. He goes on to 68, the total to 172 for the loss of 6. 1 ball left in the Jasprit Bumrah over. What do you think? Some chin music on this last delivery?
That's what Pratyush says on Twitter. On the ribs, please, Bumrah. A little sweet chin would be great too. Well, the field's set for that.
And this delivery. Let's see what happens.
Sweet
Last ball
chin
of
music.
his 17th over. Oh, it's the that one full of a length outside the off stump, half volley length. Janssen's able to guide it more than play the drive through to the point area, and they do take 2. Looks like that may have been a no ball.
Every run
waiting
being
for the
applauded.
No, it wasn't indeed. No, was fine. A bit of a discussion now between Murray Erasmus and Virat Kohli. I'm not sure what that was about. Maybe there's some verbals out there at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes, they would be. We also have another picturesque moment of Mark Janssen towering over Keegan Peterson. A lot of people have loved the Bavuma Janssen photos. This is probably going to be one of those.
It will be.
But that last ball was way wide, way full, and it was easy for Marco to just stroke it through. He didn't have to come hard at it. And those are the type of things that, as a batting coach, as a coach, you are happy to see, because it's a base to build off.
Absolutely. It's Shami to continue. Unsurprisingly, as that is short of a length outside, they were very short outside the off stump. Don't know what Keegan Peterson was doing there. I think it might have been some insect that was flying around. He was trying to swat that away. He did get the bat onto the ball, but that's not a shot you'll be very happy with. That could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, it surprised him. I think with a little bit of extra bounce there. I think he was looking to cut, which is one of the reasons why you have that deep point there for that type of a horizontal bat shot.
So he was looking to play that shot and bailed out, came off the under edge into the pitch. And this is a more conventional delivery, but it strays down the leg side. Keegan Peterson able to easily ease that into the leg side.
The one thing about Shami in this spell is that he's bowled incredibly well outside the off stump.
Yeah.
But he's just been straying a little bit too much down the leg side. He's bowling wicked balls outside the off stump. He's done well setting up batters, but sometimes in the plan during the over, he just has one that goes down the leg side that eases the pressure. And in easing the pressure, it doesn't keep the batter on strike like Bumrah does. It actually releases it with a single. And obviously now Mark Janssen is. Gully's now out at mid-wicket catching. The fielder at the boundary for Keegan Peterson is now in at backward point.
So what are we going to see now from Shami? We'll know now he's in, and that is a beauty once again. Goes past the outside edge of a defensive prod forward by Janssen, and there is no addition to the score. Or the wickets column. It's 175 for 6 in the middle of the 62nd over. What a great delivery.
Very good delivery indeed. It's a game of fine margins, like literally a couple of millimeters inside Marco Janssen stroking that through the leg side, which is why they've got cover with that catching mid-wicket.
2 slips waiting for the outside edge, and this is into Janssen. on the line in the middle and off stump, and he squirts it out. Doesn't really get a full bat onto that one. It goes to the man who is in at that shortish mid-wicket position. That's KL Rahul, who's moved in there from gully or third slip, and he picks that up. There is no addition to the score. 2 slips backward point. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket, man on the deep square leg boundary, man at long leg on the boundary. Is it going to be a short one?
I think he has to try one.
Again, Shami into this is a conventionally very well bowled by Shami again on the line in middle and off stump. Jansen has to play, and he plays soft hands down into the ground. Second slip, Virat Kohli does the fielding.
Jansen was coming across the line, trying to play down the leg side, and that ball just getting a bit of a leaning edge. As you say, soft hands just squirted out to the fielder back at point. He's there for that leaning edge, for that angled bat inside.
Is no real price on this wicket of trying to play something down the leg side that you've got outside the office. Shami's in again, much straighter and short of a length, and that is on a length to Jansen as he comes forward and plays it defensively out into the offside. Rahane does the fielding from extra cover. It is 175 for 6 after 62 overs. Jansen on 7. Peterson on his highest test score of 69. 16 runs have been added since the double strike from Mohammad Shami in the 56th over. And it is South Africa losing 3 wickets in the session.
Yes, it's quite rare to get a sport that teeters on the brink for either side.
It is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? I mean, it's like I can't think of too many other sports that are like this. I mean, I'm not a great follower of American sport, but we could perhaps chat a bit about that, as Bumrah is what we're chatting about now. Short of a length into the body of Peterson. There's no danger there, just helping it on its way.
That was a freebie. They won Marco Jansen. Well, Bumrah won Marco Jansen. Wants 5 balls at Marco Jansen. Keegan moves to 70. South Africa 176 for 6. India's over it slightly slower now.
Plus 0.5. Is that's on the positive side, is it, or is that showing that they're behind the rate?
They're ahead.
They're ahead of the rate, which is very good for them. Started the day after 8 overs have been bowled.
Deficit is now 47.
South Africa will want to get a lead. A lead in this match is very, very important, as it is Jansen on strike to Bumrah. And as you say, it is Bumrah who has bowled Marco Jansen. The off stump is out of the ground, and that's why they wanted him on strike. Bumrah wanted his man. He's got his man. Phenomenal bowling from one of the world's best bowlers.
Will that be T after
it
that?
It will be T.
Off stump.
Time is 10:03, so that is T.
Marco Jansen's off stump, cartling away. They do say bowl on the top of off. Bumrah knew what he wanted. He tried to get him outside the off stump, tried to get him nicked off. He didn't bowl the short ball.
No, he didn't.
Shaped up for the short ball. And he surprised Marco Jansen with a double bluff.
Wow.
And he is out bowled. Really, really good spell of bowling from Bumrah just before tea.
Incredible bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. And he got a Simone Biles with that. Got that one cartwheeling in towards the wicketkeeper punt. And that has to be India's session.
Yes.
South Africa coming out after the tea interval, after the lunch interval, only 2 down and losing in that period of play, losing Fanadisson, Bavuma, Verena, and now Marco Jansen losing those
4 wickets in that session.
And 176 now for the loss of 7 as we go to the tea interval.
Yes, tea interval. We'll just be playing our archives on 1WSR.com. On YouTube, we'll be going silent. Hello, Destroyer Boys. Hello, Noob1234, who says Proteas. Thank you very much for listening to us. We'll be back after 20 minutes as we go run upstairs to go get some biscuits from the media center. See you at 3:30.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up. And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December. To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Could be a test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Could be a test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up. And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Welcome back to Newlands for the final session of the second day of the decisive third test between South Africa and India. And India roaring back in that second session, reducing South Africa to 176 for 7. James King is alongside me, and a lot of work needed by South Africa in this final session.
Yeah, Ken, thank you very much. Privileged to be here with you and with the listeners today from the beautiful Six-Gun Grill, Newlands. South Africa only scoring 76 in that session for the loss of 4 wickets. Brilliant bowling towards the end of the session from India. Shami, 2 wickets in an over, and then Bumrah cleaning up Marco Jansen in the last over before tea. It's going to be Bumrah to complete his 18th over from the Kelvin Grove end.
Right from around the wicket to the new man, Kagiso Rabada. It's angled into him, and he gets behind it nicely and steers it towards mid-on. No run there. Yeah, James, the surprising thing about that second session was that Keegan Peterson and Temba Bavuma added 47 in a little more than an hour, and things were looking really good on 159 for 4.
Yeah, South Africa in the ascendancy in the match. You felt that another 50 runs or so was quite possible.
Bumrah in again, and again, Rabada comes forward and defends very solidly, high elbow to mid-off, no run.
Resolutely behind that one. It was, yeah. So you felt they were edging towards the advantage in the test match, but those 2 wickets within 3 deliveries after getting hit through the covers by Bavuma in the next delivery, just squaring him up slightly, just playing outside the off stump to a ball that went slightly away from him. Bavuma bowled, caught behind, and then Verena playing pretty much a nothing type of shot.
As Rabada just pushes Bumrah to mid-off again, no run. Yeah, Mohammed Shami, the man, cracking the game wide open. He and that wonderful seam position of his, bolt upright.
It was just one of those 1 over that's almost changed the complete complexion at the moment of the test match.
Indeed, as Bumrah bowls a short delivery now to Rabada, who just sways out of the way. Through it goes to wicketkeeper punt, and that's the completion of Bumrah's 18th over. He's taken 3 for 29. Another marvellous display by India's
incredible display of fast bowling, and just to be able to witness how he's this art that he had, the artistry of fast bowling on display from Jasprit Bumrah. What an amazing spell he's had. All 3 of his wickets that he's taken coming from the Kelvin Grove end as well. 2 over 2 South African openers and then working over Marco Jansen completely in what has become a bit of a grudge match between the two of them in this test match. It's been great to see that. Bit of verbals, a bit of chin music, a bit of stuff happening. Marco Jansen beaten comprehensively a number of times, both by Bumrah and by Shami, who's going to continue unsurprisingly, from the Weinberg end.
Well, it's Umesh Yadav.
Actually,
it's a full toss, which Keegan Peterson just flicks away off his legs to a deep square leg for a single. So Peterson will go on to 71 not out in South Africa, 177 for 7, still trailing by 46 runs.
Yeah, it's so changing the bowling after the tea interval. Shami's spell before tea, critical in getting India into what looks like position A in the test match now, Ken. Difficult to know how South Africa can come back from this.
Yadav into Rabada, back of a length, and again he's defended very nicely to mid-off, no run. Shami 5 overs, 2 for 13
in that
spell of his. Umesh Yadav also 2 wickets. We mentioned Jasprit Bumrah's 3 for 29. Shardul Thakur has bowled 10 overs for 32 runs, no wickets, but he's also asked many questions of the South African batsmen, and we've had 7 overs of spin from Ashwin, as Umesh Yadav is at the top of his mark from the Weinberg end, right arm over to the left-handed Rabada, who defends more off the back foot this time. It goes to mid-on, no run.
And Ken, your view on the Van der Dussen dismissal, it'd be interesting. I mean, he looked really rattled after the run-out chance. It took a really suicidal single to Ajinkya Rahane in the covers, didn't wait for the run and for the ball to get past the fielder, was picked up. He would have been run out by probably 3 meters. After that, he seemed very unsettled. It possibly led to his, some of it could have led to his dismissal.
As Yadav in again to Rabada, back of a length, he defends this through the gully area, and he's going to get off the mark with a single. South Africa 178 for 7. Yeah, James, it was strange because Van der Dussen had batted so well up until lunch with Keegan Peterson. They'd added, what was it? It was 55 runs already.
Yeah, up until lunch, 55.
So, and then he just came out of lunch, and everything came out after lunch, and everything just seemed a bit frantic and frenetic. Those 2 dodgy singles, and then really driving at a ball that wasn't there to drive. It was against this man, Yadav, who's in again now to Peterson, who drives nicely down the ground, but Yadav throws out a hand and intercepts the ball, and then has a little shy at the stumps.
Yeah,
no run.
Some good byplay from the Indians here, who know that they're on top. Virat Kohli incredibly animated once that wicket of when the wicket of Van der Dussen went down, and carried on with that animation, very G'd up in that second session. The Indian fielders, the captain leading from the front.
Yadav in again to Peterson, short. Peterson gets on his tippy toes and works this away backward of square leg for a single. He'll go to 72, career best score by the man from Paarl, back-to-back half centuries and successive tests.
And plying his trade out of Durban now with the Dolphins, and has done nothing wrong in the Test match series here in South Africa so far against India. A good domestic season that he's had, a lot of scores in and around the 40-50 mark or so. So a man who has spent some time at the crease over the past few months, which I think South Africa will be very happy about.
He has been one of the big positives in the South African batting lineup in this series. Bumrah is going to continue from the Kelvin Grove end to Peterson with 2 slips and a gully in place. Back of a length, Peterson defends stoutly off the back foot to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, 179 now, a full loss of 7 in the 65th over. The deficit 44. Ken, at this stage, you think South Africa just looking to get onto parity? A lead would be a bonus.
Absolutely. From this situation, no question about that. As Bumrah walks into his run-up and then he quickens, he stands up, he delivers that straight-on action. Peterson punches off the back foot but straight to mid-off, no run.
That's just become a feature, isn't it? The Jasper Bumrah run-up is one of those classic anomalies almost in the world of cricket. You hardly expect him to be a fast bowler with that type of run-up. You sort of wait to see them steaming in and full pace, but that isn't how he bowls. And
you mentioned his skills, and it's wonderful that he does everything in such an unorthodox fashion as he comes in again to Peterson. Peterson drives nicely, but picks out cover. No run. Yeah, I love watching him bowl because he is so unorthodox.
Yeah.
But there is so much skill to appreciate in his bowling as well.
Incredible. I mean, the way that this morning, first up, clearly the Indian team had a plan to Markram first up, executed that plan brilliantly, did Bumrah, and South Africa already on the back foot with the second delivery of the day.
Yeah, it was a shocking start as
Bumrah
into Peterson, edge to first slip and taken.
Oh,
wonderful
my
delivery
goodness.
again by Jasper Bumrah.
Yes, Keegan Peterson, he's going to have to go. He stands he's in his crease for a long time after that delivery, and he is incredibly disappointed, but he has been bowled out by one of the world's best bowlers for his highest ever score in Test cricket, 72 of 166 balls. A marathon innings comes to an end, caught at first slip by Teteshwar Pujara off the bowling of Bumrah. Bumrah gets his fourth. South Africa descending into dire situation here at 179 for the loss of 8. And straight after tea, it is India more and more on top.
Yeah, Keegan Peterson, it was a good delivery from Bumrah, just back of a length, a bit of decent bounce, but Peterson just playing slightly across that one, the bat just aiming towards mid-on, when he should have perhaps been punching it more towards mid-off. So playing across the line and getting the edge. And that Indian total of 223 really looks a long way away now, as the next man in, Dwan Olivier, has a test average of just 3.9. Rabada might need to hit out a bit here while he still has the chance.
He may probably will have to. The tactics are going to change. One senses that Bumrah is set for a fifer in this innings already. Those 4 wickets that he has taken. What an outstanding display of fast bowling we've seen throughout the course of the day. And this expedited by the fact that Mohammad Shami took those 2 wickets in 1 over to rip out what remained of the heart of South Africa's middle order.
Bumrah in now to Dwan Olivier with 3 slips and a leg gully. And Olivier does well to keep that one out. A solid defensive stroke to mid-wicket, no run. Jasprit Bumrah was not at his best at the Wanderers, and Indian critics certainly let him know about that. And he's made a wonderful return to form in this innings. 4 for 29 with 1 ball left in his 19th over.
South Africa going from 159 for the loss of 4 in the over, start of the over when Bavuma was out, to 179 for 8.
As Bumrah again targets Olivier, stumps. This one kept it a little low. Olivier managed to keep it out there, and he survives the end of the over. South Africa 179 for 8 now, with Rabada on 1 and Olivier yet to get off the mark at the crease. Still trailing by 44 runs with just 2 wickets left.
Sure. And the pitch is still looking like, if you can get in, is looking like a reasonably good pitch to bat on, but it is not easy to come in and bat on it. It's still movement for the fast bowlers. It's not, I wouldn't say it's jagging off the pitch, but if you're prepared to bowl in the channels, prepared to work the batters out, you're going to get what we've seen is that you're going to get those wickets.
Yeah, I would say it is slightly in favour of the bowlers. There is that little bit of movement there, as you say, as Umesh Yadav was into Rabada, lost this over cover point.
He does indeed.
And there is a man who is quite square on the 3rd man boundary who will run across and cut it off, but Rabada will scamper through for 2 runs. So Rabada's intent pretty clear there.
Yes.
He goes to 3 not out on the total, 181 for 8.
Yeah, South Africa's tail now, I don't think they can really hang around. They know that they're going to get a delivery. If they go defensive, they're going to edge it. And they're going to get bold, they're going to edge it. They actually have to go for their shots.
Well, we know Rabada does have the ability to play some shots, so he's the right man to do this as Yadav comes in again to short. And Rabada employs the duck hook. He's got quite a lot of bat on it, though, and it just runs out towards deep square leg for a single, which they take.
They do.
I suppose as Olafia. Rabada goes to 4, 182 for 8.
And it's going to be Duan Olafia striking against Umesh Yadav for the first time. And to the right hander, let's just see what they do with the field. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to play this to Olafia. They're bringing Ashwin in, it looks like, in a catching position. They're going to have 2 catching mid-wickets by the looks of things. Yes, 2 catching mid-wickets, a mid-on, mid-off, 3 slips, a backward point.
Yadav into Olafia, who pushes hard outside off stump. The ball bounces past the outside edge. I'm not sure Duan Olafia has batted long enough to really expose a tendency to loft the ball too short mid-wicket.
I wouldn't have thought so in his Test career, and in his return to Test cricket, certainly hasn't had the opportunity after quite a long stint in county cricket to show anybody what he's made of from a batting point of view. We know he can bowl.
Yeah.
So we're going to be seeing him on field. We're going to be seeing him a bit later on today as well.
Just 1 mid-wicket now as Yadav was into Olafia short, and Olafia defends well to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, the man from mid-wicket, Ajinkya Rahane, moving to a leg gully position. Man on the deep long leg boundary, Bumrah, Ashwin at at a mid-wicket, and Shami mid-on, the mid-off, backward point and 2 slips and a gully.
Yadav in again to Olafia. This is outside off stump and left alone. The leg gully I like. This bowling from the Weinberg end, the bowlers have been able to extract a bit of steep bounce from that end, and Umesh Yadav has got the pace and he's skiddy that he could definitely get one up around Olafia's ribs, and he could well turn it around into the hands of Rahane there at leg gully.
It's certainly a position that makes more sense than the 2 mid-wickets. Let's see what he does with this one.
And it's short, and Olafia sways out of the way of that delivery. He loses his balance a bit as he goes jogging backwards to short square leg. But he has survived the over, 66 gone, 182 for 8.
And bowling figures at the moment, Bumrah 4 for 29, Yadav 2 for 56, Shami 2 for 39, both in the 1 over. Tucker 0 for 32 and Ashwin 0 for 13. And just coming back to those 2 dismissals in the Shami over, Ken, a turning point it seems in this match as both Bavuma and Verreynne, and particularly the wicket of Verreynne, that I think South African followers will be most disappointed about. Opportunity knocks for him on his home ground, comes in and unfortunately gets the second ball that he doesn't quite get to and gets edges behind.
Bumrah is around the wicket to the left-handed. Rabada, who spars outside off stump, gets an inside edge just past the stumps. It runs away behind square on the leg side. He'll get 1 rather unconvincing run for that stroke. He goes to 5, a total 183 for 8. Yeah, I think most disappointing about Kyle Verreynne, anyone can get a good ball early on, but was the similarity in dismissal to the Wanderers, in that he never really went anywhere in the crease. Footwork totally absent, just prodding from the crease. At the Wanderers, he fell to the one that nipped back into him. And here at Newlands, it was the away ducker by Shami, which cleaned him up. Bumrah is back to over the wicket now as he bowls to Duan Olafia, who's yet to get off the mark. It's a very good line and length and a very solid forward defensive stroke by Duan Olivier that keeps Bumrah out. There's a leg gully for Bumrah as well, and again a shortish mid wicket.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too long before we see the short ball employed by Bumrah into the body of Duan Olivier. I think he's going to struggle to keep that down or control it. Let's see what he can do with this delivery.
Bumrah in again. There is the short one, as you called it, James. And Olivier turns his back on it and takes the blow on the arm or the rib area.
He wore that one, didn't he? I mean, that one into him, he did. He turned his back. Not the ideal thing for any batter to be doing. It's having a look at that on the replay. Short of a length, angling into the body, and that hit him on the upper arm of his left arm, his front batting arm, and down into the gully area.
He did at least drop the bat, so that was brave. Bumrah in again to Olivier. Short again! Fended it. That one really got up. And Olivier did well to drop the ball in front of him.
Yeah, that hurt him.
He's been struck on the gloves. He's looking a bit
hopefully not.
Tender.
That one hit him on the bowling hand, it looks like. Just into the gloves. He was able to, got hit on the thumb, it looks like, on his right hand as it got big on him. It really did get big on him. Now they're bringing a fielding change. A man coming in, getting a helmet, is being brought out to Mayank Agarwal, who's going to be fielding in that forward short leg position. They're going to continue with the catching leg gully, who is Rahani. And so all out attack now outside the off stump, I think.
By way of change, let's see. Bumrah in. It's full and at the stumps, and Olivier does well to keep it out. That first short delivery from Bumrah didn't get up that much.
No, it didn't.
But it's almost like the second one was the real effort short ball, and that climbed steeply towards Olivier's head.
Really, really good delivery. Very similar, in fact, to the one that got Bumrah in his innings from Rabada, which was a beauty to a tail ender. He could do nothing with his delivery. He's trying to replicate that against Olivier.
Here comes Bumrah again. Short, but it's wayward down the leg side. And that's a bit of a waste of a bouncer. End of the over. South Africa 183 for 8. Rabada on 5. Olivier yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, and to just re-emphasize how well Jasprit Bumrah has bowled in this innings. South African innings 4 for 30 of 20 overs. Economy rate of only 1.5. South Africa are 40 runs behind the Indian first innings total, and Bumrah has just been incredible in this attack so far.
Except he's bowled a no ball, so it's not quite the end of the over. He has to bowl one more, called by the third umpire there, and Olivier manages to keep the extra ball out, pushing it into the covers. No run. Yeah, Jasprit Bumrah started the innings with 4 successive maidens. And he has just maintained those levels of accuracy and testing the batsman throughout.
I love that word, testing. It really does describe exactly what this cricket is. And Test cricket at its absolute best, at probably one of the best venues one can possibly hope to observe or watch Test cricket at. Newlands, here from the Kelvin Grove end. The Oaks, the famous Oaks, to our left, to the right, the railway stand, the railway line, and Table Mountain, the world-renowned Table Mountain range to our right-hand side.
Umesh Yadav in again to Rabada, short down there, he hooks at it, he misses. There's a speculative appeal from Umesh Yadav. He's not supported by his wicketkeeper, though.
No, it's both Pujara and Kohli doing surrender stations in to the left there, to the left of wicketkeeper Pant, and nothing happening there for the Indian fielders. Not going for the review. So if it did hit anything, it may well have been either the sleeve or the arm.
Yeah,
as it went
like
through.
If it did, yeah. But James, what thoroughly absorbing cricket we've had for 2 days. And Virat Kohli at the centre of much of it, as he has Yadav again. Into Rabada, short, he tries to call at it. just goes over the stumps. I don't think that was short enough to pull.
Yeah.
It certainly whizzed through on Rabada. He was late on it.
Anything's there to pull at the moment for Kikito Rabada. There are two men, it must be said, 2 men deep in on the leg side. I mean, they're giving him a single any day of the week on that leg side.
And it's another no ball.
Another no ball, my goodness.
By the third umpire.
Yeah, it's Yada this time, the guilty party.
In he comes again to Rabada, who this time waits for it and just pushes it away square on the offside for a single. He'll go to 6 not out in the total to 186 for 8.
Yeah.
Virat Kohli yesterday batting for 4.5 hours,
Yeah.
scoring 79 and really
Incredible.
blunting an excellent Proteas attack. And then today he's taken a couple of catches on the slips.
Yes.
The one to dismiss Bavuma was particularly good.
Very good
Diving
catch.
low to his left. So you can't keep the great man out of the game.
Yeah, he's directing traffic all the time. And here, once again, looking at how they're going to get Dwan Olivier out. 2, those short mid-wickets, both in there now. And the leg gully, 2 slips, point, mid-off.
Yeah, and Olivier drives nicely.
Oh, very nice drive.
But unfortunately, pretty much straight to mid-off, no run.
So a lot of chatter out there from the Indian fielders, exactly what you'd expect. Another change to the field as they are ringing the changes every single delivery. It looks like a man can be coming in, I think, at forward short leg now, the helmet being passed from Pujara to Agarwal, who's coming into that forward short leg position. So we have an interesting field. Leg gully, forward short leg, catching mid-wicket, mid-on, man at long leg, 4-5, offside leg side field.
Oh. And it's a short pitch delivery from Umesh Yadav, which Dwan Olivier just sways out of the way of, no run. I wonder if that's the same helmet that gave South Africa 5 runs.
Yeah, may well be. That was a really interesting situation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Indian fielders falling all about themselves. That's what etched in my mind as the ball then rolled down and clattered into the helmet. Not often you see that in Test cricket. In fact, in any cricket these days.
As Yada was in again to Olivier. Short defends and it's he's done well to get it away to back point.
That right hand taking another pounding there, Ken, his bowling hand. He couldn't get it off the bat, and probably from there onto the ground, down to the man at backward point, at KL Rahul, under the sun hat. He's now being sent down to almost a 45, down to a shortish third man, about 20 meters in from the boundary.
Yeah, and again, short. Olivier sways out of the way. I know I'm getting confused with all these fielding changes.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes happening every delivery.
I wonder if the bowler knows what he's meant to be bowling. But his over has come to an end. It's 186 for 8. South Africa still 37 runs behind on the first innings.
Just running through that card for you, and it's giving you an update as to, if you have just joined us after having some tea, then just to give you a sense of where we are. South Africa 186 for 8. Scorecard: Eldar 3, Markram 8, Maharaj the night watchman 25. Peterson, the last man to go, an outstanding innings from Keegan Peterson. His highest test score, 72, before he was caught by Kohli off the bowling of caught by Pujara, first slip off the bowling of Bumrah, who is bowling now.
It's a full toss to Rabada. It's driven out to a deep mid-off, and they dash through for a quick single. Dwan Olivier would have to face the fire again. Rabada on 7. He's been quite happy to take the singles, old Kikito Rabada.
Yeah, he has. He's exposing his fast bowling partner to one of the another incredible and great fast bowler in Jasprit Bumrah. Rabada in his 50th Test match really bowled well in the first innings. Bumrah, premier bowler for India, showing that this is a match for these top players to put up their hand.
Bumrah comes in again now to Duan Olivier with a leg gully and a forward short leg. It's back of a length on middle and off, and Olivier just steers it to backward point, no run.
Just to finish that card for you, Keegan Peterson being the 8th man to go at 72 with the 72. Van der Dussen was out for 21. He was the 4th wicket to fall, the first in the post-lunch session, where South Africa went to 112 for 4.
Bumrah comes in again, right arm over to Olivier, back of a length again, and this one's on middle and leg, and Olivier meets it with a broad defensive bat, straight to mid-on, no run.
The next wicket to fall for South Africa, Temba Bavuma, after a very nice partnership of 47 with Keegan Peterson, falling to Mohammed Shami, caught behind by Kohli. A good catch, diving at second slip, and that was then 159 for 5.
Oh, well bowled by Bumrah. It's the slower ball Yorker, which Duan Olivier is quick enough to spot, and he digs it out of the block hole. It goes to mid-on again. No run. Nice variation there.
Yeah, very good.
Bumrah.
Bit of a surprise delivery. 2 balls later then, Kai Verreynne coming in at 7 because the night watchman batting earlier was out, caught behind off the bowling of Shami, and that meant 159 for 7 for South Africa.
Bumrah in again to Olivier. Shortish this time. Olivier leans back and cuts. And he cuts very well. It's gone racing through gully, and he gets off the mark with a well-deserved boundary.
As indeed, the score is now to 191 for 8, and in the context of the game as it stands currently, every single run is sacred for South Africa. Deficit 32, and the deficit was in fact at that stage when South Africa went to a 159, that deficit was 64, and they lost that 6th wicket, that of Verreynne, not long after. In fact, 17 runs later, the wicket of Janssen.
Bowled by this man Bumrah, who Olivier has driven into the covers for no run.
Janssen, who was worked over by both Mohammed Shami and by Jasprit Bumrah. Brilliant bowling from Bumrah, had beaten the edge a number of times, and then in the over before tea, got one to go straight on. It was short of a length and took out the off stump of Marco Janssen. South Africa 176 for 7. Keegan Peterson, very soon after the tea interval, the 4th Bumrah victim. Great innings from Peterson. Got a ball that got big on him. Ken, you were describing earlier, probably not looking to play that as straight as you would have wanted him to. Took the top edge of the bat and flew to Bajara at first slip.
Umesh Yadav starts another over from the Weinberg end to Rabada, full and on the stumps, and Rabada pushes firmly, but straight back to the bowler, no run.
That was South Africa's 8th wicket, Peterson falling. That score 179 is now 191 for 8. And the bowlers from an Indian point of view, Bumrah supreme, 4 for 36. He has been the sharpshooter here at 6 Gun Grill, Newlands, for the Indian team.
And Umesh Yadav continues to fire away from the Weinberg end. It's a bouncer, but it's very wayward down the leg side, and umpire Maria Erasmus decides that is a wide.
First one of the test match, I think, Ken, if my memory serves me correctly. Nothing from the South African side and nothing so far from the Indians. So we'll check on that one. Ken's doing his work on his scorecard there, which he keeps meticulously, I must say. Yes, 193 for the loss of 8.
Yadav in again, right arm over with 2 slips to Rabada. Short ball. Rabada tries to work it on the onside, but is struck on the body, and Yadav will come racing through in his follow through to do the fielding and stop a single being taken. 2 men back on the boundary. Behind square on the leg side now for Rabada.
I was going to say, Ken, they're giving him the run, aren't they, if he plays it down into the leg side. The field is widely set. They've got a fly slip in front of us, so it's first and second slip. KL Rahul, it's almost a fly slip 3/4 of the way to the boundary at third man.
Yeah, and short again, and Rabada's got hold of that one, and he has split the two fielders behind Spare on the leg side. One bounce and over the boundary for 4 runs. What a lovely hook shot by Rabada.
That takes him into double. It was that one short and just outside the off stump, but he helped it on its way, but in the middle of the bat, and that must have felt really good. 2 men waiting there for exactly that type of shot. We managed to bisect those 2 fielders, taking South Africa to 196. 200 is beckoning for South Africa. The lead now 27 for India. Deficit for, should I say, for South Africa, 27.
Yeah, and again to Rabada, short again. Rabada tries the pull again, but this is down the leg side, and punt gathers, no run.
Yeah, it's an interesting spell of play, this. Felt yesterday with South Africa bowling at the number 10 wicket pairing that they didn't focus on bowling in the channels that have been so successful to them. I mean, they did get the wicket in the end, and they only put on 16 or 17 runs. But let's see what happens with this partnership. We'll chat a bit more about that.
And again to Rabada, who's hooking, and has that come off the helmet? I think
it looks
has.
like it. Yeah, I think they
bounced
might have
out into the covers as he missed the hook shot.
I have to chat about that because there will be a check on the batter from a concussion point of view. One feels.
Well,
umpire, that now.
Umpire Erasmus immediately called on physiotherapist Craig Governor, whether Rabada likes it or not. So a compulsory concussion check for South Africa's fast bowler.
Another vicious delivery coming up off short of a length, Ken. And I know you've got the glasses on, Kagiso Rabada there, and Craig Governor coming out. What can you see?
Well, I'm sure Rabada's fine. He's just convincing umpire Erasmus of the fact he's having a good sip of water. He's offered Rishabh Pant some. Rishabh Pant says no thank you and gives him a friendly pat on the buttocks.
Just looking at that on the replay, the ball coming up very short, trying to hook it once again down into the deep, and takes the head just to the left of the Proteas emblem on his helmet. So pretty much between the temple and the forehead, and Kagiso Rabada necessarily now having the check from Craig Govender. The score 196 for 8, 1 ball left after this break in the 70th over, and we hope that Kagiso Rabada is okay and able to continue. He and Dwayne Olivier have got on 17 for the 9th wicket. Ken, those are important runs at this stage for South Africa.
It's been useful. I'm sure Rabada's fine to continue, and Umesh Yadav kind of made an apology to Rabada for hitting him on the head, as if to say, listen, I didn't mean that. Please don't bowl me any bounces. But I'm sure that'll be in the memory banks of Kagiso Rabada when he's back bowling again. Umesh Yadav has been quite generous with his short pitch bowling in this little burst to South Africa's 2 fast bowlers. He can expect some of that back, I'm sure.
He can most certainly expect that back from the South African bowlers. The question will be, when are they going to be giving that back to him? I think as we were talking a bit through day one and today about which day would be the best batting day here at Newlands. Temperature tomorrow is set to be skyrocketing into the 30s. Today a bit cooler in the late 20s. Should be a very hot day and a good day for batting tomorrow. The pitch is looking like it's got a lot quicker. That may favour the stroke players from an Indian point of view. There's still something in it for the bowlers. This is a good pitch for pacemen. We've seen from some of the numbers, is now regarded as probably one of the top 3 or 4 pitches in the world in most recent times for pace bowlers. Figures coming out of Crick Info earlier on in the week. So it's an interesting situation in which we find ourselves. South Africa will be hoping to get as close as possible to get a lead, and any lead could, going into the third innings, India's innings, could be crucial for them.
We saw that at the Wanderers, where South Africa had to bat last, and I think they were 29 runs ahead on first innings, and Dean Elgar spoke about that actually making quite a significant difference. They still had to chase a target, which I don't think many people expected them to reach in the fourth innings.
Yes, I mean, well, I know a lot was made of it being the sort of third highest total, I think, chased at the Wanderers in test matches by any team. It was also the third highest chase for a South African team at home in the fourth innings in their entire test history. So out of the 200, that was the 244th test match South Africa has played at home in their test history. It was the third highest run chase they've ever made in the fourth innings. So not only at the Wanderers, but also at home. It's going to be interesting to see what South Africa are going to be chasing in this particular test. We're back live.
Umesh Yadav resumes to Kagiso Rabada, short again, but it's down the leg side, and Rabada paddles it to the fine leg fielder for just a single. Rabada will go to 12, and the total moves on to 197 for 8, 26 runs behind. It's the end of the 70th over, so in just 10 overs' time, India will have a second new ball available, which might make them consider a couple of bowling changes. I think we might be having one happening right away.
We are indeed. Looks as if Ashwin is going to be coming on, Ken, as you say. A change of bowler, Rabada keeping the strike at the end of the over. Ashwin, who's been bowling exclusively, I think it has been exclusively from the Kelvin Grove end. He might have had one or two overs. No, I don't think he has. This is only his third spell of the day here from the Kelvin Grove end. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Rabada, taking the ball away from Rabada. Field is a slip, a forward silly point, man at backward point, extra cover, deep cover on the boundary, long on, long off, long off, long on, man at mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. It's going to be Ashwin to bowl to Rabada.
Right from around the wicket to the left armer, who's struck on the pad by the ball, angling in, but probably doing too much. Since South Africa have started batting, the wind has been a southeasterly all the time, so Ashwin is bowling into that wind. He comes in again. This is well flighted to Rabada, who drives uppishly, but there's no mid-off, and the ball runs to the long-off fielder for a single. Rabada goes to 13. Total 198 for 8.
And too short of that round 200 deficit now, 25. And Ashford coming around. He's going to come over the wicket now to the right-handed Olafia.
There are two catches close in on the leg side. And a sip, well flighted by Ashford. Olafia defends on off stump, no run.
Heavily guarded leg side field. 6-3 leg side field. Ken, leg as almost a, what's that? Oh, it's a short leg gully. A forward short leg.
Ashford in again. This is a bit flatter and quicker, and Olafia stretches forward and gets over the bounce nicely. It rolls to the short leg fielder, no run. Ashwin will come in again. He gets through his overs very quickly. Flatter this time, and Olafia again pushes forward and defends square on the offside.
A lot of variation in his flight and in his speed as well, Ashwin, seen during the day, even in these 7 overs. Such a really a pleasure to see how he's trying to mix it up around the wicket now.
Yeah, more variation. Well flighted on middle leg, and Olafia defends again to end the over, 198 for 8. I must admit, I am quite a fan of a spinner bowling against the tail enders.
Yes, me too.
Especially a quality spinner like Ravi Chandran Ashwin.
Yeah, one expects that the top order batters are going to be able to pick up those changes in flight and variation and quickly enough to be able to adjust. You don't expect that necessarily of a tail ender who wouldn't have spent a lot of time actually playing or in the nets or even out in the middle against a bowler of this type of guile and quality. Ashwin, incredibly experienced, as on most of this Indian team, an old team maybe not old, but certainly advanced in years when compared to, say, the youngsters in the South African lineup. Very interesting to see the techniques that they use.
One of the newer faces in the Indian team, Shardul Thakur, is back into the attack to Rabada. It's angled into the stumps, and Rabada just defends this to mid-off. He's bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, trying to angle the ball across towards two slips that are in place.
Bit of a change of attack here potentially for India. There's still those two men out in the deep, a square leg and long leg, the mid-wicket, mid-on, two slips, an extra cover, and a mid-off.
In again, Rabada launches
Beautiful.
him over wide mid-on. He hasn't got all of it though. It's more high than long. And the fielder will scamper back towards Cow Corner and recover the ball. They go through for 2 runs though, and South Africa's 200 is up.
Yes, 200 for South Africa in 432 balls, 321 minutes, 24s with that 2 from Kagiso Rabada takes him to 15. Olivier's partners on 4, partnership 21, 8 wickets down.
Okay, in again, 4, and Rabada has just punched this straight back over the bowler's head, but there's a man running around from a deep mid-off, and he takes a very comfortable catch. I don't know if Rabada didn't see him, or
maybe not.
Maybe he wanted to make better contact, but it was almost a check drive.
Could have gone, if he'd have gone through with that, would have been a potentially a maximum, but Bumrah, who is the fielder out there at long off, has taken a good running catch, and that is an innings, a little bit of a cameo from Kagiso Rabada, which comes to an unfortunate end, and it is Shardul Thakur who gets amongst the wickets. 15 for Rabada off 25 balls, 46 minutes. The single boundary, which was that one that he swung down to the backward square leg area, and South Africa lose their 9th wicket with the score on a round 200. I don't think they're going to be scoring many more than that, are they? Lungi and Giddy coming out to the crease. It was a little bit of a cameo, but just not enough, as we've seen with most of the South African batters today.
Oh, you don't believe in miracles, mate? I mean, come on. South Africa's last pair, Olivier and Giddy. How about a quick 50 partnership?
Well, that would be lovely, a quick 50 partnership. If you're a South African supporter, which I think most of us are here, from a neutral expectation would be that this is probably not going to be a very long partnership, but anything is possible. I mean, the impossible I do believe in, miracles maybe, I don't know. But yes, Ken, you're right. This to get, in fact, to that total would be very good for South Africa right now. The similarities between these two innings have actually been quite interesting. India suffering their collapse after they lost their sort of 6th or 7th wicket in around the 170 level.
Okay, into Ngidi, who leads forward and defends comfortably back down the wicket to the bowler. I imagine India are going to get a first innings lead.
I would think so.
I have to bet.
Yeah, you would have to bet. So I mean, India were 200, lost their 7th wicket at 205, and were all out for 223. Really has been some quite glaring similarities between the two innings in terms of not being able to build too many partnerships.
As Thakur comes in again to Ngidi full, and Ngidi just turns this to mid-wicket, no run. India's innings did not reach 80 overs, did not reach the second new ball, and the second new ball is 8 overs and a ball away here. So it looks likely that neither first innings is going to require a second new ball, which suggests batting has not been easy.
No, interesting. 72.3 overs when India lost their 9th wicket. South Africa losing theirs, I think, of 71.2 overs. And then now the end of the 72nd over, that one was actually just defended down the pitch by Ngidi, is 200 for 9, the deficit 23. Third innings at Newlands in recent times has not always necessarily been a big innings, has it, Ken?
Well, I think most innings at Newlands in the last 5 years have been pretty low scoring. Newlands has been over the last 5 years. It's been the most pace-friendly pitch in South Africa, just in terms of runs per wicket.
As we have bowling change from the Kelvin Grove end, unsurprisingly, attempting to get his fifer, it is Jasprit Bumrah, and he's going to be bowling to Dwan Olivier.
Bumrah with 4 for 36 and 21 overs. Here he comes to Olivier. It's the bouncer, and Olivier just sways out of the way. There's the leg gully back in place, and a forward short leg, a fine leg, in case he does try and hook and gets top edge.
Yeah, it's Mohammed Shami down there at that long leg. 2 slips, a third man in position for the ball that's ramped up, one feels, over the slip cordon, or just to maybe protect any boundaries coming.
In the game, inside edge.
And
Dwan Olivier. It's a very educated inside edge as it races between the wicketkeeper and that leg gully away for 4 runs, 4 very fortunate runs. Doubles Olivier scored to 8, and South Africa 204 for 9 with deficit 19.
And then the 19 deficit here as, yes, good shot off the edge down to the fine leg. There's nobody filming there. That fine leg wasn't a good shot at all, obviously. See if Bumrah can get his fifer.
And he comes again to Olivier, who pushes outside off stump, but makes no contact as that one went through a bit lower than the other deliveries to wicketkeeper punt.
19, the deficit. South Africa expecting to be bowling again this evening, will need to make the most of this session that they have to bowl at the Indian top order.
Bumrah in again to Olivier, back of a length. Olivier drives off the back foot, but without much timing, and it's comfortably fielded in the covers. We have 27 overs left today.
Yeah.
It can go until 6 p.m., so it's about another 100 minutes of play left. So if this is a usual last wicket stand in South Africa, we'll have quite a lengthy bowling stint ahead of them.
Could have at least 20 overs left or more, obviously more we would expect, but that's very nicely played.
Full from Jasprit Bumrah, and Olivier has driven it square on the offside, and they will go through for 2 runs. Olivier goes to 10, and the total 206 for 9. As we will have one more delivery with James King as company.
Yeah, he'll be joined by Tim Dowlace and Ken, and been great to be with you in this commentary spell, even though we've taken a few wickets for India post the tea break, and that's it from me for a while. And Tim will be joining Ken, and thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Yeah, so Olivier has survived the Bumrah over, 206 for 9 after 73 overs. Olivier on 10, and Gidi yet to get off the mark. He'll be on strike for this following over. Shardul Thakur will resume from the Wynberg end. Two wickets falling already after tea. So we've had 8 wickets going down today. Thakur into Lungi Ngidi with 2 slips waiting. It's full outside off stump. Ngidi drives off the inside half of the bat. It's gone past wide mid-on, and the man at long on will run around and do the fielding. 2 runs for Lungi Ngidi, who gets off the mark to some very appreciative applause from spectators here on our side of the stadium. Welcome, Tim Dowlace has joined me.
Welcome, Ken. Thank you very much for that.
You're a fan of last wicket stands?
I am. Not confident that this one will last, though.
Takira's into Ngidi, who plays a solid defensive shot out into the covers, no run.
There'd be a decent argument to say that South Africa wouldn't want it to last for too much longer. They would want to get at least 3 wickets in of the India's batters to put some pressure back on.
As Takea comes in again from the Weinberg end, right from over the wicket, it's a bouncer, which is 2 leg side though, and Ngidi ducks very easily underneath that. Tim, you're a local. You've watched a lot of cricket at Newlands, I know. Third day pitcher, what are you expecting it to do?
None of the pitches that we've had in the series have played consistent with what we've seen in the domestic setup. I'll come back to you after the ball.
Okay, in again to Ngidi, back of a length, and he hops across and defends well again into the covers. No run. Yeah, our domestic cricket obviously is 4-day cricket. This is 5-day cricket. Tell us about the differences you've seen here at Newlands.
Well, the last match was Province against the Lions, the Titans. Simon Harmer got 10 wickets. It was a very, very slow wicket, very much inconsistent bounce until the last second innings where Simon Harmer was turning it square. Don't expect it to be turning square back into this test match, but spin might play a part.
Okay, in again to Ngidi, back of a length. He's chopped that nicely down to third man for a single. He goes to 3, the total 209 for 9. Yeah, Tim, Ashford got a bit of turn at times, but this pitch is certainly a friendly one for the pace bowlers, isn't it?
Yeah, as I say, far more pace orientated than we've seen on the domestic front of the 4-day series. Much more consistent bounce and good pace for the pace bowlers.
As Takea will now come into Duan Olafia, who's on 10. Olafia defends nicely off the front foot. It goes into the covers, no run. And that's the end of another over. The last wicket pair have survived. They've added 9 already. It's 209 for 9 with the deficit 14 runs. Tim, in terms of batting tomorrow, is it going to be easier for batting, or are you expecting much the same difficulties?
I don't expect there to be any gremlins in terms of the batting tomorrow. I don't expect it to be a huge variety in terms of difficulty. I thought that maybe sort of the back end of day 4, and things might come into play. You might have saw Ashwin having a real say, but I think tomorrow's just going to be another good batting day. Today was a good batting day. South Africa just didn't take advantage of that.
As Jasper Bumrah continues from the Kelvin Grove end to Ngidi, beats him with a real peach of a delivery. It was just back of a length and lifting and going away from a middle and off line, and Ngidi really was nowhere near that delivery. I'm now going to hand over to Colin Bryden, the doyen of South African cricket journalism, long-time editor of the South African Cricket Annual, and seasoned commentator as well.
And Jasper Bumrah comes in again, and once again, it's a good delivery which goes past the bat of Lungi Ngidi, who gives a little bit of a shrug. He's not quite sure what he should be doing, I think, Tim.
And he's just holding up on end. He's just surviving as long as he can. I'm trying to get the odd single here and there to get as close to that deficit as possible.
And Bumrah comes in once more. Oh, this is struck firmly by Lungi Ngidi, but and certainly quite airborne, but it drops short of Ajinka Rahane at mid-on. So no runs, score stays 209 with tantalising deficit of 14 runs. And I think South Africa will be a bit disappointed, but we'll come back to that in a moment. So from a little short steps, and then comes in and that whip of the arm, and very correct forward defensive stroke by Lungi and Gidi.
Yeah, South Africa just didn't take full advantage of the situation today. They got themselves into a reasonable position. They had a good partnership between Keegan Peterson and Timber Performer, and you felt that was the partnership that was going to take South Africa into a good position and a good lead, but they've let it slip.
Bumrah in again, looking for that fifth wicket. And Ngidi just lunges forward off a thick outside edge, goes to Virat Kohli at second slip, but pretty safely along the ground.
The lead at this league is almost immaterial. As I said earlier, from a South African point of view, you'd almost want them to be bowling to get early inroads into the Indian batters before the close of play.
And again, this one's overpitched, but Lungi Ngidi once again plays out. So that's the end of the over. 209 for 9, and Ngidi on 3, and Olafia on 10. And Olafia, I must say, when he came in just shortly after tea, after Keegan Peterson's fine innings of 72 came to an end, he was peppered with some short bowling by both Jaspreet Bumrah and Umesh Yadav. And I thought, well, that's probably not going to be lasting too long, but he's gutsed it out. And managed to play one or two quite decent shots. Looks like we're going to get a bowling change, Tim, now with just 5 overs to a potential new ball. I'm not sure that Kohli will be expecting that he needs a new ball, but we've got Ravichandran Ashwin coming in this time from the Wynberg end.
Sure, we want to tease the batter.
In comes Ashwin, and not played particularly convincingly. Stuck on the crease, Duan Olafia stuck on the crease and just pushing forward. Ashwin in again, looped up, played onto the onside and fielded by the backward of 2 short legs. And he comes once more. And this time it goes to the forward of the 2 short legs.
Much more solid at those last 2 deliveries as Olafia after the first delivery.
In he comes again, pitched up, played back to the bowlers. Score stays on 209 for 9.
I wonder if he's going to go big against Ashwin at some stage.
There seems to be a little bit of a discussion. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. With Marais Erasmus just holding things up. Can you see what's... Oh, they're checking for the no ball, and it was a no ball.
No ball.
The off spinner. Oh, dear me.
Scandalous.
And he comes once more, pitched up again, giving it a bit of air, trying to tempt Olafia. Olafia is resolute in defence, just trickles out to Rahane and slip. Ashwin once more, and Olafia this time getting a little bit more ambitious. I'm not sure that Thailanders can really resist playing the odd attacking shot term after playing a few defensive ones, but straight back to the bowler. In comes Ashwin once more, and this time it's just to the onside, in the air for a little while, and to the backward short leg once more. So, the end of the over, 210, that no ball, brought total up to 210. South Africa now just 13 runs behind, 76 overs bowled. Ngidi 3, Olafia 10. And from our end, the Calvin end, it's going to be Jasprit Bumrah, I must say, well, first of all, he has been India's most impressive bowler, but also Virat Kohli's giving him every opportunity to get a 5-wicket haul. He's got 4 for 42 at the moment. Here he comes to Ngidi. Short ball and, oh my goodness, he prodded forward and was in the air for a while, heading towards mid-on. And I think it's Rahani there, is it? No, it's actually Mayank Agarwal is fielding at a shortish mid-wicket, and it was just out of his reach.
Yeah, full length dive, but just goes to the left of good piece of fielding.
Here comes Bumrah in, and this time Ngidi's trying to work it away to the leg side, but it misses and hits him on the thigh. Bumrah is such an interesting bowler, and of course he made his Test debut at this ground 4 years ago, and at that stage I think the general feeling was he was a good limited overs bowler, but not necessarily a Test bowler. Well, I think he's made the point fairly convincingly since then. In he comes once more. And this time it is up in the air, and it'll be the simplest of catches off the leading edge to Ravi Ashwin at cover. And that's the end of the South African innings. 210 all out. Ngidi caught Ashwin, bowled Bumrah for 3. He was there for 20 minutes, faced 17 balls, and it leaves Duan Olivier unbeaten on 10. And it means, of course, that India will be going into bat in 10 minutes' time. They will have a lead of 13 runs, not particularly significant, but I think that South Africa will be disappointed because they especially in mid-afternoon, you were just talking about the partnership between Peterson and Bavuma.
Yeah.
And at that stage, South Africa were 159 for 4, and you thought, well, if South Africa can get a lead of 30 or 40, then maybe take a wicket or so before the end of play, that would be pretty useful. But in fact, it's India with the lead, and I think I should just go through that scorecard now. Maybe we can talk through
the scorecard.
Okay.
So, Steve Elgar was caught Pujara, bowled Bumrah for 3 very early on. Aidan Markham's struggles continue in the series. He was bowled Bumrah for 8.
Yes, well, I think talking of that one,
Keshav Maharaj, good tail-end performance. He was batting in last night and he made 25 or 45. He was bowled by Yadav. Keegan Peterson, the pick of the batters for South Africa in that innings, very well timed. 72. He was caught Pujara, bowled Bumrah. Russell van der Tussen struggled throughout for his 21. He was caught Kohli, bowled Yadav. Temper performer was caught Kohli, bowled Shami for 28. Kyle Varela is really struggling in his Test cricket at the moment. He was out on the second ball for North, caught Pant, bowled Shami. Michael Janssen was bowled by Bumrah for 7. Rabada was caught on the boundary by Bumrah off Takar for 15. And Luki Ngidi, the last wicket there, was caught Ashwin, bowled Bumrah for 3. Jordan Olivier was 10 not out. I'll just take you through the Indian bowling performances as well. Jasprit Bumrah, 23.3 overs, 5 for 42. Umesh Yadav, 16 overs, 2 for 64. Mohammad Shami, 16 overs, 2 for 39. Shardul Thakur, 12 overs, 1 for 37. And Ravi Ashwin, 9 overs, none for 15. And that is the end of that innings by South Africa. They are 210 all out, and as Colin said, 13 behind India's total.
Well, I think just going through the story of the day, one of South Africa's think, fairly obvious problems is that they only have 6 specialist batsmen. And they've only got three of those have made hundreds. The only 2 have made multiple hundreds are the 2 opening batsmen. And unfortunately, they just have not been able to get the team off to a good start in this series. Dean Elgar's played a couple of good innings. Markham showed a bit of promise in the second innings, played quite a useful innings in Johannesburg. But Elgar, of course, as you mentioned, out last night, just in that short and always tricky period. But at the start of play today, I must say I thought it looked like a batting day.
Yeah.
Beautiful sunshine as opposed to the overcast conditions yesterday. I thought the pitch certainly seemed to have quite a tinge of green yesterday. Still got a bit of green on it, but not as green. And I thought, well, if they can just get off to a decent start, this is a good opportunity for South Africa. But the second ball of the day, Aiden Markram just padded up, and Bumrah bowled a fairly normal Bumrah delivery because he tends to come in from a little bit wide of the crease, slanting the ball in, swinging it in a little bit. Markram lifted his bat, watched it go into his off stump, and that was South Africa after a terrible start, 17 for 2. And of course, with the night wash went in, I think Maharaj did quite a decent job, made 25. And then he was out. So at that stage, at 45 for 3, you think, well, South Africa are now in a tricky position. But then the day, in my opinion, changed a little bit. You had a partnership between Van der Dussen. As you said, he didn't look particularly comfortable, but he and Keegan Peterson put on 67, the biggest partnership of the innings. And that was ended by Yadav when he was edged to second slip, where Kohli took the catch. And then the key moment of the day, Tim, when we were just talking about that, there was a very good partnership. Themba Bavuma, as he has done in every innings that he's played in this series, looked very, very good. Drove the ball beautifully all along the ground. But when he was out to Shami, I think he got a little bit of extra bounce with that delivery. And that was edged to second slip where, once again, Kohli took the catch. And from then on, I'm afraid that was always going to be India's match.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that analysis. You feel as if South Africa missed a trick, particularly throughout the series. They could have played the 7th batter. You felt we've got enough in the bowling department to get 20 wickets with the 3 pace bowlers and somebody else, a 4-man pace attack. But they went to the risk. They took that risk. It came off at the Wanderers, played the 6-5 split, came off with a really important win to even out the series. But at the moment, it looks like that piece of luck has run out for South Africa. Unless, of course, Rabada has another special spell before the close of play.
What do you think, Tim, of South Africa's selection? It worked in Johannesburg, which was very much a bowler's match. But I think when you're short of experience, and I think, to be fair, also a little bit short of quality, to go in with only 6 batsmen and a rookie, I mean a 21-year-old who has certainly got a lot of promise, but he doesn't quite qualify as an all-rounder. It's a risky strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a risky one. I've said before on our podcast and various platforms that I felt that we should have gone 7-floor split in the first 2 tests. I know why they want to play Maharaj. I get it, but it just doesn't. It doesn't suit him. The pitches didn't suit him. This was the only ground where he might have had a say. because it's been a good place for spin this season in domestic cricket, and also internationally it's been reasonably good for spin. But I just think South Africa would be better suited going in with 7-4 split overall.
I suppose the problem is, and I think Dean Elgar possibly, maybe from his experience of playing in a really high-scoring first innings at Newlands earlier in the season for the Titans, he certainly expected it to be a 5-day pitch. And if in those circumstances, you certainly, I think, need to have a spinner. And then, of course, you never know which way the toss is going to go. I mean, if you are going to be bowling last, I think a spinner is an important component of any team. And so, yeah, I think I would tend to agree with the selectors on that one. And I'm not quite sure what the balance is. You know, I think at the beginning of the series they were hoping that Vian Mulder would come to the fore as a proper all-rounder. You know, not necessarily to score big hundreds or anything, but at least a batsman capable of playing a reasonable innings, making 30, 40, or 50. And he has got the record of scoring hundreds in first-class cricket. But he's been a little bit disappointing, and I think certainly in Johannesburg, they went with the best attack for the Johannesburg conditions. I'm just not quite sure whether they got it right for this one.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. I think Marvin Jansen's been excellent in this series. It's been absolutely, it's been a revelation. But him batting at 7 just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. There's potential with the bat, but batting at 7 just feels it's asking too much of him. It's asking. I think that maybe he could be turned into that all-rounder in a couple of years, possibly. I just think at the moment we're trying to find that combination, we're not necessarily getting it right.
Well, while we've been talking, there has indeed been the change of innings. The umpires have come out. The Kagiso Rabada's pacing out his run, and we're about to see the start of the Indian second innings. The KL Rahul will be facing once again. He's once again partnered by Mayank Agarwal. And, well, I think this is going to be, as we always say, I suppose at almost any session of a cricket match, but it's a very important hour and 15 minutes probably that we're going to see whether South Africa can bowl themselves back into this match. Well, they're still obviously very much in the match. They're only 13 behind, but I think that they would certainly want to get a couple of wickets before the close of play tonight.
Yeah, I would say a minimum of 2.
Here comes Rabada to Rahul, and that's a really good ball. It's just outside the off stump, lifting, going past the bat. I think Rahul did let it go, but it certainly made him think about playing that delivery as it goes through to Kyle Verreynne, the wicketkeeper.
Just having a look at the review, that's beat him outside the off stump beautifully. You could argue that he left it at the last minute, but exceptional bowling from Rabada. Good to see that he's continuing his first innings form.
And here he comes in again. And, well, he's squared up Rahul, and he got a bit of a leading edge. He's looking at his bat, and it went down towards gully. Not a chance. And the tall Marco Jansen stretches out that long left arm and collects the ball. I think he was in the air for a little while. But, no damage done. Still no runs on the board. 2 balls bowled into the second innings. And here comes Kagiso Rabada from the Wynberg end. And this one more conventional, pitched up. Rahul pushes forward and no run.
Good to see Rabada on the money in this test match. Right from the very first ball of the test yesterday, Rabada has been in perfect rhythm, bowling with really good intensity. From a South African perspective, that's good to see.
Here comes Rabada once more. And this is another good delivery. Nice, he's got a nice rhythm, as you said, in this match. And that one just good length delivery, lifting outside off stump. Rahul does let it go, but it's not too far away from making him need to play at the ball.
Important here, South Africa made early inroads.
And here he comes. And that's a good delivery. I think it might have just been off the thigh pad, but it goes into the ground and into second slip where Aidan Markham picks it up. So we've got 3 slips, gully. We've got Temba Bavuma at reasonably close in at backward point. We've got Rassie van der Dussen once again under the helmet at short leg. Mid off, mid on. And Duane Olivier down at 5 leg in front of us. So last ball of the over, Rabada in. Short delivery. I think Rahul did play at that withdrew the bat at the last moment and it goes through to the rain. So good first over, appreciated by what of course unfortunately is a tiny crowd, and it's so disappointing that we haven't got spectators at these test matches. It really doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me. I haven't heard a reasonable explanation other than the press release which said that by mutual agreement between Cricket South Africa and the Board of Control for India that there wouldn't be spectators. I really don't believe that anybody's going to catch COVID from being in the middle of a cricket field while there's a few spectators watching them.
You wouldn't have thought so, but we are where we are. Duane Olivier is going to open the bowling at our end, the Congo event.
Yeah, it's interesting that Olivier's been given the new ball again, and here he comes in, that rolling gait, and short, and cut away, punched away through the covers. They're going to take 2 runs, I think of a third, and indeed they've got plenty of time to get a third as Bavuma chases it down to the Oaks. And so that's India off the mark, 3 for no wicket, and Agarwal is on 3.
I think you could describe that delivery as a real loosener.
Well, it's to me a little bit of a concern that Olivier, the fearsome reputation and a very good performance in 4-day cricket, just hasn't had a lot of pace in these games, and that was very much a loosener, as you say. Short pitch, plenty of time for Agarwal to punch it away.
He was concerning, particularly in the second innings of Wanderers. I was really surprised at how flat he looked. But he's been better in this test match. I thought he was
comes again, and this time it's another shorter delivery, punched powerfully this time by Rahul, and Temba Bavuma fielded it well in the covers, but he seems to have hurt his hand in doing so. Punched away, we see it now. I think he thought there might be a possibility of a catch, and it pitched a little bit short. And in doing so, he's probably damaged his fingers.
Just
not seriously enough for him to go off the field.
Yeah, just stop with the batter a little bit.
Well, if you're in a game. And that's a good delivery. Outside the off stump, lifting. Rahul leaves it alone. Of course, that's one of Rahul's strengths, is the way that he does leave the ball.
Yeah, he's been batsman of the season, of the series rather, for India. He's been extremely compact early on in his innings, and then being able to survive and score good scores has been very, very impressive.
Here comes it in again, and this time it's just pushed out towards mid-on. Lungi Ndidi does the fielding. No chance to score. So India, 13 runs ahead on the first innings. Stretched that by the 3 runs that Agarwal scored off the first ball of this over.
Just on the Olivier thing, I think you need to separate the Olafia pre-Yorkshire and now. They are two very different bowlers. I'll come back to that after the delivery.
And here he comes in once more, gathers himself, bowls. And this time, Rahul plays forward defensively, no run.
Olafia was a real enforcer for the Proteas before he took up the compact contract with Yorkshire. Bowled with real menace, as you said, genuine pace, 145 plus, frightened the batsman. But he has learned a few new tricks while playing in England, bowling fuller length and more interested in the top of off stump.
Here he comes once more. And this time it's pretty good delivery. I think once again Rahul playing the line, seeing that the ball's going a little bit away from him, just holds his line and lets the ball go through to the wicketkeeper. So that's the end of the second over. And just to recap, South Africa starting the day 17 for 1 in reply to India's first innings of 223. All out for 210. Keegan Peterson made a very good 72, his second half century in the series, and of course of his short career. And the bowling star for India was most definitely Jasper Bumrah, 5 for 42. And well, it looks as though has Bumrah just gone off for a little bit of treatment?
Didn't see.
Here comes Rabada.
But it's quite possible.
And this one lifting into the body. Agarwal manages to play it down, but then gets a moment of alarm, plays it down onto the ground, and then has to quickly react because he was, I think, worried that the ball might go back onto his stumps, and he managed to stop it from doing that. But he went right back onto his stumps and up on his toes, so didn't play that with a great deal of comfort.
The ball was rolling towards the stumps, but you feel as if it was rolling far too slowly.
Here comes Rabada, so outside the off stump, goes through harmlessly to Kyle Verona.
Yes, as I was saying, Olafia bowls fuller length now, more interested in the top of off stump and LBW dismissals. And I've spoken to a couple of the coaches at the various domestic sides, and they say he's bowling slower than he was when he was last in here. So
Rabada in again, and this is it, the breakthrough. Yes, it is. Agarwal's not very happy about that. Is he going to seek a review? Yes, he is. So he is obviously confident that he hasn't got an edge. Adrian Holstock appealed. The whole South African team went up as he played forward. Seemed to get a little edge, but we're now going to get the review and see what in fact happened. But Kyle Verona took what?
It was certainly an expansive drive, and as far as the South African team concerned, they were convinced it was an edge.
Well, we're now watching the replay. It's pitched up, and it goes past the inside edge. And did it actually catch the bat on the way through, or is it thigh pad? I think we're going to have to wait and see. We're watching now for the ultra edge. Does rather appear as though it went past the outside edge and just, in fact, nicked the top of the pad. You're going to just looking at it again. Third umpire Paleka having a look at this. Throws in the picture at the moment. They're now looking at an LBW. So, well, it's not going to hit, but it was pretty close, actually. So, I think they were appealing to him for the catch.
They were appealing for the edge.
But once it was realised that it wasn't actually an edge off the bat, then, of course, the umpire has got that ability to then check whether it might have been an LBW. So Adrian Holstock did give it out. His decision, though, has been overturned. But Agarwal's certainly not looking very confident at the moment.
No, and Rabada is absolutely determined to get a wicket here. He
Here comes Rabada again. And again, Agarwal is right on the back foot and not playing it with a great deal of confidence, just pushes it out into the covers, no run. So the score 4 for no wicket. And in all that excitement, we were just talking about Temba Bavuma. Bavuma did go off the field. They've got a little bit of strapping on that hand. And here comes Rabada. And once again, Agarwal not looking at all confident on the crease, but pushing forward outside the off stump. The ball goes through. No appeal, no edge, but not a convincing shot. But once again, just getting back to Temba Bavuma, he stopped a very hard hit ball from Rahul in the previous over. And he just went off the field briefly to get some strapping put on. But he is now back at backward point. Rabada in. Short. And but this time, no real threat to Mayank Agarwal, who manages to play it down onto the ground.
If there's one thing we've seen from Agarwal, we can see he's a talented cricketer, but he does like to play away from his body quite a bit. He does like to push out at the ball, sort of like Ricky Ponting did earlier on in his innings. Likes to get back onto ball, so he's susceptible to caught behinds.
Rabada in, and this time a fuller delivery. Agarwal drives and goes back to Rabada. Good 2 overs, I would say, from Kagiso Rabada.
Yeah, he's bowled excellently.
I think we're checking once again. Is it the end of the over? Maybe we're checking for a no ball once more, and I'm afraid it is a no ball, and that's so there's now 2 extras, and the total will be going up to 5. And Rabada.
Too many no balls for Rabada in this match. Bowled really, really well, but he's bowled quite a few no balls.
In he comes now, what should be the last ball of the over, short, and half an appeal from Rabada as it strikes the pads, but no harm done. So after 3 overs, India 5 for no wicket in their second innings, which of course is a lead of 18 runs. Yeah, Rabada, he had a real no ball problem. In fact, I think almost throughout the series that he's had trouble with no balls. Just going back through the scorecards. 6. He had 11 no balls in the first innings at Centurion, 6 in the second innings. Seemed to be a little bit better, but he still bowled 3 no balls at the Wanderers. And here comes Newlands. This time just pitching outside off, and Rahul allows it to go through. And then Rabada, yes, five no balls in the first innings, and of course no balls can be very costly. I think the classic example of that was Morne Morkel. I think the number of wickets that weren't wickets because of no balls was in the double figures. Dwayne Olivia comes in. Short and punched away nicely by Rahul. That'll go down to wide third man, and that's 4 runs to Rahul. So he's off the mark. He's got 4. Mayank Agarwal's got 3, and India 9 for no wicket.
So Rabada has effectively bowled 4 extra overs over the 2.5 tests.
Yeah, and of course, bowling those extra overs can be expensive in more than one way, financially, for slow over rates and world championship points. Here comes Dwayne Olivia once more in, and this time all defence. Rahul pushes it out. Bavuma picks it up, coming in from backward point, and the score stays on 9.
They do They do seem much more comfortable against Olafia in the second innings. Ball, a couple of good deliveries, got a couple of plays and misses, but in general, they do seem to be happier to face Olafia than Rabada.
Here he comes once more, and that's a better delivery, but posing no real threat. And Rahul, as we've mentioned before, he's a master of the leave, which is so important in Test cricket. You want to minimise the risk, especially as an opening batsman. So if you don't have to play the ball, then there's a slips in lurking, waiting to catch the ball. You leave it alone. Just 2 slips at the moment in a gully. Olafia in, and this one driven, over pitched, and almost contemptuously put away. Rahul didn't even bother to run there. Just took a step outside of his crease and then walked down the wicket to have a chat to Agarwal. So 4 runs, 8. That takes Rahul to 8, total to 13.
Yeah, even though there was swing there, the swing was quite early, so he was never really in danger. It was a beautiful, beautiful shot, and once he got it through the inner fielders, it had 4 written all over it.
And it is, of course, such a beautiful outfield. There's something rather almost poetic about it. Let's have a look at the field once more. And this is an expensive over. It's pushed. It's wide of backward point. Babuna's going to chase it down. They'll settle for 2 runs, but that's 10 runs off the over. And Tim, I agree with you. I don't think Olafia really appears to be posing much of a threat at the start of this innings.
I think he's bowling too short. He's bowling too short at the moment. He realises South Africa don't have a lot of guns to play with. However, I would like him to bowl a fuller length. I would like the Indian batters to be coming out and driving to his deliveries. And the majority, they're playing back to him and pushing it square on the offside. So if you could just pitch that a bit more, I think you would have more luck.
Well, Kakisa Rabada now comes into Agarwal, pitched up, driven back to the bowler, no run. Just in between overs, Tim, I've just noticed that Maria Rasmus, who I think is deservedly regarded as one of the best umpires in the world, I wonder whether he's just feeling a little bit under the weather, because he called for a drink. So the reserve umpire, I think it's Wangani Jeli, came out and gave him a drink. Anyway, here comes Rabada in. This one outside off stump. Agarwal just lifts the bat, lets it go through. No run, score stays at 15.
Yeah, South Africa really need to make inroads here. They really do need to put pressure back onto the Indian batters if they want to win this test match. There's definitely not going to be any draw here.
In comes Rabada. Pitched up this time, more or less on leg stump, and just pushed back once again by Agarwal. So South Africa still with 3 slips, the gully, and I notice now that the young man of the moment, Mark Janssen, is warming up, standing there at gully, swinging his arms over, so I think we'll see him in action soon. But in the meantime, here comes Rabada, short pitch ball, Agarwal ducks, goes through safely to wicketkeeper Carl Verone.
Good piece of bowling. Just want to remind batter that the short ball is there. We haven't seen it in this innings so far, but KG reminding.
And another no ball. Oh dear.
My goodness. Just reminding Agarwal that the short ball is there.
So that's 3 already in this innings. Here comes Rabada. and over pitch this time, and this time Agarwal goes on the drive, hits it just past the bowler, to mid-on for 4 runs.
Consummate ease with that shot. Just got over it and just stroked it. Didn't have to push too hard. All timing. And this Newlands outfield is very, very quick. Once it goes through the first few fielders, it's always going to be 4. It's Grant.
Kisa Rabada once more.
There it is.
And this time is okay. It is. It's gone through to Dean Elgar. I think it got first slip. Yeah, it's the end of Mayank Agarwal, caught Elgar, bowled Rabada, full pitch delivery, pushing at the ball. In fact, and then I think maybe he should have come forward rather than go back, and edges it through. Dean Elgar takes a catch at chest height, so that's Mayank Agarwal. Caught Elgar, bowled Rabada, 7 runs. He was there for 23 minutes, 15 balls, 20 for 1, Tim, and that's the breakthrough that South Africa were looking for.
Yeah, all about the extra bounce there. I think it hit the top of the bat and it flew to Dean Elgar, as you said, caught it at the chest region. You're right, he probably should have played forward, but it was all about the extra bounce that Rabada has got at the spell. Just what he deserved, fully deserved. He deserved that wicket. Bowling quite beautifully at the spell.
In fact, Agarwal, you were just describing it, the way he was playing against Rabada, he didn't look comfortable, and he was hanging back on the crease, and in fact he hardly made a move out of the crease and hardly made a move forward. So he clearly wasn't feeling comfortable. There was the appeal a moment ago in the previous over for the catch behind, and this time Rabada has got his reward. So coming to the crease now will be Chiteshwar Pujara. He played a useful innings in the first innings. He made 43. And in fact, outscored his captain, Virat Kohli, not in a particularly fast-scoring partnership, but they put on, I think it was 62, of which Kohli only got 14 in that partnership. Pujara went on to get 43. There's a discussion now with the umpires. I'm not sure what's going on, but maybe they're just having a chat. They're talking to Rassie van der Dussen, who's fielding at short leg. Anyway, so Marais Erasmus now going back to his position, square leg. Adrian Holstock going back to the bowler's end. I think what's happened is KL Rahul, I didn't notice that, Tim, he actually left the field briefly. He left his bat and his helmet out there, so no wonder there was a little bit of a delay. It wasn't a batsman at the other end. So Rahul has trotted back now. Of course, you can't have an immediate resumption of play because, of course, he's got to have a quick chat to his new partner. And, of course, he's still going to have to adjust his gear and put his gloves back on and put his helmet back on. And in the meantime,
there will be a change of commentary just in a moment.
Rabada
from our end.
And again, getting plenty of bounce going past the outside edge of Pujara. So, end of the over, 20 for 1. 5 overs bowled. KL Rahul 10. The man out is Mayank Agarwal for 7. And the breakthrough that has come from Kisa Rabada. He's got 1 for 7 from his 3 overs, and 3 of those are from no balls. So,
Colin, it's been a great time watching Kagiso Rabada bowl with pace, aggression, and accuracy. He's been richly rewarded for his persistence, James and I were talking about South Africa getting 3 wickets before the end of play. And as James comes into the suite, thank you very much, Colin Bryden. Thank you, Chimdale Lace. James and myself closing out this final 48 minutes left in this day. It's been honest even. The 13 deficit is now 33. 20 runs have been scored by India for 1. Marco Jansen.
In 2, the right-handed KL Rahul, and that goes through to the keeper outside the off stump. Difficult to tell whether Rahul actually left that one alone or did have something. I think he just pulled his bat inside the line. It was short of a length delivery outside the off stump through to Verena.
Remember, you can tweet into us on One World SR on Twitter and also at Gorilla SA. Leah 5 minutes ago saying Murray is not just one of the best.
Over the wicket, left arm over the wicket from the Kelvin Grove end and just defended into the offside by Rahul. And there is no run, 20 for 1 in the 6th over. South Africa getting the breakthrough in the previous over from Kagiso Rabada. And Paul saying Leah has been in touch with us once again.
Yes, not just one of the best umpires, but we'll do it after this ball.
Jansen into Rahul and again outside the off stump and pulls his bat inside the line of the delivery. And goes through to the keeper, Verena. 3 deliveries so far, no runs in this over, 20 for 1 in the 6th over.
Leah saying Murray is not just one of the best umpires, he's also one of the best Hasbulla impersonators in the world, with a picture of a little kid looking like Murray, putting up a 1.
Jansen in from the Kelvin Grove end. That is going to be too high for Kyle Verena, as it is 4 byes signalled by umpire Murray Erasmus, who Paul has just been talking about his always smiling features.
And
yes,
he's now standing at the Kelvin Grove.
He is.
Yes. So
indeed,
at the start of the 3rd innings of the match, umpires for gents.
Exactly.
Something I learned at the Wanderers.
Okay. Yes, most definitely. They stand for the first innings of both teams at the one end, and then they switch over. Jansen is going to be bowling a little bit straighter this run up to KL Rahul. He's in now, Tim. Yes, the end is gone! He got him! He's got him. Marco Jansen gets KL Rahul. He edges that one. A good catch in the bread basket by Aiden Markram. And Rahul is gone.
Done by the angle there from Marco Jansen, coming left arm over the wicket to KL Rahul. He felt he needed to play at that. He played it with some softish hands as second slip had to catch it on the catch it in the midriff there, but it came off the lower part of the bat as it was coming through. Defending off stump, really great line there. He felt like he needed to play at that. He played down the line of off stump, but with the angle, edge gone, 2 second slip, really good ball from Marco Jansen. There was no batsman error there, just a beautiful ball attacking that off stump. We're talking off air, James, that South Africa needs to make the Indians play as much as possible, and they have. And we now have Virat Kohli in at the crease. He scored 79
in the first inning, 79, and very similar scorecard as we said to the South African scorecard, with Keegan Peterson from South Africa also getting a very good 70, a 72. So those 2 batters both coming in at number 4, funnily enough, being the mainstays of both innings. And notice just before that delivery, it looked to me like Jansen just changed his approach to the wicket and was coming a bit straighter than he was with the first 2 deliveries, first few deliveries that he bowled.
And that's essentially what got him there. Virat Kohli, 3 slips, Gali backup point, short leg.
Jansen to Kohli. That's a short one to say hello to Mr. Kohli, and he ducks it. She doesn't even hardly have to duck underneath that one. Successful over for South Africa. Last 2 have been successful. 24 for the loss of 2. Inspired bowling change from the captain, Dean Elgar.
He did this at the Wanderers.
Yeah.
He gave Duan 2 overs and Kagiso 3 overs, and he realized that they weren't doing the work for him in that third innings.
Yeah.
He changed them immediately. Marco Jansen came through and he got the wicket. Marco Jansen now has 16 wickets in international cricket. It's
Incredible.
an insane return.
Oh my word. This is the first delivery with the Roboto over from the Weinberg end down the leg side to Pujara, and he it's a heavy bat on that, just to the left, to the right of the forward short leg, Van der Dussen fielding on the bounce.
It came off the edge of the bat onto the thigh pad, and just in front of Rassie van der Dussen.
All action at the moment. Rabada in from the Weinberg end, and this is to Pujara, and he drives that beautifully through the covers, past a diving Maharaj at extra cover, and goes to the boundary for 4. Just a little bit over pitched from Rabada, and Pujara takes full toll with that. South Africans won't mind him driving outside the off stump.
Yes, Kagiso was looking for the money ball there, James.
Indeed.
He just overpitched it. The problem about this moment is that you're on the up.
Yeah.
You've taken the 2 wickets. You feel like you need to keep on moving more, whereas being a little bit more calm, going back to the plans will suit you much better.
That is pumping at the moment. The blood is pumping. This one on the line and middle and leg played out to the man at mid-on. That is Lungi and Giddy. And Giddy just shining the ball vigorously and handing it back to his fast bowling partner for South Africa, Kagiso Rabada, in his 50th Test match, taking his 5th wicket in the match. In the previous over, he's in again towards us to Pujara. This is a great delivery. It's left on length, well by Pujara though, over the top of stump.
Beautiful spell of
Good
bowling.
cricket. This
is Kagiso finding the sweet spot, finding that rhythm in the last bowling innings of South Africa in this Test match.
Yeah.
It's really disappointing that he couldn't find rhythm a little bit earlier, but can he make a play? Can he change his game?
Trying to do that right now as Pujara is forward defending into the leg side, and once again Giddy does the fielding, just coming in from his position at wide-ish mid-on. Score remains 28 for loss of 2. 1 ball left in the 7th over. Field is 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a mid-off, a wide-ish. It's Maharaj who gives the ball back now to Rabada, mid-on, 4 short leg and a long leg. Rabada in for the last ball, who is over to Pujara. A great delivery. It's not edged, but more guided down off the front foot, down into the backward point region. Temba Bavuma does the fielding. 28 for 2 after 7. Virat Kohli, yet he's faced a couple of deliveries for his 0-1 in fact, and Pujara 4. Rabada 4 overs, 1 for 11. Olivia 2 overs, 0 for 13. Jansen 1 over, 1 maiden, and he's got the wicket as well in that over. Wow.
Armchair Cricket Podcast saying India openers had started out nice and quick, but Kagiso Rabada and Marco Jansen have other ideas. Both bowlers are pumped up, and they've sent Mayank Cricket and Rahul packing. The openers series ends with a whimper. Started off well for both of them.
It did. It's Jansen again, this time to Kohli. My word. That one to Kohli up off a length, and Kohli trying to leave, hits the bottom of the bat and goes down so close to that off stump. And Paul and Motwani next to me here, nearly going through the ceiling of the
just like
commentary
Dean
box.
Elgar and the slip cordon, when they realized that there was a possibility of them getting that chance.
Mightily close. That one from Jansen in to Kohli again. This ball is over the top of the off stump, and Kohli, as
He's
saw,
leaving it on length.
left it on length. Yes.
He needs to bowl it a lot fuller. I love the fact that he's getting tighter onto that stump to try and get the ball a lot straighter. This is the period. We've got 14 minutes of cricket, 12 overs remaining in the day. We're not going to get them all.
No, we're not.
But what we're going to get we're probably going to get is a spell that could define this series from the South Africans.
Janssen away from us at the Kelvin Grove end into Coley, and he makes him play once again as that one is into the body of Coley from short of a length, and he defends into the offside, fielded by Bavuma. There is no run. 28 for 2 in the 8th over. Coley yet to get off the mark. He has only faced the 4 deliveries so far.
Alternatively, on an Indian side, if they can ride through this period, these two, and set themselves up for a good day tomorrow.
Janssen to Coley outside the off stump, left alone on both length and line. In this instance, that one short of a length, and he's going to change his line now. Marco Janssen decided to come from around the wicket to Coley, wanting him to play, and that is going to be a key feature. He managed to get KL Rahul to play at that ball that did get him out, caught a second slip in Janssen's previous over. 2 balls left in this Janssen second over.
Johan Gaum on YouTube says, "Hi guys, go SA."
Janssen from around the wicket to Coley. This is outside the line of the off stump. Coley forward very, very well and leaves alone to a ball that is angling into him, and it would be going over probably the 5th stump outside off stump. Field to Coley, 3 slips, a gully, point, wideish mid-on, forward short leg and a long leg, 6-3 offside field. 1 ball left in the Marco Janssen over, his second of this, the Indian second innings. He's in again to Coley, makes him play this time on the line and middle and leg, but he plays it straight back to the bowler, jumping up slightly in the defensive shots. The end of 2 overs for Janssen. 28 for 2.
Those last 2 balls, you kind of feel as though South Africa looking to keep Coley at 1. Give Kagiso the possibility of 6 balls to Pujara, because the change of angle doesn't work in getting Coley out. It makes it easy for him to just come across and play that line, because the ball's not doing much for Marco. The wicket he got was based on the angle that he presented.
And Pujara just pulls out of this as Kagiso Rabada is on his way in from the Weinberg end. Somebody moving perhaps above the sight screen. Pujara just saying, please, just saying sorry.
This is also a little bit of gamesmanship.
Yeah, I think so. They don't
buy you a little bit of time. Irritate the bowler a little bit more.
I don't think he wants to irritate Kagiso Rabada. I wouldn't want to. It's into him now. That's a great delivery again from Rabada. This is a genuine edge from Pujara. Goes through between third slip and gully all the way along the ground, though, it must be said, down to the third man boundary for 4. It's 32 for 2 in the 9th over.
Yes, Kagiso finding those edges.
He is
finding those edges. He's fired up. He's bowling with aggression. The lead is now 45 with India 32 for 2. An uncontrolled shot from Pujara there. South Africans will feel like they're in the business. Get on that off stump. Top of off.
Again, Rabada in again, a bit straighter this time, played into the leg side, just off the back foot by Pujara, and from that fielding position at a forward short leg. Van der Dussen goes around, fields, and there is no run. 32 for 2 in the 9th over. Kagiso Rabada in his 5th over, 1 for 15.
So the partnership between these two in the first innings was 62. They're the ones who gave India the foundation to base that innings on.
Rabada in once more to Pujara. He just defends, coming forward, that ball on the line in the middle and off, and he plays into the leg side to Ngidi at wideish mid-on. No run.
Yes. Obviously, Pujara scored the bulk of the runs in that partnership.
Batted quite quickly as well. I mean, Coley, as we said before, leaving a lot of runs. At the moment, Pujara 8 off 9 deliveries. Coley yet to get off the mark of 7 deliveries. Rabada over the wicket to the right-handed. Pujara, he's forward defensively on the line of off stump, plays into the offside, fielded by Maharaj at wideish mid-off. There is no run. 32 for 2 in the 9th over.
Making them play every single ball. It's been a great contest between him and Pujara so far. Truly.
And so
Good
you
to
might
see
hear
him.
the sound of the train going past us on the railway side. Roboto once again into Pujara, this time left alone over the top of off stump, leaving on bounce. The bounce has been very consistent here at Newlands. You would have heard Tim and Colin earlier on. Tim just talking a bit about how expects the bounce and the pitch to play well over today and tomorrow, perhaps only deteriorating on day 4 as Rabat is in once again. This keeps a bit lower. He leaves it outside the off stump, through to the keeper. Verena, there is no run. End of the 9th over. 32 for 2. Our India lead of 45. The 2 wickets to go down. And for those of Mayank Agarwal and KL Rahul, with one with a score on 20, the other with the score on 24. And South Africa making the breakthrough.
South Africa need one more wicket to have some sort of control in this game.
The wicket they want is the man who is taking strike at the moment against Marco Jansen. That is the captain, Kohli. It's Jansen into him now, down the leg side. Kohli has a bit of a nonchalant flick. That could have been dangerous for him. And does not make contact and straight through to the keeper, Verena. Not really a surprise delivery, but Jansen doesn't stray too much down the leg side.
No, he doesn't.
So he has so far not conceded a run, Jansen.
He just needs
wicket.
one to pitch on off stump and hold its line. You can see he's trying to get it to do something off the seam with that angle into Virat Kohli.
Into Kohli again. That is another one. Absolutely takes off once again off a length. And it goes over Verena's head. He's just not tall enough, Kai Verena. That's the second one that's gone over his head.
Not many tall wicket keepers in the world will be able to bring that one in. Sadly for Kyle Verena, it's going to go against his score. So far, 8 buys with those 4 runs, moving the score up to 36 for 2.
Random fanboy saying to us, one more. That most certainly is the wicket that South Africa will be looking for. One more wicket. The one wicket they would want is certainly the one that Virat Kohli, who is facing Jansen now, into him. That is outside. It's a peach of a delivery to Kohli. Brings him forward, and as it pitches, straightens and moves away from him slightly. And that was a play and a miss by the Indian captain. There is no doubt, and that could so easily have been the end of Virat Kohli. Marco Jansen producing the goods for South Africa here.
That's the ball you want. That's the ball he wants to bowl to Virat Kohli, make him come forward, make him play for the one that's coming in.
Jansen again, this is going in with the arm, and Kohli leaves alone outside the off stump. Not far, it must be said. Outside the off stump, probably on a 4th or 5th stump line, but no damage done to the Indian cause. 36 for 2 in the 10th over. Kohli yet to get off the mark. He's faced 10 deliveries so far. Could now actually be 11 deliveries so far. He's facing once again around the wicket. To him is Jansen. He can leave another one alone outside the off stump, which is shortish and wide. He's not going to have a go at that with only half an hour to play.
Reminders of Centurion James, where he fetched a wide one and got edged. To second slip.
He will not want to do that. He has built his innings in the first innings here incredibly well. Mainstay of that 223 by India. Marco Jansen into him again. This is a very good delivery on the line of off stump, played defensively into the offside by Kohli. It is the end of yet another maiden over by Marco Jansen. He's bowled 3 overs now, 3 maidens. He has taken the wicket of KL Rahul, and India now 36 for 2.
Call it a maiden, James? I know the laws of cricket call it a maiden, but he bowled those 2 4 balls, 4 buys.
He did bowl a 4-ball bye in that over, yes. He bowled
the vagaries of this game of ours, the poor wicketkeeper is the one who's going to have 8 buys on his report card, while Marco still looks really good.
He does look very
Three
good.
overs, one wicket, no
It
runs.
would have been one for 8. Should be really 1 for 8. Maybe we could call it a pseudo maiden or something.
Pseudo-maiden.
I don't know what you'd call it. But yeah, it was, as you say, does he really qualify? As Kagiso Rabada continues the attack from the Kelvin Grove end, and Pujara gets off strike with a ball dabbed into the offside. Temba Bavuma coming around from extra cover and does the fielding that. Not before they take a run. 37 for 2. It is now going to be showtime.
Yes, the battle resumes. But it was clever batting from Pujara. India had not scored a run off the bat in 2 overs, having everybody on the one end. So you just want to rotate, let the bowlers think a while. Disappointing that last ball was no ball. 4th
no ball today in this innings by Kagiso Rabada. In now to Kohli, and that is down the leg side, and too much down the leg side. Kohli just managed to get the face of the bat onto that. It races down to the boundary in front of us for 4.
So giving Virat one that is full and straight. Had he missed, the South Africans would have been in with a shout there, but really great batting from Virat to just turn that behind to the leg side. Very fine.
Too much on the leg side. Probably trying something different, perhaps. Kagiso Rabada. Let's see what he does with this delivery. In from the Kelvin Grove end, played down into the ground, past the man at a forward short leg is Kohli, chased by the wicketkeeper Verreynne, and good chasing from Verreynne and Van der Dussen, but not before Kohli gets in and back into his crease. So that 2 dab in the leg side.
So there's a momentum shift now. In this over, you kind of feel like the comfort and control the South Africans have has now changed, because Virat Kohli is now getting in stride. He realized that if he can put pressure on the bowlers, he can do it. And that's why they ran 2 there, when normally others would run 1.
Rabada into Kohli, leaves this one over on the line of middle and on the line of off stump, and it goes through on height. It's left through
Vanna
to
on
Verreynne.
Twitter says KG versus Kohli round 2.
Yeah, another no ball. That's, I think, his 5th or 6th that he's bowled
He's
in
looking
this innings.
for the money ball, that extra effort. You kind of feel like he feels he needs to bring South Africa back.
Yeah.
You kind of know he thinks that
it's up to him, doesn't it?
He's their only chance, and he's stretching. He's looking for that extra bit of pace.
Can he get the extra bit of pace of this delivery? It's again into the body of Kohli. He's changed his tactics, and one wonders whether that's the right thing here to a batter of Kohli's ability and Pujara's ability. He's bowling into the body on a wicket that hasn't really delivered that much spite. It's more that the length delivery is sort of a length outside the off stump or on the line of off stump, forcing the batters to play have caused the difficulties they've had. He's in now to Pujara, and that's a very good delivery. Once again, short of a length on the line of middle and on off stump, and through to the keeper, Verreynne, left alone by Pujara.
Lots have been said about Kagiso throughout, whether his pace has been down over the past 18 months. He hasn't been bowling. He's been bowling within himself today and even yesterday, because this is day 2.
Yeah,
and we've lost.
It's only day 2.
We've really lost 11 wickets in the
down.
day.
22 wickets, yeah. Good one from, once again, this one on the line and middle and leg, played into the leg side by Pujara. They don't go through for the single. Quick work by Van der Dussen under the helmet at forward short leg. Is 46 for 2. It remains. There is 1 ball left in the 11th over.
A lot has been said about Kagiso, and you kind of feel in this last test match in this series, he is just wanting to just win it for them, win it for the team.
What can he do with this last delivery? And that is a beauty. Squares Pujara up. It gets behind it, doesn't really come forward or back. Bobbles out into the offside, and the fielding done by Bavuma at backward point. There is no run. End of 11. It is 46 for the loss of 2. Virat Kohli 7 not out. Pujara 9 not out. These two putting on 22 already for the 3rd wicket after India lost their 2nd wicket at 24.
Change in momentum between these two in that last over. Something for us to see whether they're going to try and continue to put pressure back. India, for the past couple of overs, have felt, before the Kagiso over, felt like they were on the back foot.
Yeah.
They were on the ropes, like you're a boxer on the ropes. And there's only two ways to go about it when you're on the ropes. It's either you sway away and try avoid contact, or you try fight back. Yeah. That last over was like a jab. It's like a left hook. And then let's see if they're going to continue with a series of punches.
South Africa's own left hook, the Marco Jansen in from the Kelvin Grove end into Kohli on off a length. It just bounces up into the body of Kohli, defends it down onto the pitch. There is no run, 46 for 2 in the 12th over. That one, a really good delivery from Jansen. Kohli just playing it out in front of his body and bouncing down. Could easily have taken the shoulder of that bat. This is a very good contest we're seeing here. Jansen in past the umpire, Maria Rasmus, into the legs of Kohli, just dabs it down into the leg side, standing up, and Vanadisson does the fielding at forward short leg.
Swarup Dust says India will win this match and also the series for the first time in South Africa. With a winky face.
Yeah, I think Kagiso Rabada and Marco Jansen, the rest of the South African team, might have something to say about that. Jansen does now bowl into Kohli. Kohli half forward, and that goes into the body. Gets him just behind it. He does get bat onto it down.
A little bit of extra bounce on the
a little
leg.
extra bounce. He controls it well, plays it down into the pitch. Bavuma in from backward point, fields no run, 46 for 2, 11 and a half overs bowled. Jansen into his 4th over. It's all happening here at 6 Gungrel Newlands. Good delivery once again from Jansen. This one over the line of off stump, left on height by Virat Kohli. Fascinating passage of play.
Yes, 46 for 2. Lead is now 59. Partnership is worth 22. 7 to Virat, 9 to Pujara. 13 extras in this innings. South Africa want to bring those down.
5 of those are no balls bowled by Kagiso Rabada. The other 8 are byes going over the head of Carverena from
We have a
Marco
leg
Jansen.
slip now. First slip's going out to leg slip.
Interesting. And that is full and played beautifully through the offside, masterfully, it should be said, by Kohli, and he moves into double figures. It goes to 11. It's the 50er for India, 50 off 76 balls, 7 fours, one of which was that classic Virat Kohli cover drive of the last delivery.
That was
wide, full 4.
Yes, Marco Jansen erring in his line, and it's a lot easier to play at that cover drive, a lot safer to play it full and wide one when the angle's coming into you rather than the one that's going away. So, yeah, South Africa persisting with that leg slip and that short leg.
Expect a bit of a shorter length delivery this time. In fact, it is fullish and on the line of middle and off, defended into the offside, back to the bowler by Virat Kohli. That is the end of the 12th over. It is 50 for the loss of 2. Kohli 11, Pujara 9. India lead by 63.
Yes. And the one thing about this pair, obviously, Virat Kohli was asked at the start of the test match about Pujara, about Rahane, about whether it's time for these two to move on. Massive innings for these two now to try and put India in a winning position. Virat Kohli, just like when I spoke about Kagiso, trying to affect the game in the one place where he knows he's an expert at. Virat Kohli, Pujara, Rahane are going to be so key in making a play for this Indian side, because if they don't do it, they give it over to South Africa. Really, really important part. And on top of that, if Pujara doesn't do it, there'll be calls for him to be dropped back at home.
Change of bowling from the Weinberg end. It is Lungi Ngidi, the first ball from Ngidi in this innings, into middle and leg of Pujara, and he just plays it into the leg side where the fielding is done by KG Rabada, and there is no run. 50 for 2 in the 13th over. great fast spell of bowling from Rabada. 1 for 25 off 6 overs, but he was certainly a momentum shift, as you said, towards the end of that spell. Giddy in towards us from the Weinberg end, and that was left alone outside the off stump by.
Because the other
Pujara.
thing I know that Virat Kohli will not be happy about is if he got out now, or one of these two got out now, and it hurt his chances of winning here in South Africa. They've been building for this for a very long time, been number one in the world for, as Kohli says, 4 to 5 years. I try to dispute that, but couldn't.
45 years. That's
42, not 45. He said 425 years, so 425 years. James.
It's a Giddy in to Pujara again. Looks to turn that into the leg side. Ball angling into middle and leg. Probably gets a slight leading edge, but just bobbles out on the offside. There is no run. 50 for 2 in the 13th.
It's a battle of wills right now. Dean Alga trying to get somebody to cover that area, that cover area with Rasif and Edison at extra cover. I got 2 slips of Gali backward point, mid on, mid wicket. And Marco and Donald if you at fine leg.
And Giddy in again, defensively out into the offside, ball on the middle on off stump and into played to Fanadisson, who's in at extra cover. There is no run. 50 for 2, and Giddy into his first over in the second innings, which will be his last bowling innings of the Freedom Trophy Series, the third Betway Test at 6 Gun-Grill Newlands.
Who is going to be the hero in this shootout? 1 inning shootout per side to win this Freedom Trophy.
Giddy to Pujara. He plays that once again, this time off the back foot, plays it in to the offside, fielded again by Fanadisson in the covers. There is no run. 50 for 2.
So important to these final 15 minutes and tomorrow morning. Truly important for either side. Whichever side navigates that the best, James, I think they might come out the winners on the other end. Really important for South Africa to try and get themselves in the ascendancy.
Giddy to Pujara on the legs, and it's on a length on the legs, played into the leg side, fielded by Maharaj, who's at mid-on. There is no run. Remains 50 for 2 after 13 overs. A maiden over there from Giddy. That's been one of the things that he has done particularly well in this series, has actually kept that run rate down. Very accurate, coming off a period where he hadn't played Test cricket.
Yes.
In fact, any 4-day cricket really, or he played a bit of the shorter form of the game, and been particularly impressive in his economy rate. So score 50 for 2 after 13 bowling figures so far. Rabada 6 overs, 1 for 25. Olafia 2 overs for 13.
Speaking about buys, Tim says highest average buys after 25 minimum 25 tests, 6.84. Jay Blackham of Australia. Carl Verena today already has 8 buys.
It's Jansen into Kohli, and once again making the Indian captain play. This one short of a length on the line of middle and off stump. Continuing
I'm not happy about
around
this
the wicket line.
I truly am not happy about this line. Honestly, think he needs to try and work the angle similar to the way he got KL Rahul. Kohli's playing the exact same way KL Rahul played the entire test. He's been tight on the off stump, not wanting to play a lot of balls.
Jansen from the Kelvin Grove end to Kohli. He doesn't have to play at that one either. Outside the off stump, probably a 6th stump line outside the off stump through to Verena. Make him play a little bit more is Mpo's call here to Marco Jansen.
Come over.
Come over the wicket. And is he going to do that? Yes, he is going to come over. He must have heard you. He must have heard you.
Yeah. We're right here. We're right here. We're like, just change the angle. That also takes away that leg slip, putting him back into 3rd slip.
Yeah. And it's just Pujara making sure he knows that Janssen's coming over the wicket. Is it going to work for South Africa? He's over the wicket to Kohli, leaves that one alone, just taking the bat out of the way as it goes through at a good height to Clive Verreynne. Short of a length it was, on about a fourth stump line, outside off stump, and well left once again by Kohli. Feature of his innings yesterday and today.
Still is 50 for
Still
two.
50 for two. Yes, been a maiden from Giddy, a maiden from Janssen in the previous over. It's him, Janssen again. That is well played by Kohli. Just eased into the offside, full from Janssen. It's chased down all the way to the boundary there by Dwan Olivier. He manages to get to the ball, not before they have taken 3 runs. At 3 runs to Kohli takes the score to 53 for 2 in the 14th over. This will now be the first time that Pujara is facing Marco Jansen. So let's see if this is going to make a difference. That ball straightening from Jansen, actually, outside the off stump. Kohli just easing it through the offside.
But that's what I want Kohli playing as many balls as possible.
Yeah. Oh, now somebody perhaps moving behind the bowler. There are hospitality boxes here that are just above the sight screen. Marco Jansen, I think with that long arm of his, maybe the ball coming down from about 15 meters. No, something like coming down from a very tall man, probably nearly 4 meters up when that ball comes out.
Probably the guys in the Super Sports studio.
Could be good delivery outside. Could be from the 3rd floor. They're looking at that situation, coming over the wicket to Pujara, outside the off stump, left alone, and goes through to the keeper. Verreynne, no addition to 53 for 2 in the 14th over. We have 12 minutes left in the day's play. In fact, 11 minutes as the clock on the scoreboard ticks over to 17:49. 3 overs maximum, you feel, will be bowled. Jansen away from us at the Kelvin Grove end to Pujara. He does make him play. Once again, a delivery angled into the right-hander, plays it into the leg side, fielded by Van der Dussen at forward short leg. That is the end of the over. 53 for 2 after 14.
Got a tweet from our fearless leader, Simon Gear, saying, "So proud when sitting and working quietly with my excellent One World SR commentary team in my earphones. 2 of our longest serving guys, Mpomareki and the Cape_Fox, absolutely killing it on air for this final session."
Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you to all of you who are listening to us on whichever platform you are. It is an absolute privilege for us to be bringing you this 3rd Betway Test match from 6 Gun Grill Newlands, the beautiful Newlands here in Cape Town. Looking giddy in from, oh my word, in from the Kelvin, from the Weinberg end. It looked like he may have got a touch on that Kohli, but in fact it was off the thigh pad. Down the leg side, it was down to the fine leg boundary. It goes 4 leg byes. Nothing Verreynne could actually do about that. It could so easily have been a touch, couldn't it?
Nearly strangled down the leg side, Virat Kohli, off a loose delivery from Lungi Ngidi. More extras to the South African cause. It was a bit of a chance.
It was. Looked for all money like he could well have got an edge, but certainly was no edge down that leg side. Will there be an edge on the offside? And Gide's looking for that. Not going to find it with that delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Virat Kohli. We don't use that. We haven't said that a lot, have we? The last 2 days, left alone by Virat Kohli.
Well, at the start of his innings yesterday, he was leaving a lot of balls outside of stump, but then he gets into a groove. There's a moment where the momentum shifts. But it's a little bit tough for him now because you've got 9 minutes left. So his priority is to survive right now and then come back tomorrow and put more pressure on and take control of this test series. Needed somebody to take control of it.
Yeah.
And in the final 2 innings, we'll find out who it will be.
Giddy into him again. This is short of a length on the line of off stump, left alone by Kohli over the off stump. It's 57 for 2 The lead is 70 for India. Those 13 runs that they took as an advantage at the of the first innings could yet prove decisive. Those 2 wickets from Mohammad Shami in his in the middle of the South African innings to get rid of the 5th and 6th wickets for South Africa. Could that come back to haunt South Africa in the longer term in this match? We'll see. Giddy in to Kohli. He's a cross trigger movement from Kohli as he goes to defend that off stump, leaves it alone on length.
Playing catch with the keeper. This is where you need to make them play every single ball.
And what can Ngidi do? 2 deliveries left in this
he has
over.
His natural shape is the one that comes into the right-hander. I think Ngidi needs to try and go there rather than go with the acquired skills, and he's done that really well, of the ball going away from the right-hander. You need to make them play every ball because they will make an error once in a while.
He's in, and he doesn't make Kohli play yet again. He doesn't make him play at this one. He's leaving that one on length again.
Tim's asking for Yorkers.
Sorry?
Tim's asking for Yorkers. Tim's asking for Yorkers. We haven't seen a Yorker from South Africa.
No, we haven't seen a Yorker from South Africa. We need some kind of surprise
That's
delivery.
That's the one thing that Kagiso needs to add a lot more into his bowling, especially in that last spell. If he just bowled 1 Yorker, just to surprise the batters, could have found some joy.
Ngidi to Kohli, out on the line of off stump, over off stump, and left alone.
Too short. Too short.
Yeah, it is too short.
End of that over.
Makes him play, not at all making him play in that over. 57 for 2 after 15. Run rate is really right there for India as well at the moment, due to a lot of those extras. But the 2 wickets that have gone down have been very important, as we see Keshav Maharaj coming on in place of Marco Jansen with only 6 minutes left in the day. Is this to try and, it's not to try and get the over rate through, because South Africa should not surely be penalised at all for tonight.
Dean's trying to not get any more questions in the press conference about Keshav Maharaj
my
and
goodness.
his love for a spinner.
Yeah.
Marco Jansen's had the Indians in trouble.
He has, indeed. Why take him off now?
You are letting pressure go?
Let's see. This could turn out to be a masterstroke, of course.
All if it is, I'm prepared. I'm prepared to take it on the chin.
Maharaj into Pujara. It's short and it's wide, and it's played beautifully into the offside, off the back foot, but only straight at
One
Babuma,
slip,
at
short
forward
leg,
point.
galley, forward point, catching cover, mid on, mid off.
It's Maharaj in to Pujara. Comes down the wicket to him and makes the into half volley, but pulls out of the shot at the last minute, plays it into the left side.
It's a heat seeker. He's trying to see if there's some turn. Keegan's coming a lot squarer now.
And
a lot finer now.
Yeah. It's
as that short leg.
At short leg position, yes. It's Peterson in at short leg under the lid. Maharaj in to Pujari, comes forward once again and smothers the spin if there is anything there. Plays it back down the pitch to Maharaj. Maybe they're trying to get an extra over in here. Difficult to know if that is the tactic. He needs to be quicker back to his mark, though, Keshav Maharaj, to do that. In to Pujara, forward to a ball that's slightly short of a length. A better delivery from Maharaj, and defended into the offside elbow. Does the fielding at short extra cover.
Dragged his length a little bit to allow it to bounce and see what it can do. Just went on with the arm there.
And maybe some bounce here. This gives it a lot of flight. Down the wicket comes Pujara, plays it into the leg side. Jansen does the fielding at mid-wicket. There is no run. 57 for 2.
Maharaj wants Pujara to try and come down, be a little bit aggressive, bat outside of what he's normally been doing with the quicks.
Pujara just holding up play a little bit, trying to make sure they don't get 2 overs in. It's Maharaj again. He whips that one into the leg side. coming forward, but it's only as far as Rabada at mid-on. There is no run. That is a maiden over from Maharaj. 57 for the loss of 2 after 16, as Indian batters are definitely going to hold up the change over here as they ask for new gloves with 1 over potentially left in play.
Gamesmanship here.
That is serious gamesmanship.
The umpires should need to actually step in.
They should have stopped that. Yeah, should have waved the guy back off the field. We're saying that. I mean, that really isn't. It is gamesmanship of the highest order. That we haven't got a full day's play in here, and something should be said about that type of play. Giddy will bowl the last over of the day, undoubtedly. 3 minutes to go. He's in to the captain, Kohli on the legs, played to Marco Jansen at mid-wicket. There is no run. That one he clearly missed out, I think, was a gimme ball and didn't manage to play it through the mid-wicket region. We have 2 slips, about 3 slips. We have a man at backward point. So 2 slips and a 4th slip, man at backward point, a man at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down here at a fine-ish long leg. Dwan Oliver, sort of between long leg and fine leg. And Giddy in again from the Weinberg end to Kohli, and forward defensive off the inside half of the bat back to the bowler. And there is no run. 57 for 2 in what is going to be the final over of the second day of the 3rd Betway Test here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. The match still poised, but advantage India.
Today has been truly their day.
Yeah.
Bowling South Africa out for a deficit, and then on top of that, he's only losing 2 wickets would be the only blemish to India's day. They've done incredibly well to get themselves back into this contest, evening it out.
Giddy to Kohli. He can leave that one alone on length yet again over the line of off stump. Make him play in the last over.
I'd rather concede boundaries.
Yeah.
Forcing Virat to come onto the front foot.
Yeah.
Than bowling a half tracker to Kyle Verreynne as though you're tired, even though this is your 3rd over of the day.
Yeah. Just give him something to think about at least. Try not give him the ball that he can leave. South Africa really needing to make Virat Kohli play a lot more than they are. And we'll see if overnight they managed to get that change of plan in place in for the 4th delivery of his over on the legs of Kohli, and he's just defending one into the leg side, short of a length to Jansen, who is at mid-wicket. There is no run, 57 for 2.
It's much better. You made him play.
Yeah.
Because the idea is to make the batsman make a decision as to what shot he wants to do. The leave is one decision, and it's an easy one.
Yeah.
But if you want if you want him to make more decisions, because it's I'm playing, what shot do I play? It is instinctual, but you could make an error in judgment.
Yeah.
Rather than bowling it short outside the off stump, not bringing in all forms of dismissal.
And Giddy towards us to Kohli. This on the line of middle and off stump. He does exactly as Paul would want him to do. He makes Kohli play, and he does play. Plays it well defensively down to Keshav Maharaj at mid-on.
That's what you need, top of off, not too full, or the base of off at this point in time.
Top of off is what Jasprit Bumrah was able to achieve, bowling to Marco Jansen.
Multiple times
with
that fifer. Oh, my.
What an incredible bowling display today that we saw from Jasprit Bumrah. Top ball. Last ball of the day is to Kohli. Defends that one out into the offside to Temba Bavuma at backward point. And that, gentlemen, is the end of the day, say the umpires, as India go to 57 for 2 after 17 overs. Virat Kohli 14 not out, Pujara 9 not out. Partnership is 33. And it is a lead of 70. And Paul, you're going to wrap up for us?
Yes, so the summary of today is that South Africa started the day 17 for 1. 2 balls into the day's play. Aiden Markram was bowled, shouldering arms to a ball that went straight on to that off stump. All the good news we spoke about Aiden Markram died with that wicket. Next wicket to fall for South Africa in that innings was with them on with the score on 45 was Keshav Maharaj. He was out. Bowled Umesh Yadav, a straight ball, one of the best balls you'll see today. If you thought the Aiden Markram one was a peach, Umesh Yadav got the middle stump, rooted out the ground for Keshav Maharaj. He was out for a very handy 25. Next batter out, South Africa had a really lovely partnership between Rassie and Keegan Peterson of 68, 67. And Rassie was out after lunch, looking like he had a little bit of Red Bull. He was caught Kohli at slip, bowled Umesh Yadav. The next wicket to fall was that of Temba Bavuma. After looking calm for his 28, he was caught Kohli, bowled Muhammad Shami behind, chasing a ball outside the off stump. Next batter out, with 2 balls later at 159 was Kyle Verreynne, still struggling with his technique at this level. He was caught Rishabh Pant, bowled Muhammad Shami with a really good spell in that afternoon. Then enter the pantomime villain Jasprit Bumrah. He then got the wicket of Marco Jansen at 176 for 7. And Marco Jansen was bowled Jasprit Bumrah. Keegan Peterson was the next man out. He scored a lovely 72. He was caught Pujara, bowled Bumrah at second slip. And then Kagiso Rabada. The tail did wag a little bit. Kagiso Rabada was out for 15 of 25. Bolter caught Bumrah. And then Lungin Giti was out for 3. Caught Ashwin, bowled Bumrah. Dwan Olivier was not out on 10. The extras in that innings was 18. South Africa finished with a total 210. 13 runs behind India. The Indian bowling attack, Jasprit Bumrah with a fifer at Newlands. He started his debut starting off with some really at Newlands. He made his debut at Newlands. He returns and gets 5 for 42 in his first bowling innings in this match. Umesh Yadav 2 for 64. Muhammad Shami 2 for 39. Shardul Thakur 1 for 37. R. Ashwin 9 overs, no wickets for 15 runs. South Africa had about just over an hour to bowl to India today. They managed to put in 17 overs. In those 17 overs, they managed to take 2 wickets. The first wicket to fall was that of Mayank Agarwal in an incredible spell from Kagiso Rabada. He was quick, he was aggressive. He got the edge to Dean Alga at first slip off the bowling, off his own bowling. That was Kagiso Rabada. Mayank Agarwal out for 7 of 15. KL Rahul then was out. Marco Jansen bowling a peach of a ball to get KL Rahul out. Caught Aiden Markram, bowled Marco Jansen for 10. At the crease, Cheteshwar Pujara on 9 for 31. Virat Kohli 14 for 39.